What's the word? It's your boy Rashad back, back at it again with another episode of Things of That Nature. Episode 133. Back at it again, man. Feel good. Starting off the work week, man. Fists in the air for Mondays. Fists in the air for Mondays. Mondays start off the rest of the week. Come into it with a good attitude, man. We got to get to it. Got to get to it, man. I got me some peppermint tea right here. Feeling good, feeling great. Appreciate y'all here. Isha, H. Bush, Huline, Kyra, Big V, one in the A9s. Welcome to another episode of Things of That Nature, man. Hitachi, what's the word? Listen, repost to space, repost to space, repost to space. Let's make sure we get some folks in here, have some good conversation like we usually do. Fists in the air for y'all. Got the Patreon in the jumbo. Free tier, $5 tier. I would definitely appreciate if y'all subscribe to the Patreon, man. A lot of quality coming soon. Lots of quality coming soon, man. Been running the idea back and forth about cranking a pod, man. So, you know, getting that together, talking to some people, getting some ideas, man. We are really about to turn this Patreon up. So I definitely appreciate if y'all subscribe, man. A lot of shit on there. A lot of different collections on there. We got the space episodes, the space recaps, the one-on-ones, the polls, the community chats. Lot of shit going down, man. So I definitely appreciate if y'all fuck with it, man. Yeah, we got to get to it. Got to get to it, man. A lot of shit on the timeline, per usual. Y'all know that I'm a timeline peruser. And I seen a lot of shit. Folks then tag me, sent me some DMs. I definitely appreciate that. That Travis Scott, his wife, that video is doing numbers in the black community. That young woman is sitting on the floor crying for God who knows what. Um, Definitely don't understand that. Why would you even put that on the internet? But I did do some research though. I did do some research. That nigga Art, he was a little too hard on the young woman. I think there was a message behind that post. Matter of fact, let me go send that. Let me go find it. I had to go to the handy dandy shade room to go see the message behind the post. Why was this young woman sitting on the ground? Hold on, wait. We got to get to it. Let me get this right here screenshot cuz I couldn't find this on Twitter. Art's a nasty one for how he tried to shape this argument, but I see why. I see why he did that. Let me post this in the comments. Hold on. Here we go. Let me get this together. I appreciate folks that be sending me stories and shit. Definitely appreciate that so we can get to it. Y'all feel free to continue to do that. But I put it in a jumbo. So this is the reasoning behind the young woman sitting on the floor, right? Her name is Lena. I put it in the jumbo. This was the caption that went along with the video. It says, "I wish I could remember. No, I wish I could go back and hug December me because oh baby, God was about to change your heart in the most important and beautiful way. I don't even recognize this girl anymore. The amount you can grow and develop in just 6 months of devoting your life to Jesus and getting away from the shackles of the world and social media is truly astounding. I wish the peace I found within everyone who reads this. Your identity in Him matters, not how people choose to perceive you." That's what the young woman said. So apparently, she was on the ground. I must have said Travis Scott because Isha said Travis Hunter. It's Travis Hunter. Listen, all these Travises is a little weird in my opinion. But listen, that's a conversation for another day. So the young woman was on the ground crying. I never really understand why people be crying and then they hold the camera up to their face. Um, I never really got that part of the game. If somebody does that, uh please come up here and let me know what's the purpose of holding the camera up to your face while you're crying and then posting it. Unusual activity. I wouldn't call it weird, but I would say unusual activity when folks do that. But she's young, so social media is something that they grew up with. But she was on the ground crying. Let me go find this that Isha tagged me in it this morning. Let me put that in here. She was fresh out the shower, looked like, on the ground, bawling her eyes out. And it had I think a sermon in the background. It was covered up her voice so you couldn't hear exactly what she was saying. But apparently she was going through a certain level of emotional distress. Didn't know herself, and she wanted to document this space in her life. A lot of people just seen the video and didn't necessarily see the caption, so they ran with Travis is in a world of hurt. Let me tell you something, with or without this video, I just want everybody to know that Travis is indeed in a world of hurt. Whether she posted this shit or not, it's going to be an uphill battle for these two young people to get it right and stay together. They do say opposites attract, and if y'all seen those wedding videos, couldn't be more polarizing in personalities, in my opinion. It is an uphill battle for these two, but I think that she meant well, but you also have to have a level of read the room, right? And I think in the moment it might be difficult for her to read the room as far as the relationship dynamic. I think we are older than her, and so it's outside looking in. We could say, "Hey, girl, you might be moving wrong." I don't think she gets it though. I don't think she gets it at all. Even just like in a space in where um everything that you project on social media is happiness, is love, is marriage, is comfortability, is security. And then to even post this kind of seems like you know, which one is it? Are you happy? Are you cool? Or are you on the floor crying after a shower? I think that everything that people do, especially when you have a relative or a friend in the limelight, Shannon Sharp said it the best. He never wanted his family or his friends to really speak out, because the automatic assumption is going to be whatever you're saying is attached to that person that's in the limelight. And I think we're seeing it here, because all she's doing is expressing herself in the journey that she has gone through mentally and emotionally. And the first thing that people do is, oh shit, Travis Hunter, right? And so I think that she has to be mindful of that. I think that that's going to get better as she gets older. Hopefully, you would hope that you would hope that it gets better as she gets older. But I think it is. I think this was fairly harmless with the complete context. But if she didn't have that caption, yeah, it would have been nasty. I'm not gonna lie, it would have been really nasty. Them just getting married. How long ago did they get married? Somebody know? Somebody put in the chat. They just got married, I think, maybe 3 months ago, 4 months ago. Um, when did Travis get drafted? Probably like 4 or 5 months ago. Yeah, so the timeline kind of matches up with the backlash that she was receiving from the video that came out when she was not the happiest at the Colorado game. And then when Travis won the Heisman, she didn't stand up. And then when he was taking pictures, she was sitting on the couch with an attitude. There was a lot of things on social media that was thrown at that young woman. I'm not gonna hold you. Then the videos came out of her in somebody else's bed, twerking at a party. What else? Let's give the whole rundown. Twerking at a party. Oh, she said that he wasn't his type. He said that he waited outside the club while she was in the club living her best life. A lot of shit they came out that that wasn't the best look. I'm not gonna hold you. So I could see her taking this video during that time and feeling a certain type of way. I think that her this nigga Hulops in the sand. Hey man, listen, I just want to give y'all the timeline in full context so y'all understand maybe why she was on the floor crying. That's all I'm trying to do. I am not a negativity highlighter. I just want to give context. That's all I'm doing. Right? And so all of that shit came out because she said in the goddamn caption that she took this video 6 months ago. Her social media, the outlook of social media had towards her was pretty shitty 6 months ago. I'm not gonna lie, pretty shitty. And somebody who has never went through that or experienced that, I definitely could see why she was going through that emotional state. Um, but this didn't help. We got to keep it a bean. This didn't help. It didn't help because all we know still we looking back at Travis Hunter. I mean, yeah, Travis Hunter, and we still attributing that shit to her. I think she got a. Do they have like a wives class when niggas get drafted, or like a girlfriend class, like a side bitch class? Somebody got to talk to the women too. I know they sit all the rookies down at the rookie symposium. They fired that nigga Chris Carter unjustly, might I add. All Chris Carter said is if you got that money, you need a fall guy. Listen, I think that's very sound advice. Very sound advice. They fired Chris Carter unjustly. But back to the topic. They need to have like a get together like for the women too, especially the younger women. So they understand like the role that they're stepping in now that they have a nigga in the league, right? There's a lot of do's and don'ts that I assume that take that have more responsibility when you post, right? So like little shit that you could have did in high school, because really, he's 3 years removed from high school. Little shit that you could have did in high school, little shit that you could have did in college, where it kind of flew under the radar. Now you got a nigga in the league, and if you fucking with a top pick like a Travis Hunter, there has to be a level of etiquette um that you have to project. I would think, I would assume, right, when you dealing with a top tier nigga. And these young joints don't be getting it, man. These old ones don't be getting it either, but these young joints just don't be getting it. Understanding time and place, understand what to post and what not to post. I would think that putting a camera up in your face and crying, and then posting it on the internet, I think that would be very, very high on the totem pole of what not to post. Listen, I'm just saying. Every time I see it, it's cringe. It's cringe worthy. I don't know why niggas do it. I had a homeboy. He said that he did it once, and y'all niggas call me progressive, but I definitely gave him the side eye of why the fuck is you crying on social media. He said a lot of emotional jargon. He said he felt good after, he felt free, he felt like a weight was lifted off of his shoulders. I said, nigga, it's only Instagram. Listen, I don't get it. I don't get it. It could never be me. But listen, y'all niggas was going crazy on my blue jacket yesterday, so I know that I do a lot of shit that y'all niggas wouldn't do either. But yeah, it's kind of crazy. I'm not gonna hold you. I'm not gonna hold you. God bless her. God bless Travis too. I seen a comment and they said this nigga ain't even get out of training camp yet, and she crying. I was like, God damn. Hey man, she gots to know that she is in the spotlight, everything that she does, and everything that she will do moving forward. Hopefully it's some good wives on the team. Go link up with what's my boy name? Trevor Lawrence. Go link up with his wife. Y'all tag team, do that shit, compare some notes, man. There got to be a etiquette class. I think Levita, listen, that I can see you teaching some etiquette classes, man. I can see it. Definitely can see it. These women out here, they need help. They need help. And why you add Lena to the list, or Leanna, what's her name? Leanna. Y'all been letting me say this girl name wrong the whole goddamn time. Listen, You add Leanna to the list. You add Meg to the list. The way that she was hooting and hollering at that one shindig. Listen, Jesus. I seen Rocky make a post and they was going crazy on Rocky when she made that post about Meg. I was just scrolling the timeline. I swear I seen like 3 women. You know how y'all block people and then y'all screenshot it and post it on the timeline. One, I don't understand why y'all do that. Cause somebody please help me with that. Why y'all blocking niggas and just screenshot and be like, yep, I couldn't do it no more. Like, I don't give a fuck about that. And you ain't even tagged them or nothing. They don't even know nothing about it. Why'd you doing that shit? But anyway, listen, they blocked Rocky. I seen at least 3, 4 joints that screenshotted that they blocked Rocky when she said that comment about Meg. I ain't gonna lie, that comment had like 7 million views. That tweet that she made. That shit was crazy. And it wasn't even bad. It wasn't even a bad comment. Hold on, wait. Let me go see what Rocky said. Cause it wasn't bad at all. And I think a lot of us was thinking it. But I think the male hive, the Meg hive, not male, the Meg hive got up on her. Let me see. Hold on, wait. What did CJ say? Nah, Rashad, this is the first step in the lineup job. Okay, hold on, wait. This is the first step in the lineup job. Clean up the whole image, make him out to be the bad guy, leave with the bag. It's a really simple plan. Do you think that that's what she was doing? I don't know. I don't know. I think that she was out of touch. I don't necessarily think that this was a part of the lineup. I think that she was trying to show growth and she was trying to show you know that she's not in that same mental space anymore. I don't know. Without the context, it definitely seemed like a lineup job. But with context, I don't know. I don't know. Hulan said, "You ain't lying. When I first saw the vid, my instant thought was, oh shit, allegations. Listen, allegations, allegations. Hey man, that's the world we live in." What Rizal say? Niggas turn on Instagram and recorded themselves crying. Yes, he did. Like Tyrese. Hey man, that Tyrese crash out when he was crying was legendary. Legendary. I think about it all the time. When he said, "What more do you want from me?" I felt that in my bones. I ain't gonna lie. Pause. I felt that in my bones. I've been there. I ain't gonna lie. I've been there going through it with a baby mama or two and felt like, what the fuck more do you want from me? I'm not gonna lie. I think all niggas have been in that space. Not gonna hold you. And so when he said that, I think about that rant all the time. Let me find this Rocky tweet that she made about Meg. That shit has 7 million fucking views on that shit. Hold on, wait. She called her niece and everything. Where is that? Where is that? I thought I saved this motherfucker. I didn't. Y'all know I'm a timeline peruser. It wasn't that deep though. It was a lot of people that were upset. I thought it was pretty wholesome. I thought she was just fixing her crown. Obviously, people thought that it was a lot of hate. Yeah, like how I said, fixing her crown. Wake it up. Come on, man. I got all the phrases. We leveling up over here. Hold on, wait. Damn, I can't find it. Yeah, but it wasn't that deep. She basically said that she was yelling, just calm that down. You haven't really locked in the relationship yet, right? The relationship is too new, too fresh to be doing all of that. And a lot of people hated it. I didn't necessarily understand why. And if you don't know, I'm talking about the Meg video when she was sitting at the gala, her event with Clay Thompson, and she had the little outburst in support for whatever was going on, and Rocky Thunder just told her calm it down. You got a new man.
Rashad,
Lock in the man first. What's the word? How you feeling
I
today,
sent.
Memphis?
Hey, baby, I sent it to your inbox. Check
Okay,
your
hold on,
DM.
wait. Let me see. Let me see. Oh yeah, here we go. Oh damn, she did. Okay, hold on, wait. She did say something a little salacious. Hold on. Let me put it in the jumbo. She said that drunk shit ain't gonna cut it, niece. Relax a bit. It ain't locked in just yet. Okay. Uh Kinda see. I can kinda see why. Mm, I don't know. How did you feel about this, Memphis? Oh, Memphis dropped down. I could kind of see why folks would feel a way about that. Maybe. I don't know. It seemed like a some good tough love, that drunk shit. But yeah, the allegations with Meg being a drunk, I can see why folks got crazy on that. I'm not gonna lie. But it didn't seem that bad for 7 million views and all the backlash that she got. That was a little bit excessive in my opinion. Memphis, how you felt about this?
I think that some people feel like she don't have a relationship equity to say that to her. I think that's where most of the sentiments came from. It was like you stepping out of your bounds, stay over there type shit was what I got from most of the people who had something to say about it. Um I can't say that I don't disagree with her. I can't say that I don't disagree with Rocky at all. Um
Do we know anybody on this motherfucker though? Cause like I don't know. I made a comment somewhere else, right? And we was having a conversation in the Discord, and the comment to me was, why, like, why are you in that person's business or something? And I was like, well, they put it on the timeline. They put us in their business. So, but I think that that gets brought up a lot, and I don't understand why people feel that way, right? When we don't know anybody, right? Sp- And so you putting it on the timeline, you're putting it in our face, and this is in social media. I think people like forget the social aspect of social media and where we're here to be sociable. And so folks are gonna have comments, and if you got to take the good and the bad sometimes. Right, and so I think that this isn't the worst thing that could ever be said. I could see, because Meg has been, battling alcoholism. I think she has expressed. If I'm lying, then I apologize, but I think she has expressed that. I know the allegations of her being a drunk are everywhere. Um,
right.
and so I could see why, that drunk shit ain't gonna cut it. I could see why that could be a little triggering, for Meg. Yeah, I don't necessarily think
Mhm.
that why it could be triggering for other folks. Um,
It ain't. It's that stand culture, G. It's that absolute stand culture of don't say nothing about my fave. And so as soon as you say something about their faves, here they go with all of the nasty vile shit that they can then say to you. Um again, I don't think it's the wrong advice. I just think that it didn't have to come from her. She could have just kept that in her mind. But
wow,
Rocky lived for the
attack the messenger, Memphis. How you
not
gonna attack
not
the
attack her, but
messenger?
I listen. I'm of the belief that I don't have to tweet everything I think,
True.
especially when it comes to these celebrities. Like I just don't have to, because I'm not here to argue with you about a motherfucking thing. But Rocky also is a hard hitter, and she gonna take the punches and roll with him. So
Very, very true. Very true. There's a lot of shit that I wanted to tweet that I just was like, nah, let me erase this shit. Um, so I definitely understand that. Scully, what's the word? How you feeling?
What's up, Rashad? What's up, Ish?
hey, baby.
Yo, shorty like to get lit. Like, what's wrong with that? Like, I don't always approve of a young lady getting lit, like out in public, like where you can't control yourself and you make me look crazy. But like, what's wrong with shorty getting lit? Like, it's an event, it's a function. We supposed to drink. We supposed to have a good
Who the
time.
fuck the function? Listen, listen. I don't. Scully, come on, man. These niggas got black ties on. Come on, man.
Hey, listen. So why is there so many cameras around? That's what I'm saying. Like you never see no event that Hove go to where niggas is partying. Like that's just that needs to be the way that she carry it. If you want to get lit, if you want to drink Henny out the bottle with a little straw like she used to do in the bathroom, if you want to do that, then you just got to make sure ain't no cameras around.
Yeah, one thing about me, I'm gonna get toasted. I'm not gonna lie. Uh, what the drinks at? But I
Now
do.
John B looked annoyed. John B looked annoyed.
Who? John B.
Yeah,
Nasty,
John
That
B.
man
He looked
said
annoyed.
John B.
nasty. Listen, Vicky, what's the word? How you feeling?
I'm well. Good morning and happy Monday, everyone. I'm not gonna lie. The tweets. If this was Drake y'all were talking about, I'd go to war. But listen, I do want to say this. We have seen we've heard, right, that she is an obnoxious drunk. We've heard that before. And I think that was truly her being her. I think we don't really know the timeline of when they started dating, so is it fair to say it's too soon? I don't know. But he seems to be into her, so we'll see if this is just a hoax or if they're really gonna stick it out.
Yeah, I think that yeah, like I said, I didn't see anything wrong with the tweet. Obviously, Vicky, you said there was something wrong with the tweet if it was about Drake.
Correct. Yeah. Anything y'all say about Drake, I'm going in.
I thought it was kind of
No pun intended.
I thought it was kind of harmless. No shade, but an older woman talking to a younger chick, not directly, but saying, "Hey, man," you know, giving her a little bit of advice. I didn't think it was that deep. But Rocky did get a lot of shit for it. But I did want to circle back to, since Memphis is up here and she tagged me in the Travis Hunter, not Travis Scott. How did you feel when you initially saw that video? That young woman crying on the bathroom floor.
Um, I just want to know what the fuck.
Yeah.
Like,
What is she crying about?
like, what the fuck are we doing? I I share the same sentiments as you kind of said earlier, friend. Like, I don't do the whole crying in the motherfucking phone shit and then uploading it. I tried that one time and I felt so weird doing it. I said, "Bitch, are you crazy?" And I deleted it and continued to cry in my
I
bed on my
tried it.
own.
It's
Okay,
crazy.
Had to put your
like,
toe out there and see what it
let
was.
me see what this is. Like,
Right.
no, it don't
I
work.
love when people cry in the phone and then
Uh,
upload it because you had to like sometimes they add the filter on there. Like sometimes you gotta like
Background
go back.
music.
Yeah, you gotta go
I
back
think
and
it's
edit that
different if you're
bit.
telling a story and you end up crying, but like to just like cry and then grab the phone to record the cry is nuts.
it's
It's nut
crazy.
Like,
work.
do you pause the cry until everything's set up and
Like,
then you start going again?
I don't know. That's a talent for sure.
I need somebody to get her a black person whisperer on her team. Just so they can let her know that, hey, when you post shit like this, we gonna think that you finna take this black man down and it's finna be some bullshit. The optics of it don't look well. So she need a black person whisperer to kind of tell her that.
She looked
Um,
like she going through it.
That's why I said I
Like she
that's
volunteer,
about
what
to
the
yeah.
people
she
are
about to take
assuming.
it out on Buddy.
The
If
people
you
are
had to
assuming
rate
that it's
the
some bullshit going on and she finna get some money out of his ass. And they waiting on the moment. They're waiting on a got you moment for them.
if you
So
had to rate the mental illness level for crying in the phone, would it be higher than the young lady wearing the strap moaning while she's getting it sucked? Like which one is a
Wow.
higher level of mental illness?
I don't know where y'all are
I
at,
don't
but it's
even know how to
11:31
answer that,
a.m. where
Scully.
I'm located. 11:31 a.m.
That is
Scully, I don't know how
Woo.
to answer that.
mental illness. Oh Lord,
Does he have
Scully.
the mental illness for comparing the two? Like, what?
Scully, you a wild one.
That was so far fucking left,
I
friend.
do understand what he's
I
saying,
do
though. I
understand them
do.
sentiments.
I do.
Uh, yeah, I don't I think that it's very very crazy, but who am I? I'm not the crazy police. But I do think that it's crazy. Like I said, my homeboy did it and he told me about it, and I was just like, uh,
And
what?
then the weird ass TD Jakes sermon on top of it. Like,
Yeah, shout out.
bitch,
Hold on,
what are
wait,
you
not
trying
too
to
much
say,
on
ho?
TD. Not too
What the fuck
much
are you
on
trying to say? Can you just say
TD.
whatever the hell you trying to say?
Okay, so does anybody know the point of it? I know it said like when you're trying to elevate to be a better wife or woman or whatever, but
Yeah,
like,
so I put so what was going around was just the video without the context, right? So I put the caption that was attached to the video in the jumbo, and it was basically saying that she recorded this 6 months ago and she was not in a very good space, and she found Jesus, and she was released from the shackles of the world and social media, and now she is a better person. Right. And so that was the context of the video, just showing where she was and telling people where she's at now. unfortunate part is people didn't give a fuck about the caption. They just posted the video because of the reaction to the timeline of events and what she's been through on social media and in media in general, and where they tried to attach it to, oh shit, there's something going on with her and Travis, and she about to take this nigga for the money. That's where that came from. So it worked. I ain't gonna lie. My guy Art is a nasty individual sometimes. And but this one worked. The engagement farming that Art had for this was beautiful. Hold on, wait. How many views? This got 14 million views. Masterclass Art. Masterclass Art. I'm not gonna lie. That was amazing. 14 million views. Unreal. Listen, Scully, why you up here, man? I want to get to this topic because I think that you spoke about this before, but I was unable to get to it. I seen something on the timeline. My guy Tyler Perry. This is nothing salacious. Um, but he was talking about um how he had to fire his aunt, right? And so I think he spoke about this multiple times when it comes to him having money. I'm putting it in a jumbo right now, but him having money and it be expected for him to take care of people in his family. Did you speak about this or a variation of this, Scully, before?
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
I thought so. But in the jumbo is the video of Tyler Perry. He said he had to fire his aunt before because she just wanted at first she just wanted money, and he said, "Well, I'm going to give you a job." And she wasn't showing up to the job. She was calling out, wasn't doing no work, so eventually he fired her. He also spoke about a family member getting mad at him for not giving them $1 million, which is one of the most ridiculous things that I ever heard. And so I just wanted to get y'all views on just that situation, and where, being the
Hey,
breadwinner, what do they call it, survivor's remorse. How do y'all feel about
survivor's
that?
guilt.
Or survivor's guilt?
He just a little bit more. He also said that when his mama died, he mailed all his family members a letter and told them they all needed to get a job. He wasn't giving them no more money.
Yeah, I seen that too. And make it, he even said like his son, which who knew Tyler Perry had a 10-year-old son? Wow. You learn things every day.
You didn't know he paid that model girl to carry his child?
Did not know that. Did not know
Yeah.
that. Wow.
Papa, I'm walking in your footsteps
Oh
now.
yeah, he did say that. He did.
Her and the baby locked up like Michael Jackson had his kids locked up.
No. Yeah,
Shout out the blanket.
he's But he said, how do you feel about that? And have y'all like ever regretted helping a family member financially in that way? Obviously, folks asking y'all for $1 million. Listen, hit me in the back channels. I got some investments that I need y'all to invest in. But yeah, I just wanted y'all thoughts on that, and has that ever happened to y'all as far as just like helping folks out and they keep coming back to the well, and using that, we're family type of rhetoric to kind of like guilt you and shit like that. Go ahead, Scully, because I think that you spoke on that.
Yeah, man. So I mean, look, I ain't got Tyler Perry money, right? So ain't nobody in the fam ever asked me for a meal. But like, I got a crackhead uncle who I was taking care of his rent, taking care of his phone bills and all that stuff. And then when I got to the point where it was just like, all right, this ain't acceptable no more, then that's just what it is. Like he ran and did his own thing, and now the family is guilting me. Like, yo, that's mommy's brother. You got to take care of mommy's brother. It's like, yo, that that young man is 64 years old. He gotta get to his own self. He gotta fight those demons and do whatever. I think at some point you have to draw a line somewhere. Like asking me for $1 million, if I'm Tyler Perry, that's you're asking me to cut you off forever. Like a modest, simple living. I'll buy your house, I'll give you the deed to your house, I'll pay the property tax. You figure the rest of this shit out. You was working, you was taking care of your life before I made it, So you got to get with the program. I'll give you a job, but just like Shorty, if you call out because we family, I got to treat you like every other employee.
For me, like how do you say no without like burning a bridge, or was that important to you, as far as burning the bridge and just like cutting it off?
Uh, well, it's my mom's brother, right? So she's married, so her money ain't just her money no more. She's got a husband. She can't just make those kind of financial decisions to just fund the nigga's lifestyle. She's got to clear that with somebody. My sisters are married, same thing. So it was easy for me to just be like, all right, well, I'll take care of son. But at the same time, you also have to do your end. You got to go to work. Like, I'm not paying your rent so you can chill at the crib all day and watch ESPN. Like, go to work, my nigga. We got the agreement. If you keep your shit clean, I'll make sure that your life is a little bit easier so you don't get stressed and fall back into the same
Yeah,
habits.
I think that that was one of the things that because they had a few people there. They had Kurt Franklin, he spoke on it. Um they had a young dude there. I don't even know who the young nigga was, but it was his 30th birthday, and he was speaking about building a business and how to make that decision of who to help and who not to help. And something that I thought was fascinating that Tyler Perry said is a lot of folks, especially in family, they on the boat, but they poking holes in the boat, right? And so he said a lot of times you have to just do this shit on your own and then come back and take people that are worthy, right? And he was talking about his family. I thought the use of the word worthy was maybe I could see how that could be triggering to people who listen to that, because it's like, what the fuck you mean worthy? Like, we family. Like,
No
Well,
what you
that's
talking
disrespect
about?
to
his.
Jesus, but that's that stupid ass church talk that people like to do, where they like to use church words to elevate themselves in what they're saying. And I hate that shit. But he does that often.
But it's also his power complex too. Like,
Yeah.
I don't know if these people is the ones that did it, but Tyler was abused by his family, so now he wants to feel like he's got some kind of power over them by saying they got to be worthy. Like, you got to understand, this your family. You have a responsibility to your family to help them to some extent if you have the means to do it. And it's not going to shake up nothing that's going up in your house. Like, that's your responsibility to do so.
Yeah, I when I heard it, I was like, I can see folks being, you know how Twitter get down. I can see folks putting think pieces out there about the worthiness, like what the fuck is you talking about? Like you said, I do think there is a level of responsibility that you have when you quote unquote make it. But determining where that ends, right? Where it starts, one, but then also where it ends. Because at some point, I think, Future said if you give a nigga $100 and he come back with his hand out, you created a leech, right? And so I do think that is difficult though. We've seen a lot of stories and where niggas be helping, and then it's over with, right? Then when the money gone, everybody else gone. There was a story in where Jay-Z was sitting down with Kevin Hart, and he was talking about how one of his relatives asked for like $5,000 to start a business, and he said no. And everybody in the comments like, "Oh, you Jay-Z, you got $5,000. Why you just won't give it to him?" And blah blah blah. But the concept of continuing to give people shit just because they ask and just because they're family, at some point you have to have a boundary. And I think that is difficult for us who aren't in that space to be the billionaires, and then we think about, $5,000 and, oh, just give it. But five could turn into 10, and then 10 to turn into 50, and then you be in a situation where a nigga ask you for $1 million just off the strength, just cuz, right? And so when I heard Jay-Z said, I was like, yeah, I understand that shit. How did y'all feel about that? Did y'all see that?
Yeah.
No, I didn't see that, but I've had to tell somebody no. My mom would my sister would call my mom, then my mom would say she wouldn't have it, and my mom would tell my sister to call me. And I had to tell her no, and then tell my mama stop telling her to call me. That's not an option.
Mhm.
Just because you don't have it, then I got to have it. I don't have it. We also help raise her 3-year-old son. So no, I don't have it. Your baby ate that money that you needed. How about that?
Did that cause friction?
I don't give a damn. I don't talk to her. She don't call me.
How
So
much somebody you don't talk to and asking them for 5K is wild.
calling somebody you don't talk to ask them for money, period, is wild. There's not a hey, how you doing? I love you. How my nephew doing? How's life treating you? There's none of that. But you want to call me, and ask me for my pockets? You're
I don't like
crazy.
that. I don't like that though. Don't
You're
if we don't
crazy.
talk, don't call me and hit me with the niceties before the favor.
Yeah, just ask
Just
the favor
just
first.
just hit me for the favor. Yo, DJ, shit's bad right now, man. I need $23 on my gas card, big bro. You got
Yeah, don't be trying to
it.
chat me up. Hey, how you doing, nigga? You don't give a fuck. Stop
I'm
it.
offended that you hit me with the fake conversation. Like when I get in the elevator, I don't want to talk about the weather, right? I don't want small talk. So when you want a favor and we don't speak on a regular, don't hit me with the small talk like it matters to you. Just hit me with the facts, straight to the point.
Yeah, I'm like that too. And then honestly, like on the, when somebody calls, I don't know. I don't necessarily mind if we haven't talked, right? That wouldn't be like one of the first things that come to mind is like, when the last time you spoke, because in all honesty, folks got their life. I'm not the biggest like keep in touch type nigga. Anyway, like I'll send text or speak up in the group chat, the family group chat sometimes. But I'm not the biggest on like, what you doing, how you doing, how the kids like I mean, that's just not me. So I wouldn't hold somebody to that standard, right? And so out the blue, if you just hit me up and be like, hey fam, such and such going on. Um, it depends on if you've done it before. As far as hit me up for bread. Yeah, I think that a lot of factors come into play. Not too many, but a few, and that will determine it. But when the last time you talked to me, I don't think that determines it. Go ahead, Scully.
The language is going to determine it for me because if you saying, "Can you loan me something?" and you got good credit with me because you've always paid back the loans, then you no question you can always get it if you're good with your credit with me. Now if it turns into a can I give you something or you still owe me something from the last go round, then that's where we got a problem. Even if I gotta chase you down for it, like if you tell me you're gonna pay me on Friday and Friday come and go, I'm not gonna hit you on Friday. Friday come and go, that money out in the wind to me. I'm never gonna speak on it again. But just know you got a debt, and next time you come back to borrow something, I gotta remind you. Well, last time you said you was gonna pay it on Friday, I ain't see
Yeah,
it.
where that other cheese at, nigga?
I've definitely had to do that. Like telling me you gonna send it back and you never send it back. Nigga, stop asking to borrow. Just ask, can you have? Can I have it? Cause that's what I'm doing. I'm just giving it to you. You're never paying it back.
I make sure I ask that question specifically, right? Like when you say loan, do you mean you gonna give it back or not? Right. And so I can already just like prep myself for understanding if this money's coming back. And so if you want to have it, we can have that conversation. If you want to loan it, we can have that conversation. But don't come over here loaning it. Now I'm expecting some cheese back. And then every time hit you up, then now it's just like, oh, something else happened, right? Or then you get this shit where niggas start avoiding you. So, hey, man, if you just want the bread, you take the bread, right? Because I don't want no, and 9 times out of 10, that's how I am because I don't want no friction, right? I don't, want money to come between, somebody I care about, somebody I love, somebody I respect, right? Just go ahead, I mean, keep the $25, fam. We ain't gotta be over $25, dog. Just go ahead and keep it. But I do think that that's very important to ask because a lot of niggas be saying loan, 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 and then they never sending that bitch back. I'm gonna hold you. That shit is crazy. I think that yeah, the Tyler Perry situation, I think that was very interesting. I I don't know. For me, I like to envision myself as somebody who wants to be able to help when I can. But I do see a lot of times, even just like on my level, where things get taken advantage of. I think we had this conversation before, and where I've gotten to the space and where I'm just, a little bit more quick to say no, right? Outside of immediate family. I probably got like maybe one or two friends, but for the most part, a lot of folks don't get a no out of me. Um, just for the simple fact of just peace, like I said, peace, sanity, and understanding. Like, can I come to you for these same things? A lot of times, that's where I'm at now, and where, you know, if I can't come to you for this, it's hard for me to be able to do it for another person. I'm not gonna lie. That might sound crazy, but it just like if I'm in a bind, I want to be able to lean on folks as well. And it seems like, that those cases and some folks that I can't do that, I ain't gonna fuck with it like that. How do y'all feel about that? Is that a necessity that you should be able to make those same calls in order to help out, whether financially or not even just money?
Yeah, I think reciprocity is a big part of human dynamic. Um, and being able to trust and lean on others is important.
Yeah, I think so as well. That's one of my biggest things, man, because a lot of shit goes on in life, and that's another thing. Like I said, to your point about reaching out, like niggas be having their own life, right? And so I definitely understand that. But on the flip side, like I got shit going on too, right? And things that I gotta pay for, and folks that I gotta look out for, and things that I have to do to keep my life going, right? And so taking that into consideration, right? Don't be calling me asking me for all kind of shit, and I got a woman and three kids. Like, come on, fam. And you know that I'm trying to get shit off the ground, as far as just like outside of the 9 to 5, like just being considerate with the things that I have going on. That's a big thing. And then like you said, how many times have you came around and asking for bread, right? I don't necessarily care if you pay it back, but if you coming around, 5, 6 times a year asking for some money, paying it back or not, it's just like, come on, man. Like what the fuck you got going on? And so those little things are important to me. I couldn't imagine being in these niggas' positions, and being billionaires and having family, and then having family pop out the woodworks. It's already crazy when you go to a family reunion and you see a nigga, hey man, I used to change your diaper. You can't imagine that shit at a billionaire status, where niggas is coming through and got their hand out, or something they didn't did for you while you was 2 years old, and they looking for you to give back. I'm like, nigga, if you don't get the fuck out my face, I think that,
I used to change your diaper.
yeah, nigga, like, I don't give a
Look
fuck
at
about
this nigga.
none of that shit,
The
nigga. Like, is
fuck?
you crazy? Yeah, I couldn't imagine that. That's crazy. And I think that that's how a lot of narratives be getting started, right? Especially for, the famous people, and where you hear about a Tyler Perry, and who he might be as far as with family. You hear about a Jay-Z. I never get that backlash that he got over the $5,000. I was like, y'all niggas looking at the dollar amount, and y'all not looking at anything else besides just 5,000. Um,
Yeah, was that when he was like the guy didn't? Yeah, he wanted to start a business, but like he didn't have a business plan or something.
yeah, I think that the business plan was a part of it. But then I think it was also, if I'm not mistaken, I think he was like it probably wouldn't work or something like that. I forgot exactly what it was, but basically he was just like, no, I'm not giving it to him. Um, and so I feel it. Like a lot of people's like, oh, you can give him $5,000 a million times and still won't be broke. And it's like, nigga, it's not about spending until I'm broke. It's about, one, is this a good idea, right? And then two, if you don't have all your shit together as far as a business plan, I ain't fucking with it. And three, I'm just not giving niggas money just because I got money. I earned that shit. Right? I did what was necessary to be able to have it. And so I'm not giving folks money just for the sake of like looking good in family circles and at the cookouts. Like, I the reason a lot of rich folks stay rich is being understanding that, you got to save more than you spend to to continue to have. And so I think that that's important. I think a lot of people don't see it from that angle. Real, what's the word? How you feeling?
Yo, good, man. I didn't want to say nothing
We
earlier.
can't hear
I
you. You
was
sound
really
far away
listening.
from the mic, fam.
I'm out.
Yeah, you sound far away from the mic, real. I ain't gonna lie. Um, yeah, but Isha, now we got you up here, man. I wanted to bring up my girl, Tracy Ellis Ross,
Oh
and the
Lord.
two panty packing plan. Hey man, what the fuck? What
Jesus.
is going on with my girl and these two draws in the sink? What is going
Oh
on?
no. That's what she wanted to do.
Nah, man. Come on, man. I ain't gonna lie. I ain't gonna lie. The two panty packing, she gotta stop. She gots to stop. And then why she put it on the internet? Every time she get
Listen.
her ass up on this internet, I see why old niggas don't want to fuck with her. I ain't gonna lie. I see it. You just be doing weird
Listen.
stuff.
It's not weird.
That is weird.
It's not weird.
Come on, man. How is it not weird?
If you don't if you don't want your coochie juice and smell to be lingering in your suitcase, then you might just want to lightly hand wash them. And put and let them dry and put them back in the suitcase. It's not weird.
Don't they got laundry rooms?
For two pairs of underwear, why you can't just wash them on your hand?
Why you only got two drawers?
I don't know. I pack drawers for every day when I go out of town, so I
I
don't know. But
I was
still,
always told to pack extra drawers. You never know what's gonna happen.
you never know.
I done went on vacation, ain't packed none. I ain't gonna hold you. So I'm with
Nasty
Shorty.
individual, Scully.
I'm I was in DR, bro. I was in DR. I was living my life.
This nigga,
He was out there being
this
a
nigga
whore.
Scully packed some
I,
cigarettes and
I
some
not in
condoms.
not in the third world country. Hell no.
This nigga Scully. Why did
I
you
just
pack
wanted to
them?
He was
be
out there being a
comfortable.
whore. Don't pay
But
him no
but see,
mind.
that's the context she didn't provide. Like she didn't say like, yo, I'm going on a 7 day vacation with two pair of drawers. She ain't say like I don't wear drawers every day.
Bro,
That's what she should have ended the sentence with. But then she started talking about washing them in the sink.
with shower gel. I know that's not a part of the regimen. Come on, Isha. Come on now.
Uh, Shower gel is a little
Come
much.
on, man. No, that's throwing
Shower gel is
pHs
a little
all the
much.
way off. Wake it up. I paid
I'm
attention in
getting
health
shorty a
class.
I'm getting shorty a Tide pen for Christmas. She gonna love me forever.
I paid attention in health class, man. I don't think that shower gel is good for what you got going on down there, Tracy. I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah, she could have packed some, something
She
else,
give a
but
new definition to pack light. Erica Badu would be proud.
hey, that would have been clutch if she had that playing in the background.
I ain't gonna hold you. Yeah, that shit was crazy. I don't know. Is that like a norm? I be seeing like stuff.
That's an old school thing. That's just like an old school thing. My grandmother's pulled that before, but my grandmother also is like 80 years old. So
Like taking whole baths.
yeah,
We
she gonna wash her delicates in the sink if she need to wash her delicates in the
we
sink.
we losing recipes, man. That's it. We just losing recipes.
We losing cleaning regimens too, apparently. Cause the I didn't get it. Listen, how old am I? I'm 34. Yeah, I don't get it. Just put it in the washing machine, Tracy. That's all you got to do. That's all you got to.
Or just go buy some new
Oh
pairs.
yeah, or buy some new pairs. Call concierge, man. They got the bag that you can put your shit in the bag. Send it downstairs. Know what I mean? And they're returning to you tomorrow morning. Know what I mean? Go down to Walgreens or wherever y'all go. Uh,
Walgreens.
they ain't got they got drawers at Walgreens. Wherever she was at. Didn't she say she was in Europe or something like that?
I don't know. I didn't watch the
Yeah,
video.
Tracy, man, you crazy. I ain't gonna lie. You are
I
crazy.
like hearing I like hearing privileged people that been rich their whole life do very poor shit. I like that.
Brushing cleaning your shoes with a toothbrush.
Brushing your teeth with your finger in the morning. Like I like hearing rich people do dumb shit.
That's not poor shit, Scully. That's nasty shit. I just want to
That's just dumb.
differentiate
Hey, listen,
people
when I
that
went
are
to juvie,
impoverished still brush their teeth, Scully.
yeah, when I went to juvie, I didn't have a toothbrush, so I had to do it with my finger.
No, that was because you was in the big house. You didn't have a toothbrush. We talking about folks that's on the outside in the free world can smell the clean air, right? We not talking about folks that was locked down. Right? Commissary must not have been hidden. Unfortunate. I apologize that you had to go through that and I wasn't even involved. It's an air for you. No, it's traumatic. But on the outside world, people who are impoverished still brush their teeth, Scully. You brushing your teeth with your finger is crazy. Disgusting.
It was a tough couple days, man. It was a tough couple days. I couldn't get to the store.
How did you end up in you was in juvie for a couple days?
No, no, I was in there for a long time. I
Shit.
was in there for a summer.
For a summer.
I was in there for a summer. They called me trying to steal a car.
Stealing cars.
Well,
Did you get the car at least or you got caught in the process?
man, I was in the passenger seat, laying down, trying to handle, the ignition shit, and the cop pulled me out the car by my ankles.
Wow.
I didn't even see him out there.
You were just unaware.
My situational awareness was very low at
Just
the age of
unaware.
13.
Fam just walked up to you. You ain't heard him. You ain't see no lights, no nothing, and just got you by your ankles.
Grabbed me by my ankles and yanked me out the
Come
car.
on.
I'm just looking. I thought it was the owner. I was like, I'm about to scrap. And then I seen the badge and the utility belt, and I was just like, damn, Batman done got me, bro.
No. How the hell did that? Was you in front of the car? Was in front of the house? It was in the driveway.
Nah, it was on the Ave. It was on the block.
Um,
And I just, boom, went in it. Door was open. I was just testing handles that day, and I found the handle that was open. I'm lucky today. Today's a good day. And I get up in there doing my business, and next thing you know, I'm sitting in the back of the squad car talking about, nah, I just lost my keys, big bro. I just lost
No.
my keys.
How you got car keys at 15? Stop it, Scully.
13.
13? You
13.
lost your
13.
keys at
13.
13? Stop.
I had a beard at 13. I could have pulled it off.
Ah, what you part Indian? How the
Nigerian, brother.
how the hell you got a beard at 13? Listen, I'm 34. I ain't got no motherfucking beard. I'm jealous.
I've been eating coochie since the 5th grade, nigga.
TMI Scully, just too much.
My
Listen,
bad. My pardon self.
listen, I got I'm
But
jealous. I ain't gonna hold you. Damn, bro. So they put you in the little big house for a summer?
Yeah, did my time that summer from right
This nigga
after
said did
right
my
after.
time like he really did a bid.
Well, listen. I was happy to get out. They released me. They released me to my peoples. That I could have got released earlier, but wouldn't nobody come get me.
Wow.
But my sister came and got me, so boom, I was out. And she was like, "Yo, you gotta move, nigga. You can't, what kind of shit you into?"
Your folks said do the crime, do the goddamn time. Y-
And then this house arrest after that. That was all love right there.
Yeah, come on, Scully. You can't be. Come on, man. Just out here doing shit. Why'd you
We've all stolen a car or done something that we shouldn't have done. You shoplift.
I've
when you learn
never
how to speak
stolen a
French,
car.
Scully, what's this we about? What is this we about?
So
We ain't all did nothing.
so let me go small. We've all shoplifted, right?
Yeah, I think that when you go to Walmart in the self checkout, it is your duty to get something on the house.
Nah, don't do that shit today though. They building the case on your ass
Hey,
today.
li-
They'll let They'll let you steal today, and they'll wait till you steal $1,000 worth of shit, and then next thing you know, they send them boys to your front door.
I think it's your duty to get at least one thing on the house when you in Walmart self checkout. That's just how I process it, right? You ain't got nobody here. You what you're saying is take something, right? So deodorant, toothpaste. Hey man, listen, got to get something. But a car, come on, Scully. At 13, what you was gonna do?
I was gonna go pick up the home. We was gonna drive around.
Then return it. Then politely
Nah,
return it.
nah,
Here you go, sir.
nah. I wasn't.
Appreciate it.
You don't bring it back. You don't come back to the scene of the crime, Rashad. You know that. You just drive that motherfucker around when you leave it. When you leave it.
Y'all niggas is great, bro. Never had that want to do that. What is it? Joyriding? Yeah, niggas can't drive, man. I never wanted to do that. That's crazy. Go pick up the homies. Go pick up. Listen, the homies was on their scooters and they bikes. Y'all niggas didn't like mongooses back then.
But
You
imagine
know,
that.
he was a kid in the 60s and 70s. He old as hell.
Say they ain't got no mongoose. Come on, man.
Nah, they ain't had no damn mongoose.
Y'all
They
niggas
don't.
wasn't on
That
skateboards or nothing. Y'all niggas.
by the time mongoose came out, he was an adult.
Come on, Scully.
He was in college.
I was too
That
old.
man
This nigga
I
old.
Scully
was
was
too
trying to
old to
steal a
be riding
broham.
bikes. I was too old to be riding bikes when the X Games came out. Niggas came out and Tony Hawk came out. I was too old to be doing that shit.
Scully, you was trying to boost the El Camino.
Nah, nah, nah.
Hell yeah.
It was a nice joint. It was a nice joint. I would well, that's a black people car. I wouldn't steal from blacks.
You got
It
you
was
got
one of them. It was
discernment.
one of them. It was one of them. It was one of them nice foreign cars. You know, a Saab. You know, one of them cars that they was making. They was still making with steel back then.
This nigga said, I won't steal from blacks. That is the name of the space. Hey man, listen, it's 1 o'clock. I appreciate y'all here. Repost the space, repost the space, repost the space. Follow the host, follow the folks up here saying some good shit to you, man. The Patreon is in the jumbo. There is a free tier. There is a $5 tier. Whatever tier you decide to subscribe, I definitely would appreciate it, man. Got some good content on that motherfucker. We are here talking about Scully's brush with the law. um, unreal, unreal. This nigga tried to get a broham, and the police pulled him out the car by his ankles. No situational awareness. Them folks said I didn't have no situational awareness when that couple was plotting on me. Scully, your story might take the cake. I ain't gonna lie. It might take the cake. This nigga didn't hear nothing. Didn't hear no flashlight.
Nah, you being a bull is way better than him stealing a car. That's normal shit.
Hold on, wait. What is normal? I'm in the twilight zone. Him still in the car is normal.
Yes.
Oh Lord.
You finna be somebody's bull is definitely taking the cake over that.
Oh yeah, my nigga, you was a unicorn. You can't talk about me.
Hey
Yeah.
man, listen.
You got the pineapple upside down in your house right now.
So what? I seen that if you wear pineapples on a cruise ship, that mean that you down for swinging.
That's what I saw.
That's the truth.
That's what the people said. I don't know. I ain't never been on no cruise.
I do have pineapple swim shorts. They're pink with pineapples on them. Um, one of my favorites actually. I also have leopard print swim shorts. For all the fashionistas out there.
That sounds like right. That definitely fits you.
Hey man, listen. I have to be in style everywhere I go, even in the pool. Um, and they're not the long shorts either. You know, you got to have the short shorts, the hoochie
You
daddy
got the
swim
hoochie
shorts,
daddies.
the hoochie daddy swim shorts, fist in the air, fist in the air. Definitely two of my favorites. That I have. I think I have a video with those shorts on too. Yeah, I know I got receipts. I'm gonna post one of those videos with my
Please
swim
don't.
shorts.
Please don't. Please, I don't follow you, bro. Like I put up with a lot of your shit, but that's where I draw the line. Like niggas start coming out on the timeline with speedos and shit.
Hold on. So the pink pineapple hoochie daddy swim shorts, those not in. That wasn't the move. Bad purchase.
No, I mean it's a hey, live your life, brother. But just don't post it on. I just don't want to see it. Keep that away from me and my family. You know what I'm
You
saying?
and your family. Hey, hold on, wait. Let me ask you a question. When you were trying to get this car, was it day or night?
No, it was nighttime.
It was nighttime.
Nah, cause you trying to play me like it was the middle of the afternoon. No, it was the evening.
I'm trying to shoot you some bail, but nighttime it's quiet outside in the streets, and you ain't hear the police pull up on you. Ain't hear no car, no footsteps. You
I
ain't
ain't
see
here.
no lights.
And you know the cops wear them heavy dress shoes, you know, with the
Fat ass
with the
boots.
heel on it, with the heel on it, that click when you walk down the pavement. Didn't hear it.
Yeah, that's unreal. Memphis up here trying to say that that's regular. Nah, man, I ain't never been that. I did used to get get laptops. I'm not gonna say how I used to get them, but I used to get laptops and used to put them on Craigslist. And I definitely got caught up with that shit. I ain't gonna lie. Worst criminal in history. I think I would get that award. Even worse than Scully. Was a terrible, terrible criminal. Would put MacBooks on Craigslist for about $500. And I remember one time, a dude came to buy it. I told him first of all, I told him to come to my dorm room. So he knew where I stayed. This was like a nigga who lived in the town. I told him to come to my dorm room so he knew where I stayed. I was texting him and calling him off of my real number, so he also had my phone number. And then when I went and sat in the car, because he pulled up, I went in there, was giving him the laptop. He was asking me a lot of questions. He bought his daughter and his daughter's boyfriend with him too. I thought he was seemed like he was scared. But he was asking a lot of questions and about why am I selling it and all that shit. I told him a lie. And then he asked me did I have receipt or the box. And I was like, hey fam, are you gonna buy this shit or not? So he ended up not wanting to buy it. So I get out the car. But prior to getting out the car, for some reason I dropped my keys in his car. It had a picture of me on that shit, all kind of shit. So now he knows what I look like and he has a keepsake. So as soon as he left, he went straight to the police station, and told that this kid up there at the college is selling stolen laptops. Yeah, it was a long 6 months in litigation. They tried to charge me with a whole lot of shit. But beat the case, man. I was uh I was ahead of my time in beating cases, man. I was Shannon Sharp before Shannon Sharp, fist in the air for beating the case. But yeah, they definitely tried to rope me with a lot of shit. I was a terrible criminal, and that was the end of my crime spree at 19 years old. But
Not only was you a bad criminal, you was clumsy. You dropped your keys, my nigga. Like forgetful George ass nigga. What's up
bruh,
with
it
you?
had like a prom picture of me on that shit. And so like now, like he don't even have to give the police a description. He can just hand the picture over and say, "Yeah, this is him." Yeah, that was the end. That was the end of my crime spree, man. I think I probably only sold like one or two of them shits. And I was lowballed on those too. So yeah, pretty bad, man. Pretty bad. I had to quit. I had to quit.
Shout out to the boosters and the scammers, man. We need y'all in America. Y'all make the world go round.
I need to find a new booster, man. Boosters ain't boosting like they used to. I used to get all the Nike sweatsuits, all the Nike short suits. What do you call it? Is it short suits or short sets? The short sets. Yeah, I used to get all of those, man. Yeah, they was talking about polo yesterday. I definitely had a chick that used to get all the Ralph Lauren. But I would just get like belts and stuff like that. Not the all inclusive belt like 10 had, but just the regular belts with the couple of holes in them, right? Those. But I wasn't too big on the polo. I ain't gonna lie. Or I used to have the t-shirts. I had a few t-shirts, but yeah, I wasn't too big. But yeah, we need to bring boosters back, man. Cologne, all that. I used to go to the barber shop. The barber used to have like 10 colognes in there that he was selling, man. People ain't stealing enough. That's we need Scully, you need to get back in the streets, man. Don't get caught this time, but you need to get back in the streets, man, and do the
If
hood a
that
service.
nigga got scoliosis, that back gonna lock up and it's gonna be over with.
I was about to say you ain't even say I can't run away from nobody.
Mhm.
I walk like Kaiser Sose from Usual Suspects.
Hey, Scully, I seen that video, right? I ain't want to be an asshole, but I seen that video of that white kid with that head contraption swinging his body around. I said, "Is this what Scully did when he was a kid?" Yeah,
Nah. I wish my shit
yeah.
might be together now. My shit
I
might
was
be.
like, How the fuck does this help people's backs? It looks like it hurt."
No clue. I wish I want to do it now. Actually,
Yo, have you ever tried laying on the ground and then somebody just like walking on your back like George Jefferson?
yeah, at the Chinese spot, where you get the happy internet.
I
I was
cannot.
definitely finna say you going to the happy ending
Listen,
places.
I cannot confirm or deny that I have been a part of one of those establishments. But yeah, I heard that it was pretty cool, man. Heard that it was pretty cool.
Don't do it in
How many
Vegas.
of
You
them
gotta
y'all
pay
got down
double.
there in Atlanta? Y'all got a lot of them.
I would not know. I would not know how many. I would assume that there is a lot, definitely in Gwinnett County. There are a lot of
Mm,
Asians up there. Um,
mm.
but I wouldn't know the exact number. It's a lot. What'd you say, Scully?
I
Don't go in
said,
Vegas.
yeah, don't do it in Vegas. You gotta pay double for that in Vegas.
Double for your trouble.
That's what I heard. That's what I heard from the streets. The streets told me that.
Why would one have to pay double in Vegas?
Shit, Vegas is premier. That's you gonna get the just they gonna throw some glitter on that motherfucker for you. I guess I don't know. I wouldn't look for those services in Vegas.
Hypothetically, did you specifically ask for the glitter?
No, not me, not me. But the streets said that they were asking for some extra stuff, and they got it.
Yo, that is crazy. Yeah, I would think that it would be cheaper in Vegas, man. I'm not gonna lie. I would think that it would be cheaper in Vegas. Vegas is a
Everybody just like the prostitute capital.
uh yeah, but not in Clark County. You got to go outside of Clark County. I want to move to Vegas. I want to move to Henderson actually. But yeah, I'm tired of this East Coast living. I want to move out to Henderson. When I went out to Vegas, it just felt like home. It felt like a wonderful place. Got to wait till these kids get out of school. They said the education is ass. They said they got Louisiana education out there, New Mexico education.
Yo, not too much on Louisiana education.
Oh, that's where you from?
Yeah, I got peoples out there, so relax.
Hey man, I ain't gonna lie. Check the stats. They ain't winning. Not gonna hold you, Scully. Check the stats. Them folks out there. That's why they moving education to state ran instead of federal ran. Yeah, these niggas gonna be 15 and don't know how to spell. I ain't gonna.
Mississippi is worse, so I'm all right with it. As long as Mississippi is under, I'm good.
Listen, them niggas gonna be in 12th grade. Can't read. I ain't gonna lie. The education out there is crazy. I've been to Alabama one time and I was like, I can't believe niggas just live here by choice. That little Bible belt, that's what they call it. The Alabama, Mississippi, Arkansas, Louisiana trio, like a quad. Yeah, that's unreal. I'm not gonna lie. I couldn't imagine just being out there willingly. Hey, did y'all see old girl Gabrielle? She said that she's retiring from OnlyFans. The little chick that Shannon Sharp paid that money to. Wake it up. He done retired my girl. She is no longer in the OnlyFans game. They
That don't make no damn sense.
he didn't got her out the game, man. She didn't did
That just don't make no sense. For that nigga to be such a lick like that. Like, I'm pissed.
um yeah, I do think that is nasty. I think it's foul. Because we see the play. The only thing that she wanted was some bread. I think the ability just to get on this motherfucker and say anything about somebody is ridiculous. Her making that statement though, the statement was
What was the statement? I didn't read it.
nasty. Huh?
What was the statement? I didn't read it.
Hold on, wait. Let me put the statement in here. The statement was nasty. Hold on, it's in the jumbo.
Now that's how you're supposed to do. You're supposed to hit a lick and then get out the game. She's not like your favorite drug dealer who just kept saying, "I'm done after the next key. I'm done after the next big." She hit the big lick, and she said, "I'll never show a titty again." I think she said something about she's gonna focus on investments and shit. Like she got hit off. What she get 20?
Nah, I don't think so. But
We don't know what she
I
got
think
hit
she
off
got
of. They
about
never
like
did
10.
say how much
She
they
probably got
sold
like
it for.
10.
hold on,
She
wait.
probably
So
got
this
like
is
10.
this is the statement. It said today, today I have decided to retire from OF. Thank you for the incredible support you've shown me over the past few years. This community has given me a life I could have never imagined. I'll still be active on social media and have several new projects in the works that I can't wait to share. I'm truly excited for this next chapter. I love you all forever and ever. Oh, shut up. Come on, man. This was
Listen,
nasty.
why the Lord can give me a cold ass heart like that so I can hit a lick? That's all I want to know.
Yo.
Like, God damn, why I got to be such a nice, kind, want to do right by people person? Can I just, you know what I'm saying, get a little juggler high switch real quick so I could come up on a couple of meals? Because, God damn.
She put this out the day of, or like the day. I think this was the day of that the news broke that the charges is dropped. Like this is disgusting.
Immediately. She
This is
immediately put that shit out.
disgusting, dog. I can't lie.
I just want to know if he bagged her off the OnlyFans.
I thought they said that he seen her in the gym or something.
That's
Oh,
what
he
he
saw
said.
that shit.
Yeah,
He
they
said
met at a gym. I forgot where at though.
listen, I've seen the gym videos, the gym baddies. That wouldn't have been one that would be high on my list. I'm not gonna hold you. That wouldn't be high on my list. I don't get down um with the She Devils anyway, but she didn't have the tools. Um
She ain't look. Hold on, let me
Yeah,
say it for you. She ain't look like shit.
Basic John. Real basic.
that's a
It's
fact.
okay, friend.
That's
I
I
can
can
say it. You
agree with that.
can't. She didn't look like shit to be running after.
I can agree with that. That's for sure.
Man.
I'm like, out of all things, I was mad for him because I'm like, yo, come on, man, seriously.
Yeah,
It's something that's way better out there other than that. The crazy thing is about Shorty, she don't open up a wildfire. Now every girl she done started something real crazy because now every girl that got an OnlyFans now is going to try to do some ish like that, especially if they know they see a high profile person that comes into that lives in the area or whatever, or that goes to a facility in the area or whatever the case it may be. Oh, this is going to be so crazy right now. And I am so scared for my brothers with money. Oh, it's going to be so nasty out here right now. So, yeah.
Yo,
Niggas ain't sending text messages no more. It's
never.
only it's
no,
only face to
no.
face
It's
conversations.
probably better for them to send a text because at least they got the evidence. Like you consented to this. You said yes. You accepted the Uber ride and came through or whatever. You know what I'm saying? The crazy thing is he probably wouldn't have gave his family members $50 million, but this mistake is gonna cost him.
I don't think he had to pay her 50 M's. I think she
I
wanted
don't
that. They
see.
probably came to a nice 10.
I don't think the consent was in question.
No, it
It's
was.
the right. Well,
She
no,
said
no, the
that
consent was in question with the courts, but the rest of the bullshit that he put in the text, the big black baby shit and all that shit. That's the shit that stink. That's the shit that he gotta wear. He gotta wear that.
I ain't
You know
gonna
what I'm
lie,
saying?
Trolly. I'm gonna be 100. I don't think I don't think people on Shannon's level or above care about that shit. I think everybody up there, and then just like in regular life, everybody got their own shit that they like in the bedroom. Now, are they gonna put it out for everybody to know? No, but I don't think that that's gonna stick. I don't think the race play is gonna stick. I don't think the age situation is gonna stick. I think the only thing that was gonna stick was did he sexually assault her multiple times? And if she came out and said, "Nah, this is a consensual relationship," then I think he good to go. Years from now, nobody gonna give a fuck about the age difference.
Black women care. Black
He
women
don't like
care.
black women, so listen, it's over.
Well, he don't like women.
We don't like his tight wearing jean ass either. Hell.
Yeah, he don't like black women. So, um, yeah, I don't necessarily think that that's the demographic that he's, you know, where his bread is buttered.
That's that Alabama education, ain't it? That you were just talking about. The fuck?
Shannon went to school in Georgia. Hold on,
Damn,
Georgia
that's
education ain't that
crazy.
bad. Wake it up. Yeah, I don't know. I when I seen that, that was kind of crazy. What was y'all thoughts when y'all seen that? Was it a money
What
grab?
we say? What exactly?
Old girl statement.
That nigga a duck and that shit stupid.
That to me, I just said she just hit the greatest jackpot ever, and that was it. I'm like, she got what she wanted, and now she, oh God, I can say so much about this girl, but I, I can't. Like, it's just nasty. That's all I can say. It's just nasty work because she had it in her mind from the jump. She knew what she was going to do. You know, she was going to get something out of it anyway. Let's just put it like that. She was going to leave with something, even if it wasn't 10 mil. If it was 5 mil, she was going to leave with something.
The
That's just
biggest
that.
the biggest victory that man got is the statement they put out, that Busby put out, saying that that shit was consensual, that they had a consensual sexual relationship that was tumultuous. That was his biggest victory, because everybody knows that once you put a stain on a black man saying that he is a R word person and shit like that, that their goddamn career has gone to hell in a handbasket extremely quickly. So that was his biggest victory. We'll see how he's able to leverage this into more deals and more visibility. You know, him and Ocho was supposed to go on tour right before this shit happened, and they ended up canceling going on tour with that show. So we'll see how he bounces back. But
I ain't gonna
that
lie. I think a year 2 years from now, nobody even going nobody cares now, in my opinion, right? Especially with the sexual assault off the table. I
right.
think it was good for conversation on social media. But in like, 50 and 19, I think that that is a talking point and is valid for the people who say that they wouldn't do it. I definitely understand that because I wouldn't. I think that's crazy. But when we see other relationships play out in front of us, like a Bill Belichick in his little joint, right? And then, we had the Hugh Hefners of the world and all of that shit. Like, niggas don't give a fuck about niggas fucking young hoes, man. These hoes of age, all right, cool. Like, I think that especially niggas who got money for real, like them niggas is all them niggas fucking hoes. So I don't think that that's gonna keep him out of rooms, right? I don't think that race play is gonna keep him out of rooms, right? I think that that sexual assault it did and would. And so outside of that, I think he's straight. I think this should be a lesson to him. This should be a lesson to a lot of motherfuckers, though. Right? I don't know how men could protect themselves from this though. Especially men of means. I don't necessarily um see how they can do anything different. You gonna get mad at your woman, even like listening to the calls, right? I mean, listen, the nigga was mad at his bitch. Like what else? Like it wasn't really nothing else. He said, "Listen, you keep talking crazy, I'm gonna choke shit out you." Come on, man. Who ain't never said that before? Like, stop it. It wasn't that deep, dog, for a nigga to like just be villainized and demonized. It's just like, come on, man. The nigga was mad at his bitch. What else?
That's like a normal argument, ain't it? Well, not a normal argument, but
Yeah, yeah.
escalated argument.
It's like, come on, man, shut the hell up. Like, it's
Hey,
not even. It wasn't
Rashad,
even that deep.
Rashad,
Huh?
check with me and Rasheem just put in the chat, bro.
Yeah, I seen that. We're gonna get to that one.
Yeah, shit wicked.
The evil world we
Rashad,
live in.
It's wicked.
What's the word, Doko?
Hi, Doko.
How does nigga say Rashad and then don't say nothing else? Doko.
yo, can you hear me?
Yeah, you can hear you breaking up. Oh, he dropped back down. He about to come back in. Oh, here we go. What's the word, Doko?
Hey, bro, I just got one thing to say. I'm cutting the grass real quick. Good morning. How y'all doing?
Good
Happy afternoon.
morning. Cutting the
But
grass. Jesus.
yeah,
Sounds
nigga, I
hard.
cut the grass before I go to
Sounds
work.
poor to me.
No,
Sounds
I like to
Sounds
cut
poor
difficult.
to
the
me.
grass.
Y'all don't got no crackheads where you live?
I do. I just don't. I like cutting the grass, and I don't like people around my shit. I'll shoot somebody. But
Oh, okay.
This
uh,
nigga.
real quick with shit is sharp. I don't feel bad for bro. He grew up in the fucking Jim Crow era, nigga. He knows what happens when niggas do certain shit with white girls, bro.
That's why he wanted that's why he probably wanted that white girl to
That's
talk to
why I
him
don't
like
feel
that.
bad for that nigga.
Damn, a nigga can't have a king.
No, you can have your kinks. Just be ready to pay.
Rashad having that kind of kink is dangerous for other men.
How's that dangerous for another nigga?
Oh no, see, I ain't with that now.
Yeah, this the thing though. This the thing because she might think like all men is into that, or when other Jones see that, they might try to, you know what I'm saying, try to play off that with yo wilding. You know what I'm saying? You can't do that. You know what I'm saying? You can't do
Why do
that.
we do that? If you like some shit, that don't mean I like some shit. I don't think that like a fair assumption like that is fair across the board.
You don't think so?
Hell no. Just cause you like to put a thumb in your girl ass, that don't mean I like to put a thumb in my girl ass.
But I'm saying though, like you ain't never seen a John and you just, I mean, I guess, yeah. All right.
Damn, I didn't mean to talk you
No,
down so
no,
easily. Pause.
no, no,
Nah, I
no.
mean it's not worth
But if I
arguing
get
over.
a
You know,
chance,
it's
Walk
not
him
worth a debate.
down.
But I'm just saying in general, like the whole, you look at one John, you like, oh, the Johns must do this. You know what I'm saying? But I feel where you're coming from. It's just not nothing that I felt like was to put my energy into a debate. I feel where you're coming from, though. We can
Just
agree to
cause the
disagree.
last Joan blew you in the car, that don't mean you getting the blowy every time, bro.
This is true, but yeah, that's a fact.
Yeah, I don't know. I think the shit that you do in the private is all good, right? Now that it's out, I think that a lot of people have something to say about it, but a lot of folks got their own shit and what they like. I don't necessarily think that is that deep, right? For me, I think that is weird when it comes out, but is it that deep that he wants his bitch to call him a nigga or whatever, big black
No.
whatever? I mean, go get it how you live, Shannon.
race play is lower tier than the foot niggas. The foot niggas are
Yeah,
weird.
foot niggas is going
The
to hell.
the race play niggas is worse than the foot niggas to me.
No, the foot niggas is
Wait,
worse.
wait, wait. Are you saying there's tiers to freaky kick shit?
Yeah, there are.
Hell
You
yeah,
feet
hell yeah.
niggas
Nope.
are going to hell. You
Feet
are.
niggas,
Freaky is
feet
freaky, no
niggas need
matter
to
how you
be.
cut it.
We need to put feet niggas on the registry.
I think if you like race play, there is something psychologically wrong with you. Like, why do you want to be called out of your name by a white man or woman, or why do you want to be whipped like a slave or talked to like you are a slave? Like, what is going on with you that is so fucked up that you want to say, I want this white woman to call me a nigger and put a belt around my throat. What?
All I'm
Because
Nothing
There's
saying
about
is,
nothing.
nothing
listen,
about
There's
slavery with swaggy.
there's
all I'm saying
nothing
is
about it
y'all
that
nothing was
going
sounds
down a
swag.
dangerous
sexy.
road.
Nothing about that sounds sexy. Nothing. Like
You're
if
going
any of
down a
y'all told me
dangerous
that y'all was
road.
into race plays, I would talk about y'all to the death of me. I swear to God, I would.
Would it be fair if we said it's weird that women want to put on dicks and fuck girls?
How did we get to you being low key homophobic to me talking about race play?
Jesus Christ.
I
Let's
said
talk
it's a
about the
kink,
correlation.
slippery
It's not a
slope.
kink, but that's not a kink. I don't even think race play is a kink. I think it's weird, and I
That's
kink
your
shame,
opinion, and
and I
that's
but I
okay.
kink shame, but I kink shame. So, and I'm gonna keep kink shame a black man or a black woman who wants a white
How
person
this
to call them
nigga
out of their name.
self-proclaimed king shamer?
Yes,
Kyra,
we got to bring back shame, right?
listen, I don't
I talk about people who are in interracial relationships, so there's that. I think it's all weird. That's just
I don't
me.
I don't want no nobody. outside of black saying nigga to me, that's not my bag, never been my bag.
Me neither.
Um, but I think that like uh some girls like getting called bitch during sex, some girls don't. Right? Is that I don't know, is that not the same? Like
There's
Is it
levels
weird to
to the
want to
No,
be
it's
spat
degradation.
on?
levels. It's
There's
levels.
levels to the degradation.
yeah, I think some
Ain't nothing wrong
How?
with a little bitch. Ain't nothing wrong with a little
One
slap.
person
Ain't
is
nothing wrong with a
degradation,
little
and next person
slut
is
or a
domestic
hoe.
violence.
yeah, some hoes like to be slapped.
Time and place, though. Go time and place. Like you can slap me in the bedroom when the
Fuck.
lights ain't on, but don't slap me in the kitchen while I'm cooking dinner.
Too much salt, nigga.
But what if that's the foreplay?
Nah, I'm cooking hamburger helper. It's not time for foreplay.
What if y'all into edging, right? That's the edging. Punch you.
What are we going at 1:30?
No, see, Doko's a feet nigga. He just
What's
revealed
Hey,
edging?
himself.
foot niggas going
Absolutely
to
not. You
hell.
got me fucked.
Do
What's
y'all know what
edging?
edging is?
What's
Yes, and
edging? I'm lost.
these niggas
It's
is
something I do.
too
It's something I
freaky
do
at
when I'm painting
1:30.
the house.
That's doing what I'm doing right
That
now,
got
cutting the
shit to
grass.
do with paint.
Shannon Sharp didn't open up the freak bag on a Monday. Listen, niggas is supposed to be checking emails. Y'all niggas didn't open up the freak bag.
Oh Jesus.
No, but wait, what's
Jesus.
edging though?
Nah,
Baby, I
go
need you to
Google
use your
it.
Google.
Google it, real. Google it.
Use your Googles.
Damn,
Them
I'm
I
You
cookies
old
need
can't
gonna
you to
be
now.
educate
go
my
I
right
don't
man's.
even
here.
know the new terms. I'm old as hell. Damn.
Yeah.
Nigga,
Uh-huh.
that's an
Chat
old.
nasty
Use
as
your
GPT will
Googles.
cookies.
give you the deets. Chat GPT will give you the deets, real. I'm not gonna lie. Listen, I'll point you towards a late night freak space, and you
Wait,
can
so y'all
ask
don't
all
be
those
edging?
questions that you want. Listen,
Doko, please.
y'all niggas is getting into the freak
Bye,
bag.
y'all.
You
Unreal.
are such a menace.
Unreal. Yeah, yeah, but I don't get into like whatever he does and did in his bedroom. That's why I don't necessarily agree with a lot of the backlash because I'd be more focused on like what was the like the case about and shit like that. Niggas can, you got the Black Panthers that talk about the race play and shit like that and why he let that white girl do that. Listen, this nigga grew up in Glenville, Georgia. I know where Glenville at, and it ain't shit in Glenville today. So it damn sure wasn't shit in Glenville back then, and it was probably racist as hell because it's racist now, right? And so that's what he grew up, and that's what he seen. The nigga always had dreams of fucking a plantation owner daughter or some shit. I don't know. Get it how you live, Shannon. That ain't none of my business. Get it how you live,
Just keep
fam.
that shit off my timeline. I'm over it.
This nigga's a freaky
When you
frog.
take it too far, when you say I want your black baby gravy inside of me, that's when you go too far.
I ain't
That
gonna lie.
shit be nasty.
Might have been in her bag when she said that. I ain't gonna lie. She might have been in her bag when she said that one. The baby gravy is wild. Yeah. But listen, there was y'all hating on foot niggas is crazy. Av, you just exposed yourself. Av, you just exposed yourself as a foot nigga. And I just want you to know that if you are, you going to hell, man. Listen, you my dog. You my dog, Av.
They just
But
gave Cash Out life.
who?
Cash Out the rapper. They
Oh
just gave
yeah.
they just gave him life. Him and his mama.
Yeah. A lot of these niggas is going down. Cash out. Silento, he got 30 years. A lot of y'all niggas is going down. Stay on the right side of the road. Don't be like Scully. Um, this nigga didn't even know the police was behind him. Unreal. But yeah, let's talk about Malcolm Jamal Warner, man. Unfortunate news came across the timeline. He has died in an accidental drowning. Um, rest in peace to Theo. Very
What?
unfortunate.
Yeah, man.
Very unfortunate. Theo is no longer with us, man. Uh, no good. No good.
Question: did
Uh,
he just release some big news or something? Did he say something recently or something? Did he release something? Did he expose some people or something? Is this real or what's
yeah, he
Are
drowned.
you kind of conspiracy theory is death already? The man been dead for 10
They just
seconds.
died like 8 minutes ago.
I'm
Damn.
just
God
asking.
damn.
I'm just asking. Cause
That's
drowning. I'm just
crazy.
asking.
How the hell did we get to YouTube Theory University that goddamn quick?
My man said, "Do your due diligence."
They said he is a host of a podcast. Not all hood is the title. It said that he just dropped a recent episode 3 days ago. Um, I don't necessarily know what kind of other things that he was in. Um, conspiracy theory. It's crazy, real. You're a wild one. You're a wild one. Yeah, but rest up. Rest up, Theo, man. That shit is nasty. I don't I don't understand. I feel like drowning can be so preventable if he was actually swimming. My homeboy died 4th of July weekend from a, a drowning, what they're saying. Um and so I don't know, like a lot of folks I don't get the not knowing how to swim aspect. Now, if there's a situation in where drugs were involved, alcohol was involved, you shouldn't be in the water, period. And so that might not be the smartest thing to do. But black folks, we gotta learn how to motherfucking swim. We gotta learn how to swim.
No, thank you, nigga.
We gotta learn
The
how to
fuck?
swim, man.
No, thank you. Not playing in no water.
Hey, man,
Teach yourself, Mr. Nigga. I'm not swimming in nothing. I'm
we
Ain't
gotta
a
good.
learn how
damn
to
thing.
swim.
I like the ocean, but I'm not learning how to swim. I am a-okay. I'm good. I don't live by no water. I live in my land is locked. We are good. we don't
Swimming
have
it,
we don't have hurricanes. None of that. We all right over here.
swimming is so easy. Drowning is so preventable. Um, and every time I see these stories of people drowning, um, first thing that comes to my mind is hopefully no drugs or alcohol, right? But then two, I like why don't they know how to swim? Like raising my kids. I think my daughter, early on, when water would just like touch her face, like she just went into convulsions, and I would be upset. It's like, why the fuck are you scared of water? So I put them in swimming classes. We just went to the pool the other day, I think Sunday. We went to the pool, and she was in the pool. I was sitting on the side, and football was floating, and she was trying to get to the football, but it started floating to like 4 feet, and I was like, watch out. It's deeper out there. And she's like, oh, I just want the football. And so she get out there, and then now she can't feel the bottom. And so it's not the fact that she can't swim, because she can stay afloat and she can swim, but she just couldn't feel the bottom. And then she started panicking and trying to jump and catch her breath. So I walked out there and got her, but I was like, teaching her, one, you gotta calm down, right? Because you know how to swim, you know how to float, and use what you've been taught. And so that it with my kids is very important that they understand, like, one, water ain't nothing to play with. Ain't no coming back from this shit. Like, and then two, being relaxed in the water and being calm in the water and not panicking. Cause I think that is like would be fucking people up the most, right? You get in some water and you can't feel the bottom, and then now you just, out of your goddamn mind. And so, all them extra movements, you tire yourself out, and then that's where drowning comes into place. But I think we do need to learn how to swim. Like it doesn't make any sense why so many black folks don't know how to swim, in my opinion. Because I just hate seeing these motherfucking stories all the time, right? And then being affected by it with people that I know that have drowned and have died. I know another dude that has died way back like 2012 going to the Georgia Florida game. Just died. Like it doesn't make any sense. I don't know. But that's something that I definitely push on my kids is the ability to swim, because this is crazy, man. Took a legend. Theo was a legend. I mean, and he was one of those guys who growing gracefully. Definitely somebody where we see all of these child stars, right? And they get on drugs, they get high, they addicts, they lashing out. How many Britney Spears videos do we need? Like, come on, Britney. But like we see this shit, and then when you see a black man who was on one of the most iconic shows, especially back in its time, of a black family that was doing things the right way. And he grew from that and grew gracefully, and where he didn't have those pitfalls publicly. He probably went through some shit, but not publicly, right? He always handled himself with a level of class. When you seen him, he wasn't looking raggedy. He spoke well, right? And so for, this situation to be taken, him taken away from, not only his family, because I know that his family is grieving and hurting, but taken away from black culture. A lot of folks have very, very fond memories of Theo. A lot of people know him as Theo, right? And so I just, heart goes out to his folks, heart goes out to his family, man. But like I said, I would definitely implore a lot of folks to get in the water, man, and learn how to swim. Get in the water, learn how to swim. It is vital. It is vital. What they say, 3/4 of the world is covered with water. Hey, man, get your ass out there. Kyra, Memphis.
Sir, I live
No,
by
nigga.
the Ohio River. I am okay. I'm never gonna swim in there ever. Like I wouldn't even survive in that motherfucker. You know how nasty the Ohio River is? It's gross. It's by far the grossest river ever. No.
Y'all got a rec center. Y'all got a rec center
We
somewhere.
got rec centers, but baby, let me tell you something. I ain't going unless it's gonna play some basketball. What am I going? No, no,
Y'all
no.
got rec centers, man. I took when I took my girl out the country for the first time, she don't know how to swim. And we went to like this little resort slash water park type shit. And I was like, hey man, like we getting in the water. Like I don't know like what you got going on, but like we getting in the water. And so the first thing that she did was a zip line. Like, you know how you get on the zip line and then that shit like just like take you into the water type shit. And so it was like a no, I went before her. So I went before her and I was down there waiting for her. And I'm not gonna lie, I was proud. Like she did that shit and didn't give a fuck, right? She did it and she done psyched herself up, and then when she got in that water, it was panic central. But she had a life jacket, all this shit, but she was kind of panicking, and so I went over there and grabbed her and just chilled there for a little bit so that she could understand that you're not going under. I mean, you're not gonna drown, right? But it was definitely a new experience. But after she calmed down, she did it again, and then like throughout the day, it was more of that, like going down the slides and shit like that. I think that getting over that initial fear is probably the hardest part. But once you get comfortable and understanding, little maneuvers and how to stay afloat and shit like that, I think that it gets better. But that initial fear is a motherfucker. Mushy, what's the word? How you feeling?
I just want to ask Kyra, like, what kind of childhood did y'all have that y'all ain't go to the pool as kids and learn how to swim? Or what's the feel of water? Like it's controlled when you can go to your local pool. Like not all my niggas learn how to swim. Like from us playing water games and shit at the pool when we was kids. Like I don't get it. Like to be scared of? Like my girl just learned how to swim like what 2 years ago or something, but she enjoyed it. The shit ain't gonna kill you. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it can kill you, Paul. Like, but the shit is fun to learn how to swim. Is a great activity. It's like for exercising and shit like that. It ain't just to swim. Like it's just to be calm in that water. Like bro said, like the most thing that people drown from is panicking. Um, in the water. Like, long as you know how to control yourself and float, and have a good time in the pool and shit, it's fine. Like, I don't get it, but to each his own. Niggas need to learn, like you said, niggas need to learn how to swim, bro.
Everybody has their fears. Like I have a fear of heights and I have a fear of like big bodies of water. Like I would never go on a cruise.
Okay, we is
So
4 foot
yeah, and I'm
tall. We don't
short.
play with water and height.
Exactly. Like I'm
Nigga, when I
short.
was 4 feet tall, I was in the
You was
12 feet
never
going
4 feet
out.
tall.
Rashard 4 feet tall
Hey,
right
I knew the
now.
jokes was gonna come to me. How the fuck?
Yeah, well, like, but all right, so this we had a game called I forgot the name of this shit. It was shock, like say it like a shock. So it's 12 niggas on one side, one nigga on the other side. So if so, you had to get when the dude jump in and be like shock, everybody jump in. He got to catch one motherfucker, bring him all the way to the top, dunk him, and now you on his side, bro. We used to be kids going all the way to the bottom of the 12 feet just to make it to the other side so we wouldn't get caught. So it's just like we learned that shit as kids. You know what I'm saying? Like that big body of water, nigga, you not going in the goddamn ocean. And for real, that's how you learn. That's one reason you do need to learn how to swim, because if that current come and you get caught in that current, then you know how to float. You know what I'm saying? Like, but I guess y'all just go to y'all knees and just don't. You know what I'm saying? Don't go out there. So I don't get it. You know what I'm saying? But swimming is fucking
Man,
fun, bro.
them folks threw me in 12 feet at 4 years old and told me get out the pool. And so
Listen,
that's how I learned how to swim.
I had NYSP as a kid, and we was supposed to learn how to swim, and them niggas didn't teach me nothing but how to push off the damn edge, and that was about it. And then after that, I just never got back in the pool like that for real. So I never really learned. Um, but I just also ain't finna play in the water. I hear way too many horror stories about motherfuckers in water. Will I get in the pool? Yes. My feet need to touch the ground. As long as my feet can touch the ground, I'm fine. I'm not going to no deep end. I'm not playing no water games. Don't grab me, pull. Don't do none of that shit with me in no motherfucking water.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Not
that's
gonna
like
do
me.
it.
Like I go to the, like when we go out of town, like when we had went to Miami, I got in the water. I went got in the ocean. I did all of that. Like I get in the water. I just don't know how to swim, and I don't want to. I'm okay if I never learn how to swim. Like my mother learned how to swim when she was 8 months old. My uncle like threw her in the fucking pool and told my grandma, "Hey, your baby's drowning." And when she turned around, my mom was swimming. Like nobody just never taught me how to swim, and I just don't like. I'm in my mid 30s. I don't really care to learn how to swim now. Like I'm okay. Like I don't think like swimming at this age, like me learning how to swim at this age, is gonna change anything.
what well, I do think that is a valid question that he asked. Was there anything like traumatic that happened while y'all was in the water? Or y'all just never learn and just know that the possibility, you don't want to take that risk because of the possibility. Ki-
Um,
No, ain't nothing happened to me.
yeah, nothing
I
happened.
may have had. I've had a moment where I got scared and I had to calm myself down and pull myself back up, and I was fine. But nothing happened while I was trying to learn at the summer camp. It just never. It was too many kids, right? And so you can't really teach 20 kids how to swim, and you only got one lifeguard and maybe two instructors. Like somebody gonna learn and somebody not. So it wasn't enough like one-on-one attention. But yeah, at this grown ass age, I know my limitations. I take them and I keep it pushing.
Yeah, one thing that I was proud of is my daughter when she went through that, she still wanted to be in the water after that. Right? She wasn't scared. She didn't like want to go sit off on the side. It was like, all right, I went out too deep. now, now I'm back where I can, stand up. And so, back to the games and doing flips and stuff like that. That was something that I was paying attention to because especially at a young age, having a situation in where you are scared, and now, that could have been one of those moments where it's like, you know what, nah, I ain't fucking with this shit no more. But she didn't have that attitude. And so that was something that I definitely was proud of. I think it's important, man. I'm not gonna lie. Here you see all of, these Lake Lanier reports every single year. Um I think these late Lanier shits, niggas don't understand that undercurrent out there, and so a lot of folks just be fucking around out there. But even still, we just see it too much, and every time I see it with a black person, it's just like, God damn, like to me, it seems like something that is preventable. CJ, I wanted to read CJ's tweet. He said, "Knowing how to swim doesn't save you from drowning. Most people who don't know how to swim stay out of water. Most people who drown knew how to swim, but it was something else that caused the drowning." Uh, I disagree with this. I'm not gonna lie. I think yeah, I disagree with
I
this.
agree with that because Naya Rivera from Glee, she died from drowning and she knew how to swim, but she literally died from trying to save her son, and she she threw him on a life jacket and learned, and she knew how to swim. So it's like I do believe in that. Like sometimes the current is too heavy for you and too much, and even just because you do know how to swim, don't mean you're gonna beat that current. That like water is dangerous. It's the same way like I tell people all the time, like you can use a car as a weapon. Water is dangerous. And you can drown in no matter like in any amount of water. It doesn't have to be big things of water. Like you can drown. So I don't know.
Yeah, I think because water ain't nothing to play with, right? It's unforgiving. I do think that being aware of the type of water and the type of situation that you in is very important. Um, I think where was not was she in Atlanta? Where was she at? Or was she in California? I forgot.
Naya Rivera, she was in
Yeah,
Oh yeah.
California.
yeah.
Yeah. So I think like I said with like Lake Lanier, niggas going out in Lake Lanier with no life jackets on, even if you know how to swim, um it's not the smartest idea in the world. Um, when you these water that do have undercurrents, just because it's a lake or whatever, it still does have a flowing current. And understanding that also plays a big part. Um, but I do think that with swimming, with drowning, a lot of accidents happen, right? And where people end up in the water somehow. We just seen the Kanika Jenkins, her best friend or one of her friends, she was on a boat in Chicago and somehow ended up in the water, right? And I think reports were that she didn't know how to swim, right? But there were, a lot of times these things happen accidentally and where people end up in water or in situations and where they can't get out of. Right. So it's not necessarily like they know they can't swim and so they're getting into the pool. No, it's just like something happened, something popped off. Now you're in the water. Now what you gonna do? Right? Because Kyra and Memphis say they not getting in the water, and people who have that same mindset, I definitely would understand that. I would implore y'all to go and figure it out because one, it opens up a lot of different fun activities that y'all could do. And a lot of just a lot of positives, exercises and shit like that. So I would implore y'all to go do that.
My wife want to learn how to swim because she don't know how to swim either. So so if something happens to either one of us in the water, we both be shit out of luck.
Yeah, but I see like
but
that a lot of times.
but she wanna learn how to swim though. So I guess like if she wants to learn how to swim, I don't have no choice but to learn with her. Like I'm not gonna have a choice.
A lot of times that's what happens though, and where I somehow you end up in the motherfucking water, and so you wasn't searching for it. Like this wasn't what you wanted to do, but you here now. So how the fuck am I gonna get out? And so I think that is that is why you learn how to swim, right? Just for being prepared for the in case shit. You never know, right? And I think that is one, a skill that everybody should learn, just in my opinion. And two, it's fun, like I said, with a lot of different activities. But then on the other hand, if you need it, you got it. Right? You don't want to be in a situation where you need it and you don't have it. And I think that is where a lot of these situations come from. I don't necessarily think that it's people who like know how to swim and then get in the water and then they fucked up. Maybe it might be some stats to prove me wrong. But I think that a lot of times folks are in that position and they don't have the tools that they need to get out of it. and so that's what happens. Yeah, I just it's a sad thing, man. A sad thing. People that we have seen kind of grow up, people who have had impacts in our life one way or another. I know the generation before us, um, our parents and shit definitely um fucked with the Cosby Show. I'm gonna call my folks and see if they heard about the news. But yeah, man, that sucks. That sucks, man. Prayers up to Malcolm Jamal Warner and his family. Prayers up to that, man.
Most definitely, man.
Nasty, man. It's a crazy world. I thought it was something else happened. Somebody said it was, you know, um something else more salacious happened to him. That's what I was getting the understanding of. Somebody had DM'd me. Yeah, but to see this cause, this is crazy. I would like to see other folks um that was a part of the cast speak on this and give their takes. What was that show that he was with where Malcolm and Eddie? That's one of the sleeper shows, man. I'm not gonna lie.
That's one of the best shows
Malcolm and
ever.
Underrated show for
Eddie,
sure. Underrated.
I love Malcolm and Eddie.
Get the
that's
giddy.
a sleeper.
That was like, and I can't find that show nowhere. Like I can't find it
No,
nowhere.
I got it on my YouTube. I have found it on YouTube, but they got every episode.
For real?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to check that out. That was my one of my favorite shows. Like, and it didn't last that long either, did it?
Uh it
No.
had about like 80 something episodes. Yeah, I think it had like 5 seasons and like 80 something episodes.
Did it? I don't know why I thought it only had like 2 seasons.
Nah, that shit
Yeah, I thought it only
nah,
had
that
like
shit
two.
had 5 seasons.
Damn.
Yeah, and then him and Eddie Griffin fell out because he said that Eddie Griffin wasn't taking it serious basically. He was showing up late and shit like that. And
I can believe that.
It says it's on Tubi.
It's on Tubi.
Yeah.
Everything on Tubi, boy. As long as I don't have to watch a Tubi movie and I can just watch my throwback
Oh,
shows.
it says it has four
oh
seasons.
yeah.
Oh
How many
shit, I'm gonna have
episodes
to
was
watch
it?
that.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
89.
he
think it was like
said
80
Oh,
Eddie
something.
was doing too much.
Yeah, he said Eddie was a wild nigga, man.
I can believe that. Like, I really can, because that was a good show, and I feel like it could have lasted a lot longer if maybe Eddie would have just did what he needed to do. Because Malcolm just seemed like he was like a punctual guy, like he was serious about his work. So, and it was like I said, it was a good show. And then the lady who played the girlfriend on there, I think she passed away too, didn't she?
They played the girlfriend.
Yeah,
You talking about
yeah, she
Nicolette?
passed away too, didn't she? Or am I
Karen
mistaking her for
White.
I
somebody
think.
else?
No, Karen White's still alive.
Is that her name?
Yeah, that's her name.
Oh, I don't, oh, then I'm mistaking her for somebody else. Then I don't know who I'm mistaking her for.
Yeah, Karen White's still alive. But yeah, I think yeah, that was matter of fact, I just watched all of them shits last year. That's how I knew about the episodes, man. And I think that when did Cosby show end? Let me see. Cause I think that was his first show after that. Yeah, Cosby show ended in 92 and then Malcolm and Eddie started in 96. I think that was his
Mm-hmm.
first show after, being typecast because I think that we've seen a lot of times in where childhood actors or just actors in general, they've played a role so long and been beloved by the people so long that now you only see them as this. And so we seen, with Malcolm and Eddie, him trying to break out of that Theo role and being an adult and having adult topics. Cause I think he was a writer on there as well. I'm pretty sure. And so him trying to break out of that and then doing a good job in getting to 89 episodes. And I think there was an issue with because I think 100 episodes is syndication and they
Mm.
stopped 11 episodes short of being syndicated for a lot of fuck shit that was going on set, which is unfortunate, man. I'm not gonna lie. That shit is unfortunate. Lavita, what's the word? How you feeling?
Hey, hi everybody.
Hey,
Hi
Vita.
guys. Happy Monday. I am
Hey, friend.
hi everybody. What up, Mr. Mamas? What's up?
It was good.
I I had to come up here. Sometimes, a lot of times, I like to just listen. But I wanted to come up because I am a woman of a certain age and I grew up on the Cosby Show. So this feels like one of my kinfolk has passed away. Um, Malcolm Jamal Warner. Theo, if you're a fan of the Cosby Show, Theo Aloysius Huxtable, I am just remiss. He recently appeared on Melissa Ford's podcast where he talked about being becoming a new dad later on in his life, and just getting married and finding a lot of that happiness later on in life. Um, and I don't know, this is just really sad. Accidental drowning always makes me feel I'm triggered. I have a lot of PTSD from Whitney and her accidental drowning. And then,
Yeah, for
Bobby
sure. For
Christina, I just
sure.
have a lot of post traumatic about some of my legends accidentally drowning. It's not funny, but it's true. So this is causing me to also kind of cock one eyebrow up. But at the same time, Malcolm Jamal Warner deserves all the flowers. He, not only, you guys were talking about Homeboys in Outer Space, yada, yada, yada. He was a child actor from New Jersey. He has producing, directing, and writing credits on several shows that we all love. And yeah, this is really sad because it just kind of, for me at least, marks the kind of turning of a tide where the things that I've grown up to know and love and the people that are kind of were part of the zeitgeist of that culture are passing away, and so it causes you to look at your own mortality. And yeah, I don't want to make it morbid and sad, but this is definitely somebody who deserves all the flowers, because coming up, you weren't seeing black boys portrayed the way that he was portrayed on the show. You just weren't. You know what I mean? Like his first ear piercing, that was part of the culture. That was part of the zeitgeist of the culture of that time, where boys couldn't get their ears pierced. It was looked at as, right now, people are piercing their sons' ears before them niggas can talk. Back then you couldn't do shit like that. And he represented, kind of his he had he had dyslexia, and they played that out on the show, and what that looked like for a black family to really get into that. Black families weren't acknowledging shit like that. They just weren't. Kids were just having to struggle through the school system. So yeah, he was really just a really pivotal part of the culture for me. So rest in peace to Malcolm Jamal Warner.
Yeah, I think like that time showing a black family, well-to-do black family, but still having the normal type of issues in raising children or husband and wife, in where it showed happy, it showed serious, but it showed us in a positive light. We ain't out here, no disrespect, but we ain't all shucking and jiving like Rerun, right? It showed us in a good light. And my mom definitely loved that show. That was just one of those ones. Even my generation, like, we still have a working knowledge of the Cosby Show, and probably then sat down and watched episodes, and then how it spent off to different world and shit like that. Like, even like, still we have an understanding of that man, and who Theo was, and then who he progressed to be after Cosby Show, like, like I said, Malcolm and Eddie, and then few other shows that he was in. What was that show? I want to say he had something with Tracy before. Him and Tracy had a show. I might be wrong. But yeah, just the graceful progression. That is something that sticks out to me, and where he didn't fall for the pitfalls of the childhood actors, right? And the things that they went to.
Yeah. I mean, even people on castmates on his show had some rough go at it. I wouldn't necessarily say Lisa Bonet made it through unscathed, but listen, they weren't the perfect family. I know a lot of people like to put that on their jacket. The situations that they experienced as the family kind of denoted the fact that they were not perfect, but they were very dignified. And it was important for us to be portrayed in that way at that time. So, yeah, big deal, and big up to him. But I don't want to keep it dignified in here for too long because I know how y'all do.
No, man, we chilling today, man. It's a Monday, man. It's a Monday. Folks out here getting their work done and shit like that. Definitely wasn't expecting that. I I did want to get into the foolishness. Um but that was kind of something that was unexpected, man, but we definitely got to touch on it because he did play a big part, if not in our growing up, definitely most likely our parents, um in shaping, black culture, black community. And so his work was definitely appreciated, man. Speaking of Tracy, I wanted to get your thoughts on what Tracy did, Lavita, if you wanted to talk about that. That was kind of
Well, I was listening to you guys, and she did come out since that story came out and said that it was definitely a misprint on the part of the original person that she had been speaking to. Excuse me, that she had been speaking to. They kind of over exaggerated the amount of underwear, and she had this video where she actually showed herself wrenching out her underwear. And she said that she this is something that she does when she travels. She packs, she's a fashion girly, so having if you're a fashion girl, having seamless thongs that kind of work with everything, or whatever the case is, you're not going to bring 40 pairs with you on a trip to Paris, even though you might need to constantly be changing them. So she said she brings a couple of pairs and she wrenches them out and hangs them out to dry and rewears them. I mean, I I don't I don't know what to say. What am I supposed to say about
that
this?
ain't it. I ain't gonna lie. I used to talk to a chick.
Do you prefer your girls like just don't have any like hand to crotch contact with their underwear? It should go straight in the washing machine and then straight to the dryer?
I don't
Like
I
is
don't know
what
I don't know
what
how y'all
relieves you as a
utilities
girl?
work, right? So
Yeah.
I I have no
Some of the girls say the expensive ones you gotta hand wash. Yeah, so
Yeah, I mean, listen, this is not for the girls who are probably buying their underwear at Target. You can throw that shit in the washing machine, like whatever. If you are buying Asian
Lavita.
Couture, if you are like buying like
the
I
ones
don't
that go
know.
over the fupa, the big ones
Well,
from Target that go
big
over the
ass.
fupa.
I don't know if your girdles or your whatever those are. I don't know if those count either. Listen, I tell me the part that's most defensive. Is it the hand to crotch contact? What is it?
I don't I had a young woman that I was dating, and um it wasn't even a draws, right?
Were you ever single?
I was single in this time, yeah.
Oh, okay.
But she would come through, and we hang out and shit like that, but we weren't together. But she would hang her bras up in, like, at my house. And I'm like,
So
what the fuck
yeah, so
like in the bathroom and
I
stuff. I'm like, what
learned
does
that
this
from
mean? Like,
Lavita. I learned this
Yes,
from
I'm hanging my bra.
so Lavita. I
I'm
learned this
hanging
from
my bra
listening.
because I don't want the wire to cut through the material in the
Yeah, and
dryer.
depending on
And
how
now I don't
expensive that bra
fucking
is
so she
too.
was washing
You
her
don't
bras in the sink?
Yes. Did you never see your grandma do that?
I mean, you could wash them in the You could wash them in the washer. You just let them air dry. You don't put
Yeah.
them in
No,
the
she ain't
dryer to
never
dry.
Have
washed her clothes at my house, but I just she would like hang them up.
She just always came over and washed her bra. Like that was like her thing.
I guess I just seen them hung up, and I was like, "Is she trying to like leave something here so like other hoes won't
That
see?"
might
Like,
have been it. That doesn't sound like, especially if she is. Listen, again, my understanding of underwear treatment is going to be different than that of like all the girls with regular size boobs. Like, m- I don't pay $30 for a bra. I'm paying 70,
Yeah, we
$80 for a
seen them
bra.
things.
Okay, so
you
I'm
said
not doing it.
$70.
Yes.
70.
the bigger the
Uh,
boob, the more your bras cost. That's
Listen,
literally
it's
you have to wear
the
like good
the
bras.
more dynamic the sizing, the harder it is for you. So small back, big cups. What can I tell you? But
Yeah, so
anyway,
look,
the point
if,
is that you can, a cheaper bra, you can throw it in the washing machine, do whatever you want to it. You'll just go back and buy another one the next time Walmart has a blue light special, I suppose. But
I,
if you
I
are
learned that from
wearing a
dating a girl from
Felina,
Brooklyn.
or if you're wearing a provocateur, or if you're wearing something that costs more than a 2-for-1 special, I could understand why you would be hand washing it. The underwear that Tracy was washing, I will say, they did not look like your average American Eagle 5 for 30 special. I.
I learned that shit from dating a girl from Brooklyn. God damn it, I was getting the goddamn the shower and shit. And then one time her dad had stayed with us and all them niggas was washing their goddamn drawers in the shower. I'm like, what the fuck going on? What's this West Indian shit y'all got going on in this motherfucker? But that's how they do. Like some people do that shit as a regular. It's a norm though.
yeah. I don't
You see you,
listen.
you seen that shit that
I've
Jumbo would do getting punched?
I've watched my grandma do it, and I watched my
Oh yeah, we
mom
gonna
do
get to
it, so
that.
I learned how to do it. So it's just something that women do so they don't ruin their underwear.
Yeah, I don't listen. God bless y'all and the women who do it. Um, my babe.
Yeah, it ain't no
It's
different than
not
taking your
nasty. It's
clothes to
not
the cleaner.
unsanitary. It's just something that women do, and like most women, like I'm pretty sure most women growing up were told like when they came home to make sure that they wash out their underwear in the sink and not just throw them in the washer because you don't want it to like spread over. Like it's just something that you just taught to do as a young girl. That's it. Like she not doing nothing wrong, and them drawers probably cost like $500 a piece.
Yeah, they ain't look cheap. Man.
They wasn't cheap. She Diana Ross daughter. You think she wearing something cheap?
$500 a piece. That's an expensive ass. I ain't gonna lie. $500 a piece. That's crazy. Listen, listen. I wanted to get to what she put up here. I did see this post. This young man was in the car in Jacksonville. As
Oh yeah, this is gonna piss me off.
Yeah, he was in the car in Jacksonville. They pulled him over for some bullshit. They said that his lights weren't on during the rain. And he
It wasn't raining.
Yeah, and he was questioning them, and they were tired of his questions. So they broke the window, and in breaking the window they punched him in the face, got him out the car and threw him onto the ground. Um I did see Jacksonville police chief put out a statement and said that they will be looking into this. The first thing that came to my mind is they put a date on this shit, and it was from February. This event happened in February. What's today? July? Why did it take social media for them to investigate internally this situation? Where the fuck was the what's the thing called? The body cam? And don't you have to do like some type of report? This looks egregious. This looks like uh I don't even know. I can't even describe it. He wasn't doing anything. He wanted a supervisor. Y'all put me over on some bullshit. It's folks on the road right now who don't have it on. why are there all these police cars surrounding me, or all these police dudes surrounding me? It was two at his door. It was one that he was talking to through the passenger side. What the fuck is going on? Right. And so for me, I seen it and it looked real nasty. He said he had to get stitches in his mouth. His tooth went through his lip. Um, yeah, I didn't enjoy watching this. Mushy, how did you feel about it?
Man, for me, it's been hard to keep my goddamn composure, and I ain't gonna lie. Like, I got kind of a disdain for police officers because of this shit and the shit I seen them do. You know what I'm saying? And like me being like falsely accused before of some shit. You know what I'm saying? So anything them people do, I don't fuck with. Like they boil my blood. And this shit right here, I commend him for keeping his composure on this shit, bro. Because you ain't just gonna punch me for no reason. Like I had an incident
You know what?
when the
What you
police.
gonna do with three officers around you?
I'm fighting, shot. I'm fighting. Like that's me. My girl had to keep me from stealing off on a police officer out here one time because he pushed me for no reason because I'm calling him a pussy and everything. You know what I'm saying? And they had to get like 6 officers out here because I was ready to goddamn beat his ass. Like I don't do that shit. Like you put your hands like I told the supervisor. And if I would have hit him, I would have been in the wrong. She tried to goddamn uh she was like, I seen him, you know what I'm saying, from the body cam footage, like when he pushed you, you know what I'm saying? So I was like, what if I would have reacted? You know what I'm saying? It's like, you want to file a report? I'm like, fuck yeah. Because if I would have reacted, like my girl, like, soon as he pushed me, my girl, like, jumped in the mid between us. So they had like 6 more police officers coming over there. And I'm looking at the black officer like, y'all doing this shit. Y'all seeing how he reacting scared as a bitch. He got down just mad at words and shit. Like I told him, you a bitch ass motherfucker, take that goddamn badge off. I don't fuck with him like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, and he was just being petty. So this right here, like I said, I just commend him for goddamn keeping his composure because that would have been hard as fuck for me to do. For real, like we already got it that you assault me. That you know what I'm saying? Like I don't believe in that. They got that immunity shit where they can just assault you and I can't hit you back. Because in the streets, that's what we gonna do. Just because you wear that badge don't mean shit. Like once you got down fire off on me, brother, and it's a wrap. You might as well just go ahead and do what you got to do.
I'm of the mindset, honestly, that more harm is going to get done to me, more of the negative outcome is leaning in my direction, right? And so hey man, what you need, right? That's really my mindset when it comes to being stopped by the police because they have the ability to say anything and do anything, right? This shit happened in February, and if Buddy didn't put this video out, it would be swept under the rug. No, these niggas had to write some type of police report, and they didn't put that shit in there. Right. And so the likelihood of a groundswell of mass media um picking up a story and putting it in the forefront of everybody's mind um is unlikely, right? It's a lot of niggas who getting their ass whipped by the police and nobody hear about it, right? And so I think like that aspect now, violating, rights and shit like that. No, there will be a level of pushback, where your supervisor, shit like that. But after the fact, or even before that, like, listen, I want to go home, and we've seen too many times and where they don't give a fuck if you go home or not, right? And then they gonna lie and say you did something to provoke them into putting you in the ground. So like, where is the benefit, right? In what you're saying that you would do, Mushy?
That's this is why I gotta let go of the street shit that's in me. Like yeah, it's like it's a respect factor for me. Like I'm gonna respect you, and like how bro was doing, he was being respectful and shit. Like I done had plenty of encounters with what I'm saying, officers that's been peaceful and respectful. You know what I'm saying? But when you got a motherfucker like this and you breaking my windows and punching me, like bro, what we doing here now? You know what I'm saying? Like now you ain't respecting me. Like I started to respect y'all. I ain't being like you said, I ain't being confrontational and shit. And you know how it can go. Like I know I'm risking my life in this situation. Like he could have said anything, you know what I'm saying? Like, all right, while we in a tussle or something, I'm reaching for his gun. And then they shoot, you know what I'm saying? Like, all that shit goes through your head. But that's why I said, like, at some point, you do gotta think, you know what I'm saying? Like, and when it come to them, I just, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't fool with them. You know what I'm saying? They like, we got a system like that in Richmond where I'm from. Like, anywhere, like, any police officer force, you can't even blame it on the South, the North. Like, cause we done seen this shit all over America or how they treat black men. You know what I'm saying? So it's just like I don't like seeing it. Stuff like this, seeing this shit for me really, like Lavita said, this shit pissed me off because I done seen it so many times where they just treat people the wrong way in our neighborhoods. You know what I'm saying? Like 9 times out of 10, they scared of us. You know what I'm saying? Like that's it. It's all fear. It ain't a fear and control. You know what I'm saying? Trying to control the black man. You know what I'm saying? In those situations, like they feel like they're above the law when you ain't. You a peace officer, my nigga. Like you ain't out here to goddamn be beating up niggas and shit like that. And, you know what I'm saying? They just been continue to do it. So like knowing the history of how they just treat us, like I can't let y'all get over on me like that. Sometimes, like I'm gonna push back on you.
What does in these instances, right? Uh because you said respect. Um what do you mean by they are going to respect you? Like what does that look like for you? Because in my mind, I already know from the gate they don't give a fuck about me. Right? So expecting a level of give a fuck from somebody who probably doesn't, right? They don't really be in our neighborhoods. They don't really have interaction with us on their own time, right? And so they don't know us for real, for real. And so the only images that they have of us is bullshit that they see on media and social media, right? And so I'm going into it with the mindset of I'm just another nigga anyway, right? So expecting a level of respect when it gets out of hand, like that's why I try to be as proactive as I can of what you need. I got you. Here you go. I want you to feel safe. I want to feel safe. Now I mean, now shit go out of hand. I think that at some point that if they don't give a fuck, that's what's gonna happen, right? And so when you want them to quote unquote respect you, what are you looking for in detail, kind of?
Now it start right there with what you just said. Like, you know, they pull you over, you know what I'm saying? He doing that, he ain't being irate, you know what I'm saying? We talking, you know what I'm saying? As long as there ain't another motherfucker just coming over and being like on some asshole shit and, you know, pushing the situation to for me to get out of, you know what I'm saying? Sometimes you just gotta know the situation that what you in. And like you said, it's just a regular traffic stop, you know what I'm saying? And we gonna go from here. But if you got like you said, there's four of them, he talking to one, and then this other motherfucker coming out of nowhere and goddamn trying to get you out of the car. And I'm sitting here trying to see what's going on with another officer. Like, what is we doing this shit for? You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not being disrespectful to y'all at all. So why you being disrespectful to me? You know what I mean? I'm trying to handle this shit civilly as possible. So all this extra shit we don't need. And that's sometimes how it goes. Like it's always one, you know how they say that one bad apple and shit ruin it. You know what I'm saying? Like, bro, we don't need this extra shit right now. What you doing? Cause I'd have been thrown down plenty of times and needed my back and all this shit on some bullshit. You know what I'm saying? Just coming from like, you know, it's high emotions and shit. And that's why I tell something like, my aunt best friend, she a police officer. You know what I'm saying? So I be having talks with her about the hiring process and shit like that. Like we had a deep conversation about them hiring people that's coming from the military. And like y'all had these people that's coming in from hostile situations with PTSD and putting them on the force and then putting them in other situations. They have it's the same cycle. Like they don't know them people. You know what I'm saying? Like they don't know them people like that. So they go over there and be hostile to them. Then what y'all do? Y'all bring them back to the States. Y'all put them on the fucking force after they done been through this shit, and then putting them in another situation where they don't know people, and that's how they think you should de-escalate the situation. You know what I'm saying? And she said it. She told me, she was like, that's one of our higher turnover rates are people from the military. And so why y'all don't, you know what I'm saying, try the initiative of hiring people from the neighborhood or something like that. And it goes back to us sometimes of not wanting to be part of that police system and shit. Where sometimes we gotta change that shit. You know what I'm saying? Like if you go to like Atlanta or DC, you see black police officers, you know what I'm saying, in those majority black cities, and you know they be cool as fuck. until you start doing some other shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, the coolest motherfuckers I done seen in black police officers is been in DC and Atlanta and shit. Them motherfuckers don't give a fuck. They joking with you and telling you to keep moving, but just don't, you know what I'm saying? Just don't be on no fuck shit. And we ain't gotta do nothing to you. So it's just like a cycle. Like, I guess sometimes you gotta, like me being out the streets, I kind of see that thing of like it got to be more community based when it comes to this shit. You know what I'm saying? Like having people in there that change this outlook of the police system. But sometimes when black officers do get in there, they turn into these Uncle Tom motherfuckers and be trying to, you know what I'm saying, like follow the code and don't want to goddamn be on no red shit. No, you got to. It's a corrective part that you got to do when you get in there.
Yeah. Yeah, I get that. What's up, CJ? What's the word? How you feeling?
Yo, what's good? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yo, man, peace to y'all. Good conversations as usual. I just wanted to drop a couple of lines real quick, just a piece of advice to some people, a little bit of background. I got one of my uncles is a very high ranking police officer, has been on the force for, 20 plus years. He now does uh joint task force shit with like the FBI and Homeland Security and shit. My other uncle, his older brother, is a former prosecutor, and now he's a current sitting judge. One of my other cousins went from Department of Corrections, and now he's a patrol officer. And then one of my good golf buddies, one of my old high school friends, he's actually now the head of training. So he's the head of police academy and all that shit for the city police here, right? So all of these people I have had conversations with, and every last one of them told me the same thing when it comes to instances like this. When you are on a traffic stop, first and foremost, the police are always taught not to trust anything that you say. So defending yourself or your actions is you already wrong at that point because they're not going to believe anything you say anyway. On top of that, they are taught and trained to, by any means, control the traffic stop for the safety of themselves and the safety of the public. So any challenge, no matter how valid to that challenge, is going to be seen as a challenge of their authority to control that traffic stop. So you're never going to actually get your point across their ego in controlling that traffic stop. You said it the best just a minute ago, Rashad. The point is to make it home. If you have a problem with what they pulling you over for, if you have a problem with the ticket they finna get, fight that in court while you're alive. Don't let it escalate to a point on the side of the road because on the side of the road, he is actually judge, jury, and executioner. In not in the literal and a legal term, but in the sense of the situation, he is in control. He or she is in control of that stop. And anything you do to challenge that is going to be met with even further resistance from them. So the key thing is make it home. Fight it in court. I know it's messed up. I know that when it comes to the difference between black people and our white counterparts, that yeah, that officer who has the discretion to escalate or de-escalate that situation, he applies that more disproportionately to black people. White people don't get the same treatment. It's wrong. It's 100% wrong. Everybody agrees that it's wrong, but your place to challenge that is not on the side of the road. Just do whatever it is that you got to do to get home. That's it.
Yeah, I agree, and that's what I was trying to and I see you, Grandma. What's the word? That's what I was trying to get from Mushy is, do you think that on the side of the road, it's appropriate to look for that level of respect or understanding? Because in my opinion, I don't think that they care about that. I think that you can get more progress with going to court or filing a report or doing those things than to be on the side of the road and be like, nah, you about to respect me here. And it's like, these niggas is about to call backup. Instead of one person whooping your ass, it's gonna be five.
Yeah. And when backup come in, they're coming in off the word of their officer. They're not coming in to look at the situation objectively. So when they get there, that's not help arriving for you. The supervisor ain't always going to be help arriving for you. That's sometimes going to be even worse for you. But one of the things that Mushy said, and it's a whole different conversation, but it applies here. is community policing is lacking in a lot of our areas due to a lot of us having this disdain for the police and not wanting to go be police officers. Like I mentioned before, my homeboy TG, he from the hood. Like we grew up in the hood. Him, all his family and all of that stuff, they were all career criminals and still to this day. He made the decision to say, hey man, I don't like the way my people is getting treated. I don't like the way, you know what I mean, we only got white police officers riding around in our neighborhood, so I'm gonna do something about it. And now he's, like I said, he's at the position where he is the person who is now running the training for the city. So if you want to make change, it's a long process, but that is a way to do it. It's not the way to do it, but it's a way to do it, is to get more of us active in policing our own communities.
Yeah,
Go ahead,
correct.
Grandma. What's the word? How you feeling? We gonna get right back to you. What's you?
Yeah, what's good? What's good? Peace to the room. Peace to the room. First off,
We can't hear
uh,
you really.
oh, damn, hold up, hold
No,
up.
you sound. You just gotta get closer to the mic,
My
cause
bad. How about that? How about that? Is that better?
sound good.
Cool, cool. Was that CJ just speaking?
Yeah, that was
Yeah,
CJ.
yeah, that was me.
Yeah, hey, good ass points, brother. Like I definitely do agree. And I'm on both sides of it because I have friends and family that have been long form police enforcement and are kind of new to it within the last couple of years, as well as the military. So yeah, doing that on the side of the road definitely isn't really the place because like the old adage goes, it's a time for war and a time for peace. And more often than not, when you are outnumbered or at least outnumbered by the letter of the law by that officer being there because it's the game of telephone, it's your word versus his, and the state is always going to take his even with evidence. So yeah, like and I feel mushy. Like that is some real shit. Like, we're men, I'm a pedestrian, you doing your job, my tax dollars pays you and your salary gives you livable ways to do what you do and keep doing what you're doing. There's a fine line of respect, social credit, I should say, that should be instilled there. But as we all know, white supremacy don't give a fuck about social credits or boundaries. It's going to exert itself on to who, what, and wherever it wants to be. And a lot of times these officers are just hopped up dickheads that go on power trips that look to escalate and do that. A lot of times they look to harm and injure because there's less paperwork. And to CJ's point, having people that are more for us, by us, the real definition of FUBU, in these roles to help police and build more better bridges for authority and community to coexist in a safe, tolerable fashion instead of these black skinned dickheads getting into points of authority and just being no different than the white officers. Same thing with within the Latino community too. It's the same issue. So yeah, it's a lot of things we can do as pedestrians to make sure we understand the laws while we're being pulled over, and yeah, and do what we need to do. But at the same time, Philando Castile also did what he needed to do, and he was a registered gun owner, and he still died. So a lot of times, it's these people that are put in positions that go unchecked, and that's the thing that is talked about but never gets true resolution. It's always paid vacations. It's always these things to seemingly, you know, just mitigate any real act of accountability on any level, and it's sickening and it's tiring. So, the best thing we can do, because again, America ain't going nowhere. This system ain't going nowhere no time soon. But still being able to fight it, be proactive in it, and keep ourselves knowledgeable and aware, i.e., woke about it, is to continue to employ both sides of that mentality from you, Sir CJ, and you, Sir Mushy. It's like being knowledgeable, understanding that you ain't no bitch, but at the same time, you want to go home, and so you can be cordial in a line of disrespect to just get out the way. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
yeah.
Yeah,
I done had good, you know what I'm saying? Like I've been pulled over, you know what I'm saying, plenty of times and
yeah,
shit, like with no license. I know my license
yeah,
suspended. But you know what I
yeah,
do like when I was driving without license, keep my military ID in the car. You know what I'm saying? And pull that gun out. And they'd have been like,
yeah.
all right, bro, you know what I'm saying? Like, what you doing, John? Like, yada yada, I'm just waiting to get my shit. But me knowing, you know what I'm saying, that most of these motherfuckers have been in the military or
They
you
respect it a
got
little bit
that shit.
more.
they respect it a little bit more and be like, all right, man,
Yeah,
just get out, park the car and walk. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah,
all right, but I ain't got no problem. And I ain't gonna go
yeah.
get that car for the rest of the night because I know you're gonna see if I went and got it. So, you know what I'm
Exactly.
saying?
Yeah,
Like, I done had those interactions with them. You know what I'm saying? It's just like on situations like we've been saying, like these dickheads that escalate the situation. I done
yeah.
had goddamn motherfuckers that escalated the situation. I done had a goddamn cop save me from a black cop save me from going to goddamn jail before, where a bunch
Yes.
of goddamn dickhead white officers was around me. Like my cousin had borrowed the car, and I had
Hmm.
a gun in the car where my light was out. So I'm on the porch. And goddamn, I run to the car. They pull her when she get back from the store in front of her house. And I'm like, hey, there's a gun in there. You know what I'm saying? Like, just to let them know. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, I forgot my gun. But they turn around and come to me and try to search me for drugs and shit. I'm like, this ain't got shit to do with
Hmm.
me. So
Yeah,
goddamn, bro, I literally like dropped my pants and lift my shirt up and showed them. And I was like, I ain't got shit. Like y'all ain't gonna try to rush up on me. But in
yeah,
hindsight, I did have something in my pocket. And the dude who I had just got a disorderly from the police like a week later, and he was like, "What's going on?" Because he was in the military and he knew
right.
me from being in the military. He walked me down the street like, "What's going on?" I was like, "Bro, I just got some shit on me," and I ain't trying to let them goddamn, you know, what I'm saying, jam me up because I would have been
Hmm.
fair time. And he was like, "Don't throw
Yeah,
it." I'm a goddamn tell him you good, you know what I'm saying? I know you, and just go ahead and get out. And just we're gonna have to
yeah,
take the gun. You know what I'm saying? So it's that kind of community that we're
yeah,
talking about. Like, you
yeah.
know, hey, it's there. It's just not put, you know, it's just not put it in front of us all the time.
Right, exactly, yeah. And that's the thing, because community, in essence of y'all's connection, is built up trust, reputation, and a knowledge of who this person is and if they're a good person or not. Because if you was, I say even if you was in the military, but you was on some bullshit, most times people won't vouch for you. You sound like a pretty decent and solid dude. So that alone gave you the grace to have someone vouch for you. And for me, that type of reliable character resource is important and should be implemented more in community. You know what I'm saying? And
Yeah,
the
because I
thing
went
is,
to court.
mhm,
Look, I went to court, and the
yeah,
judge was like, Mr. Irving, she was like, just apologize to my officer, because my grandma was in court with me, like the week
oh
before
man,
that. You know what I'm saying? She was like, just apologize. Me and him got down, dabbed it up, you know what I'm saying? Because we called him HP and shit. Like, we know him
right,
since we was kids. So, you know what I'm saying? Like, he was like, I ain't gonna let you go down for this shit. It's just something simple, but you know them boys back there, because it was a
yeah,
gun and task force, you know what I'm saying? They called them, you like, but you know what they trying to do. So just go ahead, you know what I'm saying? Don't toss it because they gonna see it, they looking at us and shit. Just go ahead and walk in. I'm gonna tell them you good and just go back on the porch. I'm like, all right, bet. You know what I'm saying? And that
Yeah,
was
I think
it.
that that's what community policing, right?
yeah,
I feel a way about folks that don't live in the neighborhood but policing said neighborhoods,
yeah,
right?
yeah,
I think that that's odd to me, right? I don't know like the ins and outs of, why those things happen, but it's very odd that you don't know anybody around here. You don't stop and have conversations. You don't know, Mr. Johnson that you like to walk up and down the street. You don't know,
hmm,
Miss Shirley, that's the neighborhood daycare lady. Like you don't know
yeah.
these people, you don't know the community. And like I said, a lot of these people don't spend time with black folks on their own time. They
So
don't
you know
interact
what?
with black people on their own time. And so when
That,
you encounter a black person,
yeah,
the only thing that you know is what you see or what you hear. And we know that the media pushes these salacious uh uh narratives, and that's why when Hotep was up here last week when I was just talking about what's being pushed in the
yeah,
media, whether we are playing a part to it or not, whether we are actually on camera or not, and
yeah,
engaging in it. A lot more other people are doing that as well, but it seems like only us is what's getting pushed. And so
yeah,
when the only thing that this white cop knows is what's getting pushed, and so he encounters a black person, and I've seen they're aggressive, and I've seen they're loud, and
yeah,
they want to fight, and they got guns, and they got drugs. So my antennas are going to be up. And I think that that does us a disservice when we get to interactions like this, and where cuz is saying, "Hey, fam, it's not raining. You pulled me over. This don't make no sense. Where the supervisor at? Now I'm getting punched in the face and thrown to the ground."
yeah. So you know what? That point specifically you just said is what made me want to come up and say something real quick, even before CJ and Mushy started talking, because when you said that, for me, I've had to learn. Well, no. So thank God for a lived experience, right? So, with that point you said about them not knowing us and only seeing us through the media, initially I was going to vehemently disagree because I'm like, these people are 30 to 50 plus years old. They've interacted with more than enough black men and women. A lot of white cops love them black women. They love dating them. They love black prostitutes. So they get a lot of specific things through women and men that they meet and they lock up in the offices that they're co-workers with. But at the same time, it is still a validated thing to say because a lot of these motherfuckers do only see black people as have they as the way that they've always been taught to see them is niggas in the media and monkeys in person. That's how a lot of them think. And it's like this weird parallel of us and white people because white men and white women historically have been portrayed as like devils in a lot of different facets by a lot of different cultures, but still somehow they can still come off as these weird, badass, angelic people that ain't did nothing. But at the same time, the literal hands of genocide, the monikers and architects of genocide. You know what I'm saying? So for me, when it comes to officers and their understanding of blackness, honestly, that ignorance card is that shit is only very, very small for them. Them niggas are in the digital age. They have more than enough black male and female co-workers that know what black people are, how they
Well, see,
are.
that's
They
why I
yeah,
said
yeah,
like you have to interact on your own time. Cause
yeah,
me talking to Vietnamese people at the job
right,
because the job makes me do it,
yeah.
that doesn't necessarily afford me the knowledge of the ins and outs and
Oh yeah,
how
of course,
they
yeah,
are outside of work. Like I
yeah,
see your work representative. And so
yeah,
when I say like on your own time, yeah, there might be a coworker. There might
yeah,
be a few coworkers. There might be situations in where we do have conversations, but outside, do I know like the culture? Do I know the nuances? Do I know when somebody our colloquialisms are I can't
yeah,
get the word, but like
yeah.
do I
I
know what
got you.
that
Yeah.
means,
Well,
right?
kick
Do I
your
See,
know
ass.
what that
but
like
yeah,
understanding of that, and so that I know how to handle it instead of
yeah.
what my girl said that got killed by the police when she was in the house with the pot, right? And she was like the blood of Jesus or something.
Right,
And
yeah,
Oh,
he
the
yeah,
like,
yeah. I
DP. Oh,
is
rebuke
this
you.
a
DP in the name
Yeah,
threat?
of Jesus.
Yeah, like he don't even know like
yeah.
that's what we say, and that's like you probably doing trying to do something to me, right? That's
See,
not I'm about to do something to you, so
yeah,
you don't even have that level of
yeah.
knowledge. I think is weird.
See, but even with that, because you know what? Granted, it is a lot of benefits to understanding a culture on a much deeper level. But I feel for an officer who just distributed security statewide to help secure shit, people, and things, just understanding people on a human level, even with outside of culture, just understanding just the small nuances without even have to be ingratiated in culture is more than enough. Like I know a decent amount enough about Asian culture not to say the c word. You know, I know a decent enough about a Spanish culture without being super ingratiated to understand do's and don'ts. You know what I'm saying? Same thing with Muslim culture. Because yeah, like you said, going out of your way to learn different things. But for an officer who's patrolling, he's already ingratiated in the neighborhood, and he or she is purposely turning a blind eye to it because they don't care about it. It is just a paycheck to them. That's why that won't happen. You know, for us to want that, that would be us asking for them to display more humanity than they're willing to give. And a lot of
No,
times,
I think
yeah,
that it's more like and this came up in the other conversation as
mhm,
well with Hotep is where
right.
um we should be afforded the same respect, right? Because like you said, they do show respect to these other cultures and these other races on face value just because, right?
Yes.
There's no well, don't do crime and we respect you, or there's
Right.
no like level or idea that you have to be perfect or you have to do something in order for us to give you respect. No, they just get
Hmm.
it. And so I think that that should be the same in our culture in all aspects. Is there going to
Hmm.
be crime that's done? Yes, because everybody on this planet does crime, right?
Exactly.
Cain killed Abel. So
Yeah.
like having the level of well, don't do as much crime and then we won't it's like, fam, that's bullshit. Right?
Yeah.
And so I hate when those narratives are brought up because it takes out one, everybody ain't the same. All niggas
Right.
ain't niggas, right?
Yeah.
And then two, why don't you have that level of I don't give a fuck with all these other races? Right? You tap dance and you on eggshells with everybody else, but when
Mhm.
it come to us, we have to like prove that we deserve to be treated
So
like humans before you do that.
it's the unfortunate lens that I say American black people, especially just living here in America, we have a specific system built to keep us looking as the big black devils, she devils and he devils that are just prone to criminality when that is not the case. And you have people working within systems of authority and power that perpetuate that lens as well. They don't look to change. They don't look to see the humanity in people in these disenfranchised neighborhoods because now they can say, "Oh, look at the music, look at the TV, look at all this media portraying all this negative shit," and then make that the lens that all no fuck the lens, make that the umbrella and glasses that people holistically choose to see black people through. And a lot of times that is internalized shit, yeah, systematic shit that gradually has to be fought, but a lot of times on an individual level, it's people purposely perpetuating those things in order to feel validated in their own internalized bigotry. And a lot of times, yeah, all of course all black people aren't a monolith. You know, there's different styles of blackness. You know what I'm saying? Like you and Rick definitely not the same nigga. Hell, me, you, Mushy, CJ, not the same nigga. Even if we're aligned in different areas, we all have that uniqueness. You know, Levita, Jonay, Paris, Kyra, they're all different, beautiful types of black women, but I'm pretty sure they align in specific areas of life. You know what I'm saying? Or decision making and choices of thought. But it's these things in media and also people that are living stereotypes because we got to acknowledge stereotypes. We got to acknowledge bullshit Uncle Bobby and Auntie Mara that's doing some bullshit that literally perpetuate the stereotypes because they exist. But those stereotypes are niche percentages of the whole of blackness, especially here in America. And when it comes to law enforcement, G, it is these people that are purposely ignorant, you know, just obtuse off the whim because they want to be. Because again, they don't have to think too hard. People choose not to commit brain cells to understanding and grace. And a lot of times they don't want to build community because they at where they want to be. They with they collective, that's it. Because you know, as though some people may not want to agree. Policemen are nothing but a legitimized gang in my mind, in my belief, and others that feel the same way. It's gangsters that can assert authority without impunity, and when they do get in trouble, it's only a very small percentage that actually face the music. The other times they get put off in another district in another state somewhere, and A, it's almost like they holdings got deleted. It's almost like that. So for me, you are right, Rashad. It does take understanding. It does take wanting to know these things, but these peckerwoods out here, they don't give no fuck. And the fucking dumbasses that align themselves with that same metric won't either. It's us weeding out the bullshit to get to the officers that really want to be in the community, that really want to show how their power is affecting, you know, the system in some kind of way that, hey, you see
Yeah.
me, you see a man about something that's going to defend and protect these men and these women and these elderly and these children all the same, not
Hold
pick
on,
and
wait,
choose.
wait. Hold on.
My,
We getting to the GY area.
oh, for sure,
Hold
for
on,
sure.
wait. Let's get the rail and then we got hotel.
Gotcha.
Yo,
Appreciate you though. Go ahead, real.
you can hear me?
Yes, sir. What's the word?
So, in my opinion, it might sound like an old nigga again, but in my opinion,
You always sound like an old nigga, real. You ain't gotta keep saying it.
I grew up with an old head, man. It's just how I go, man.
Go
My
ahead.
grandpa
I'll be
raised me
back.
like
I'm
that.
finna switch
So,
to listen.
nah, but Malcolm X talked about this in an interview. He said that in no other community do you have entertainers as leaders, right? He talked about Lena Horne and Dick Gregory and other athletes and stuff like this being their entertainers. The problem with black people is we don't have a home base. So like other people feel like they can play with us because we don't have a home base that's going to come get us other than a cancel culture, right? So like and then we're so divided. We have like, you know, where other people were doing one thing, other people doing this. It's very hard for all of us as a whole to come together, and so that gets used against us all the time. then like he said, I agree with the yo speaking before me. The media is a bad thing because they take the worst of us and sell it back to us in pop culture and call it pop culture. You know, the genocide, the rap, and stuff like this. And so, unfortunately, most of the people. Let me not say that. Unfortunately, when the people get killed and things like that, I believe the cops are thinking of what they see in the media, not of their mans, not of their people, or I ain't gonna say they mans because they may not have black friends, but they're thinking of what they see in the media. You young niggas, you rap niggas, you know what I'm saying? I think that's what they have in their mind. Even if you're not dressed like that, even if you don't appear like that, unfortunately, probably based on the news and what they see, their sons probably listen to rappers. They probably don't even like that. That's another thing. Then these black guys, the ones that, of course, that we're talking about, they're dating the white girls, they're dating their daughter, their nieces and shit. They not feeling that shit. So any chance they get to get trigger happy, it goes, they go extra with it. And then again, the news magnifies the worst of our culture. They're not bringing up the brightest thinkers, the historians, the scholars of today. On the news and on TV, when you see us, is we shaking ass, we doing degeneracy and gangsterism and all the niggerism and that's what they see. And that's why I always try to present myself a certain way when I walk out of here. Even with my daughter and stuff. Like my daughter have problems at her school. Her teachers call me so fast because they know I'm not with none of that other stuff that you are get ready to try to perpetuate. You know what I'm saying? I try not to perpetuate them stereotypes in front of other people because it carries a lot of weight on other people. And that kind of goes back to what I was saying earlier with the white girl saying that to Shannon, like that's not cool because they do it to other people. This is how people get tried. You know what I'm saying? This is why people you go to a party or something weird happening. Like, what the fuck was wrong with you? Because somebody let them do this. And now that this is how they testing you, they pushing the line. So you gotta stand on your two, on your 1-2. Like, nah, we not accepting this. We not going for this. All right, I'm out.
Appreciate that. Go ahead, Hotep. What's the word? How you feeling today?
My fucking boy, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right. Hope everybody's good up here and all of that.
Hey, Hotep.
What's going on, man? How you doing? You know what I'm
I'm
saying?
good.
All right. So just to because you said my name and harkening back to the conversation we had about like the trap law Rosses and the Adam
Yeah.
22s and all of that, being able to profit or like the word we both use, exploit the ignorance of these rappers and gangsters and all of that, pretty much incriminating themselves and shit on these people's platforms. And then you basically said that it was worse because those people were white, and me and you disagreed there because you already know, like, I put the onus on our behaviors on us first and foremost. Now,
Yeah.
when it comes down to this particular thing, first and foremost, I just want to say shout out to CJ for being up here and representing Black American law enforcement, because a lot of people have now made law enforcement synonymous with just being anti-Black, just because there are racist police out there or racist policing out there. And I feel like that's we miss the mark when we do that. In the same way that we say, hey, these white guys or these white officers or white people in general are watching all of this media about gangsterism and how we are and shit like that. The media does the same thing to Black Americans, to where they only show Black Americans negative or tumultuous interactions between Black Americans and police, despite your own lived reality, knowing that you haven't had these tumultuous interactions with police every time you've been pulled over. I think since we're all alive here, we can all say that even despite being pulled over by a white police officer, that a lot more times than not, it actually went smoothly. White or Black officer. There's millions of interactions between police and Black Americans every year, and we only hear about the times that it goes bad. So it's the same type of media psyop that they're putting onto people. Um, I am 100% anti-corrupt police, but I wouldn't be stupid enough, especially as a man who has a family, has to protect his family and shit like that, to be anti-police. I want to be able to call the police in the event that I need them or emergency services. I just believe that we need to be more proactive in policing our own communities first and foremost. And that's the reason why people like and CJ's family are integral, because just like Mushy said, there are going to be situations where the gray area can serve you. Because I'll say objectively, Mushy, my bro. But if that Black officer decided to arrest Mushy for being dirty and shit like that, he objectively wouldn't be wrong as an officer. He didn't abuse Mushy, he didn't OD on Mushy, but Mushy was in the wrong. And so he had to, face the consequences of that. Thank God that Black officer uh uh identified with Mushy. So he was like, yo, man, listen, I'm gonna hold you down. Just keep walking down the street, go back to the porch, and you'll live, you know what I'm saying? You'll be free for another day. So when it comes to that, I do think it's a tandem work. I do think in the same ways that we don't like the way that we're portrayed in the media, we got to stand on that. That's one. And then also, and that also goes along with the way we behave in the communities, and then also encourage our people to become police officers, because what happens is when young men in our community that are black who go try to be a police officer or think about being a police officer, they'll say shit like, oh, you just working for white supremacy, you just another arm of white supremacy, self-hating and all this other bullshit. And that's a problem. We need to get away from that shit. We need the police. We're not going to sit here act like in 2025. I don't know if y'all live in places that, you know, have high crime and shit like that, but the civilians in those communities, they want to be able to call the police. They want to be able to protect themselves, because they're not going to sit here and be getting in the shootouts with a bunch of 18-year-olds. That's not what they want to do. They want to be able to rely on the police. So I do think we need more and more Black American police officers policing our neighborhoods. And then we need to have a higher standard of etiquette in public. 100%.
Yeah, I'm not necessarily anti police. My grandpa was NYPD 20 years retired. And so that's definitely not the my message. And I do appreciate CJ giving insight on his end when it comes to his family members. Um, but Hotep, I think you focusing on the the opposite end of the psyop, right? I think the psyop began way before what you described, right? Because like I said, there are hundreds of thousands of officers that don't police their neighborhoods and only know of us based on a narrative that is projected onto this culture, and not even, our country, but there's people from other countries that have an idea of what a Black American is based on what they see in media. Like there is
See, the thing
a
is, when you say media, though, you make it seem like this is like this external party. Again, back to the conversation that we had, you can't absolve the willing participants. You can't.
No, I'm not.
You know what I'm
I
saying?
think that there are instances in where we do participate, right? But when we're looking at a global level, right, this cannot possibly be Lil Man in the hood with a gun on Trap Lord Ross, that these niggas in Russia think that Black people are crazy. Like it doesn't add up,
Well,
right?
that. I
There
think
has
that's
to
more
be.
conflation.
No, I think that there is a focus on portraying us crazy when we look at, what was going on in France. Who they blame? The Africans, right? Every time there's something that goes on, it is people of Black skin who are the fault, right? And so I think that that is intentional in this country along with other countries around the world. And so in this country, we can see it in a lot of different instances. And so, like I said, when people aren't intentional with engaging in Black communities and Black cultures, but then tasked with policing them, you, in a sense, right, you are only there for the negative, right? Because you're not there for positive reinforcement. You're there to take somebody away. You're there to put somebody in handcuffs, right? And so that one-sided interaction on its face could be cause for pushback from the community, because damn, you ain't like you're not here for nothing else but this, like, and you supposed to be quote unquote a peacekeeper. Like
I mean, I
every
get
time you
what you're
come around, ain't no
saying, but
goddamn
it's like at
peace.
the same time, like firefighters only come around to fight fires, my nigga. When
No, but
something's on
see,
fire.
but firefighters aren't there for like policing and peacekeeping of the community, right? And so I think
Hmm.
that for police officers, if this is your duty, if this is your job to roam these streets, because we see it in our neighborhoods, and where we see that same nigga sitting off there in the cut waiting for to pull somebody over, or he roaming the neighborhood, you see him up there at Walmart. Like we see these folks, and you're not doing anything quote unquote positive within the community, but you're only here to take folks away. I think that that is cause for pushback, and I think that is a product of folks not being intentional about ingratiating themselves in the community they police. And so now
So
when
when
you
it
couple
comes,
that with the narratives that are pushed, I think that that is a bad mixture, and we see instances like this in so many other instances, and where they don't really care.
no, I get that. I want to say that when it comes down to a lot of this stuff, I don't blame the media for a cop's uh trigger happiness. I don't blame. Can you hear me still?
Yeah,
All right,
yeah,
it's because the little purple little voice thing stopped showing on my screen. But so I don't blame the media. I will literally like in those like somebody said Philando Castile. I don't blame the media. I blame that police officer for killing Philando Castile because that's what he wanted to do. You dig what I'm saying? So when it comes down to the positive stuff that you're talking about, I know you're not. I would have to assume you're not talking about like isolated incidences where we'll see videos of a police officer, a white police officer in a black community having a dance off with some of the kids or playing basketball with some of the kids, because we do see that. And if we've seen a video of it, we can assume or infer that this is happening through multiple cities or multiple municipalities, districts, or whatever, where cops are a part of the community. I can tell you when I was outside running the streets, I knew the detectives and shit that was hunting us down and shit by name. Like the police officer that was our schools have actual police officers instead of security guards. We knew his name was Officer Wayne. Like, so it's like you if you outside in them streets, my nigga, you are on first name basis or at least last name basis with these cops if you really playing in the street like that. You dig what I'm saying? Now, on the other end of that, and I do think, well, before we even get to the other end, I do agree that more of that type of community outreach and stuff should be happening. I think there should be more of a positive relationship between civilians and the police. But as far as criminals in the police, nah, my nigga, like you've made the choice to be on the side of the law that you are on. So if I know that you sell weed out this car all day, as a police officer, I'm not going to act like I don't see you driving around this motherfucker, and I am going to profile you. That is the entire point. People have turned profiling into, well, I'm going to say people, the police have abused the power of profiling because that's just common sense. That's what keeps you alive. Profiling people, when we was making them jokes about your outfit and the dude in the background had that type of coat on, sagging his jeans a particular way and shit like that. If I was
yeah.
actually in that venue, nigga, I'm gonna keep my eye on that nigga because he looks like the type of person that can actually get wacky in this motherfucker. So I gotta, keep my head on a swivel as a police officer. And I'll end with this one because I know we're gonna have a nice back and forth here. There was a special where a police officer took a newscaster out on the street and being like, yo, let me know in these situations, would you pull your gun and fire or not? And every time that the newscaster thought that the person was actually like innocent or non-violent, the person fake killed him. He pulled out a gun and shot him. So it's like when you are actually a police officer in high crime areas, you do have to understand, just like CJ was saying, and you said too, when you're on one side, you are worried about getting home. There are police officers who go into traffic stops in good faith and end up dead, bro. They end up shot. Those things, just like how watching a Philando Castile die as a police officer, they showed them that shit in training. Like, yo, dog, these motherfuckers are down to kill you to get out of a traffic stop. And that is ingrained in them in training. So though that type of hyper focus on making sure that everybody, I as an officer get to go home, that works the same way as the civilian who wants to make it home. But again, all of that I agree with. Anything that is objectively bad about the police, I agree. Everything that's objectively bad about criminals in our communities terrorizing it, I agree we need to get both of these parties off the street. I'm just not of the belief that we now need to be harboring our criminals and shit like that when they are a detriment to our communities. And that's where me and you disagree.
I think um detriment, I'm gonna get back to detriment. I think when I'm talking about being intentional in our communities, right? I feel like as there has to be a level of breaking the ice, breaking the tension in these over police communities, because I don't think that even you would disagree that a lot of our communities are over police based on history, traffic and things of that nature. Y'all heard it. And just or stereotypes, right? And so a lot of our communities are over police, right? Which causes tension, which causes not trusting. And so I think that there has to be a concerted effort from the establishment, right, to fix that.
All right, so let me
I
ask you
think
this.
that
So most this is something very specific. Most murders in the hood go unsolved. About 75% of them go unsolved, right? In your mind, how do we bring those murderers to justice? Because we said that y'all agree that there's over policing happening, and I can agree to a certain extent. But I was, like I said, being in these places as recent as just a couple years ago, a few years ago, like being in the middle of these places, the cops just be sitting around doing nothing. And I think that what happens is our behaviors and our history has been reduced to tropes. So because of certain movies and shit like that, especially how corrupt LAPD was and is, NYPD was and is, and how that's been portrayed on TVs and movies and shit like that, that we now have this vision of police in our neighborhoods where they just hawking down a bunch of innocent kids and shit like that. But when I was living in the middle of the trenches in Philadelphia, I literally watched niggas get killed, and I watched cops drive past those crime scenes. I literally watch police drag their ass to solve these shit. So when I hear about the over policing, I watched drug dealers literally get to keep their drugs after a cop stopped them because they was only looking for a gun. So when y'all say over policing, I get what y'all saying, but I don't know if y'all really know what that actually looks like in execution, because in the hoods that I've been in, it's been a bunch of under policing. It's been a bunch of niggas being able to get away with murder, literally. So if I want to stop all of this murder that's going down in my communities, would I not need more police?
And see, that's where I think that in some instances that argument is valid, right? But I don't think in all instances that's the case. Like, so I
3 out
went
of
and
4 murders are going unsolved, Rashad. That's most cases.
so like I'll give you an example, right? I visit a family member, right? They live in the projects, right? And so what I notice is like 3, 4, 5 different tow trucks just in the parking lot, right? And I was like, why the hell are these tow trucks here? Like they were looking to repossess cars. But then when you go in other neighborhoods, now you can say that these other neighborhoods folks might have money and boom, boom. In my mind, it was like, y'all are preying on these folks that are in this position hoping that you catch a lick. That's what came to my mind, right? And so when I think of over policing, I think of police being opportunists in hoping that somebody's slipping. Now, do people commit crime? You said 3, 4 murders go unsolved. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know those numbers, right? But it is a level of we just out here trying to get somebody. So we gonna have 10 squad cars on this neighborhood or on this area, and then this quote unquote good neighborhood we just gonna let it ride. We see that a lot, and so
That's
when it
common
comes
sense,
to when
Rashad.
it
If one area has
is
more
it
crime in it, I want more police there, wouldn't you?
true, but there is a level of doing your job. But we've seen, stop and frisk, right? We see what ICE is doing right now, and so a lot of those instances, and where if you want to be able to justify it, you can. If you want to find a reason for it, you can. But what it looks like and what it feels like to people in those neighborhoods is we are human beings, right? Because even still, the majority of this neighborhood ain't on that. The majority of this neighborhood ain't killing folks. Right? So you having 10 squad cars on this neighborhood as if all of us is doing this shit. It's like, come on, fam. Like, and so that's why I said it has to be an intentional situation with the establishment, right? Not these anecdotal situations where the police getting out and playing basketball and all that shit. Cool. But the establishment, I think, has to build that level of trust. And they have to start with the kids, in my opinion. Because the kids, just like these gangs target kids, I think the police could target kids with events and giveaways and letting you know that being a police officer as a black woman or a black man, it doesn't carry a negative stereotype. Instead of every time this 10-year-old see the police in his neighborhood, niggas jumping out the car, throwing niggas on the ground, putting guns in their face. How would you feel
Well,
growing
that's
up?
what
And
I'm
that's the
saying.
only
So
aspect that you see.
So that's what I'm saying. When it comes to these conversations, Rashad, I need you to fuck with me and like really walk with me inside of reality and not the idealism that you have in your mind. Because even in what you said, you talked about a comparison between an area that clearly visibly doesn't have as much crime having less police, which makes sense. And then even in the instances that you're talking about are things that what cops can do. I don't. When's the last time in just your area? And I'm not even trying to shit on you. The last time in your area that you looked up what the police precinct in your area was throwing throughout the summer? Because I know as a kid they had barbecues, they had water gun fights, and all types of cool little community things. However, all of my homies said fuck the police. all of my big homies, all of the niggas that I love and respect, before I even look at an officer, told me that the police were bad and I should not trust the police. And I've always, even into my mid 30s now, have a distrust of the police. So it's not like I don't understand what you're saying, but I think is further and further away from reality. You dig what I'm saying? And I'm not saying this shit to brag or nothing like that, but it's like I think a lot of us on the stage have been away from the trenches long enough to have a level of like disassociation. Like I was just living, I'm not just visiting, I was living smack dab in the middle of the trenches where like on my block alone had 3 murders on it. Like niggas was dying on my front steps, like for real, for real. And what I'm trying to tell you, my nigga, the things that we are talking about, like the things that I'm coming from, I'm actively watching the police try to, I'm not gonna say try, but have events coming out of the precinct and motherfuckers not going. And then watching these same other type of police letting drug dealers go, white police officers letting drug dealers go, niggas that was selling drugs in front of my crib. Okay, they get stopped. They fucking pull the weed bags out of their book bag and all of the krills, all of that shit out of their book bag. And because there's no gun in that book bag, that motherfucker was able to sell drugs for the rest of the day. So I understand the sensationalism that comes behind police brutality and how that makes people feel. But when you are smack dab in the middle of these places, these little niggas are not afraid of the police. They curse the police out. They are literally unruly. They are breaking the law for a reason. So I understand that there is an issue with policing. We agree on that, but we cannot behave as if the crime, the rampant crime in our communities is something that we could just stomach and bear with. Like, no, motherfucking babies are dying, old ladies are dying. Like, there's terrorism going on in these places, bro, and we need to stop acting like that shit don't exist just to say, oh, I'm pro-black or fuck the police. Like now we too old for that now.
Yeah, I think what you're right. And we're gonna get to you, Real. I see your hand, and then Scully. I understand what you're saying. I think that if the average person in these situations, I mean, in these neighborhoods, are people that are trying to get by, right? And they are trying to make a way out of no way. It's tough, it's difficult, right? And so they just live in. And like I said, they are not the people who are out here doing that. And so when you are in those situations, it does feel like, God damn. Like I ain't like I'm being policed. I'm in a quote unquote like prison outside the gates. I'm getting shook down and looked at crazy and stopped and frisked and all this shit. My car getting tossed. Like, come on, fam. So, like, when we talk about over policing, I think that there is a level of, obviously we want to be proactive in crime. And not having these murders and situations. When you say drugs and you're talking about weed, I don't necessarily agree with that. But when we talking about other stuff, yeah, I think that being proactive is necessary, but there is a fine line. And I think in our neighborhoods, that line gets crossed because there are other neighborhoods in which these things go on as well, right? And we don't see it being handled the same way. That's
And
all
by
I'm
other
saying.
neighborhoods, you mean what? Suburban white neighborhoods?
Other communities of people, right? They have all type of, not even just white, just other communities. They have, people. First of all, people do crime proximity to where they're at, right? And so I think that when you do look at crime on its face, there is a lot of crime going on that's outside of black people, right? And so when we hear these over policing, it's only synonymous with us. Like, I've never heard anybody else, any community, any culture, any race feel that way outside of us, because I don't know. I'm not a part of those cultures, but
Right.
I
I was
don't
about
think
to
it
say you just
necessarily
not from
degrees
there, so
on
you
the level.
wouldn't know.
No, but I don't think it exists at the degree that it exists in our
All right,
neighborhoods.
so
That's all I'm
that's
saying.
what I'm saying, bro. Like,
Hold on, but let
yeah,
Rail go
let
real
Rail go.
quick and
My
then
fault.
Scully. What's up, Rail? Rail? Once?
Yeah. Nah, y'all brothers was kicking some good knowledge, man. I like what y'all saying. I think both of y'all. I think we all right. I think both of y'all right. I think this is why the Panthers came out back in the day, though, Rashad. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, to police ourselves. Like, you know what I'm saying? We can't ask them to be nice. Stokely Carmichael said you can't be moral with immoral people. You know what I'm saying? We can't ask immoral people to be moral. By the time if he feel like he got to kill him off nothing, you're dealing with somebody that's unhinged. So the best thing we could do is police our own communities. The men that give a fuck got to go in the communities and do the same thing the Panthers did back in the day. Maybe not exactly like that, but just an updated, more modern version of that, policing ourselves. free lunch, free housing, teach these young brothers how to do trades and, carpentry and all that other shit. The same shit they did back in the day. Because we can only save ourselves. We can't depend on other people to do for us. We have to do for self.
Yep.
That would
Yeah, I agree with
require
that.
organization, though, and that's where we
And
lack.
that's my whole thing. It's not that I don't put the onus on police. I just know that that shit is in lieu of not having the confidence to rely on each other. So now we're gonna put all of the onus on corrupt police and shit like that, which they do exist. But again, there are millions of interactions between Black Americans and police every year, and only 200 of them, if that, end up in somebody dying, and a Black person dying. So like we just off those numbers alone, yeah, we can, focus on those hundreds of instances, but then that will be ignoring the millions of other instances. Like I said, I'm pretty sure everybody on this stage has been pulled over by a police officer and it didn't end up with abuse or somebody getting shot or anything like that. For the most part, we can, I'm saying, there's nothing wrong with saying that most police are not like that. But what we have done to ourselves and through the media and stuff like that is believe that most police are corrupt or most police are abusive or most police are this, that, and the third. And it's like, yo, that's not the truth. Just like most Black people aren't criminals. You dig what I'm saying? But for us to keep walking around like that's what it is only going to be a detriment to us. I do believe, like Scully said, that we just need more organization. Like Rel said, y'all know I study history. The Black Panthers literally had police patrols where they would follow police who were pulling people over just to make sure everything stayed on the up and up. There were stories of men who would while up in the crib arguing with their lady and shit, and she would threaten to call the police, and he didn't give a fuck. But as soon as she said, "I'm calling the Panthers," that motherfucker straightened the fuck up. So having that, self-policing, self-governing shit, we 100% need that first and foremost. But because we have external parties like the police departments in our communities, we 100% need to be proactive in that as well. And that's why I said that there is going to come to a cultural point where we will have to draw a line in the sand between us and criminals, and then the quote unquote good cops against the bad cops. Like there has to be a line drawn in the sand, because once we keep muddying up these waters to where now you're synonymous with the drug dealer because or the murderer because you want to be cool and you want to be down and shit like that, and then you get pulled over and you get sent up north, and now you in a position where you got a rat or whatever the fuck because you were sitting there hanging and intermingling with gangsters you wasn't supposed to be, and you wasn't ready for what came with that. Likewise, when it comes down to, I want to see more good cops shooting bad cops. Like if you see a cop unlawfully shoot somebody, you as a police officer need to boom him, or you need to apprehend that person and send them to jail. Like it all needs to be done. I'm just again not going to take the onus off of one party in lieu of the other and putting it all on the shoulders of the other party. I wouldn't do that with the police, putting all of the onus on Black people, and I wouldn't do it in the reverse.
I think that there needs to be more responsibility on the police's end because this is their professionals, right?
What
This
do
is
you
their
mean?
profession. This is their job. So like when it comes to where the responsibility should lie, right? Because you said you wouldn't put all the onus on police officers. I think that the majority should land at their feet,
No,
right? Because they
yeah, well, that's you not being a responsible adult, bro. Like, let me ask you this: How, what percentage of the entire American police force, white and Black, do you think are corrupt? Like, commit crimes on a regular basis? Out of the however many cops in this country, how many you think are corrupt?
police uh I'll say 25%,
To a
30.
quarter, right? So that means that 3/4 of all police are not corrupt and they're just upholding the law. We can agree on that, right?
Yes.
Okay. So with that, right?
But what comes with that though, what comes with that is the blue line. And where, like you said,
Mhm.
where even if a quarter is only committing the crime, nobody's telling. And so that's why I said that the onus should be more on the at the police's feet. Because even if only a small percentage do it, if y'all
Mhm.
niggas is protecting these folks that are doing it, then
Mhm.
there is no headway in making sure that that 25% is eradicated from the force.
Right. I 100% agree with you. But do you know what you sound like? You sound like
What?
the police, nigga. They do the same thing when it comes to crimes being committed. Yo, this nigga got killed on a basketball court on a Saturday afternoon in front of 50 people. And then when it comes down to the police coming and saying, yo, what did y'all see? Literally nobody comes to the police and tells them what happened. 0 people. Despite the entire neighborhood seeing this man get killed and who killed him, they will not come. And the same words you just said, yo, y'all not, you are the same words that you just said about the police. This is what they say about civilians. Y'all not coming forward. You would rather
Well, see, I think,
identify
but
with the
even with that,
criminal.
there is an aspect of losing your life when you are a civilian. Now, do I think snitching culture is detrimental? Like anti-snitching, yes, I think that's detrimental.
Yo, have you
But
ever seen a cop go against the police?
there also is an aspect of losing your life for telling at
Have
that
you seen
police
the
don't have.
consequences of somebody just said up here that the police in America is pretty much a legitimized gang. But I want you to know that there are actual police gangs. Like there are actual hand signs, tattoos, like real gangs in the police departments. LA got a bunch of them. White gangs,
And niggas ain't
Mexican
getting,
gangs,
and they're
black
not
gangs.
getting killed for holding somebody
Yes,
accountable.
they are, Rashad. This is what I'm
Not
trying to tell
not
you.
to the lengths of their as a civilian.
So this
Not
is
to the
what I'm
length.
trying to
Now
tell
you
you,
can be
bro.
ostracized. Nobody might not want to work
And
with you no more.
this is where me and you be coming to a head pause because you want to make every excuse for other people. You feel me? No, son. Somebody telling on a civilian telling on a criminal, my nigga, is something that we should be celebrating. We should be lauding that. That is something that we should get behind. But again, there is a level of identification that we have with these criminals, and we have to keep it 100. We have to keep it 100. We don't want to see our gang banging, drug dealing, killing niggas, a friend go to prison for the rest of his life, even though based upon his actions, that's exactly where he deserves to be. So nobody wants to say anything. So you can tell me about all of the reasons and rhymes as to why civilians are not participating on the right side of the law, but it's only to our detriment. I don't give a fuck what reason you give. Somebody getting killed or whatever it is, because the same thing happens as it pertains to police going against police. Like we all know, we're asking the police to investigate themselves at that point. Everybody has said it since we was growing up. Who's going to police the police? So when it comes down to internal affairs and shit like that, motherfuckers be scared, bro. These officers be afraid for their lives going against their superiors and shit and being like, yo, I saw this corruption going down on the force and now I'm coming forward. I'm going to the police about the police. You don't know if there's somebody in internal affairs that's friends with the chief that's going to make this shit go away, but you've already outed yourself as somebody we can't trust as an officer. So now this is where we terrorize your home. This is where we kill you. This is where we terrorize your children. So when we're talking about what's right, I'm going to tell those police officers the same shit. You need to stand on what you need to stand on and stand on what's right. Because I say there is no good police officer because I need to see a police officer go against a bad police officer for that person to be considered good to me. You dig what I'm saying? In the same way, you cannot be a nigga in the hood and want to identify with all of the crime shit, be adjacent to it. And then when it comes down to, yo, we got to stop the violence after somebody on your side get killed and shit like that, but you didn't help the police solve the murder.
Yeah, I get that. I do think that the factors are different. I'm not gonna lie. The things that you said about
Because
police coming
like we
forward.
said, I do think that you hold white people to a higher standard. I think you hold white people into a higher regard. I do. It's no
No, I
slide,
think
it's no
that the
disrespect to you, bro. You my bro. But I do think you hold white people to a higher standard in your mind inherently.
No, I think that like I said, in order for a lot of these instances to get better, right? I think that the establishment has to show good faith, which they have never shown good faith. And I think that that's why some relationships, when it comes to police and neighborhoods, when it comes to the culture of no snitching, a lot of things have happened because that we didn't fuck the relationship up, right? They were the ones who fucked the relationship up. And so mending that relationship, if you go out and say, well, well, black people just gotta be more open, right? Like, why not help the police? Like, what's wrong with it's like, fam, all the shit that happened. That's why niggas ain't trusting. And so if those relationships aren't mended, then it's always gonna be a gap. And asking, if a nigga, slap a joint in the face and then tell her that she gotta apologize, it's like, hold up. What the fuck going on? And I think that that is a microcosm of what has been going on between black communities and police. And it continues to happen because do all interactions end in death? No. But is a nigga getting punched in the face like cuz? Cuz didn't die. But they broke his window, they punched him in the face, pulled him out the car, threw him on the ground. He got to get stitches in his lip. Like, and so those situations happen way more frequently than somebody getting killed. Getting killed is the worst shit. But we can't overlook the situations and where niggas are being harassed and beaten and doing and done all type of ways and being like, well, at least he ain't dead. Like,
No, I'm not
no. And
overlooking
so
them at
that hurts the
all.
community as
I'm
well.
not overlooking them at all. I've been very consistent in every problem that like every problem that is a part of the police or every problem that the police perpetuate. I've been firmly against those things. It's just that when it comes down to execution of particular things, you absolve the community of a lot. And that's something that me and you disagree on. I'm not sitting here saying that I'm pro police in the sense that they're above reproach or they are not subject to scrutiny, anything like that. You need to just, keep your hands on the wheel and just obey and comply. Like, nah, nigga, there are fucked up police out here that need to be held accountable for all of the corrupt shit that they do out here. And what I'm telling you is when we start having these conversations about over policing, I'm telling you shit that I'm seeing on the ground. You dig what I'm saying? Like, I'm watching police actively not solve murders. I'm watching police actively let criminals get away. I'm watching the even the jail system in Philadelphia, son. Like, yo, niggas is getting booked and coming home in 3 months without snitching now. Niggas don't even gotta snitch that because it's a revolving door. So what I'm trying to tell you is, bro, as bad as it may sound, or bad it doesn't jive with certain, convictions you may have on an emotional level, these niggas are fucking up the community more than the cops, bro. I know that may sound blasphemous to a lot of niggas to hear, but these criminals, I lived in these areas. And because I was old enough while I was living in these areas to not fuck with it, to not even want to go kick it with these little niggas and all of the other shit, because I got a family I need to protect and provide for. I'm watching these niggas do and terrorize this community day in and day out in front of the police. You dig what I'm saying? So again, there's going to be a different level of understanding that I have because a lot of y'all really are away from these areas. Y'all watch them on the news, after it happens. But I was there when the murder happened. You dig what I'm saying? Like I'm waking out of my sleep to a dead nigga on my steps, bro. So it's like when it's a little bit different. So I
But
do
see,
put the
I think
onus
that
on the police where it needs to be. I just also put the onus on the community itself. You need to help solve these murders.
yeah, that's always the impasse that we're at because even then it sounds like what you believe is all right. If y'all niggas stop doing shit, then police will be nice to you, and that's not the
No, I'm not.
case.
I'm not worried about. I'm not worried about police being nice. I'm
No, no,
worried
no. I'm
about
saying that if
the
we
tens of
do our
thousands
part,
of people
then they
that
will
die
do their
every year,
part.
bro.
And that's not the case. Inherently, that's never been the case, and where the establishment gonna do right by us anyway. Right? So
My
you
nigga,
saying,
I'm
well,
not
we
talking
gotta
about
do
the
good for
establishment
them to do
doing
right
right
by
by us.
us, don't make sense.
You're you either misunderstanding or misrepresenting what I'm saying. I'm not sitting here like you're having this
No,
very
no, I hear
idealistic
what you're saying. You're
conversation with
saying that
me
you said that
about the
they are fucking up
establishment.
the community. Yes, 1000%. What I'm saying is that police are hired to do a job, and a lot of times, like we just said, a quarter, right? I don't know if a quarter is right, but a quarter of these police are corrupt, and 100% of these police are protecting that quarter. Right. And so, even with that, the situation is fucked up. And so, no matter what goes on in our community, one, the relationship has been broken and it's been broken a long time ago by police. Right.
But
So,
the
the
thing is,
notion that
Rashad,
we
what
have to
you're
do
missing
something to
is that
mend
the
the relationship.
solution, hold on, the solution for one is the solution for both. It would still be the community coming out. So every single time you've ever seen a police officer get fired, I'm not talking about suspended with pay. I'm talking about a officer who lost his job. It was at the resort of the community, whether the person that they perpetrated recording it or the community getting involved and getting that person fired. It was the community coming together to hold that officer accountable. The same thing needs to happen with all other police officers, but also the fucking criminals, Rashad. They are not helping us. These niggas are not selling dope and buying turkeys. These are not righteous people. They are criminals, my nigga. They are literally deteriorating the places in which our people live, bro. So I'm 100% with you. Anytime that it's time to bang on, pause, a motherfucking corrupt cop or a corrupt police department, corrupt chief, whatever, I'm with you. But you need to be with me when it's time to shit on the niggas who are terrorizing our fucking babies, our grannies, and all of the other innocent people in our community. You can't have it one way or the other, bro. You have to be consistent. That's what I'm asking.
All right, hold on, wait. Let Jonay get in. Jonay, what's the word? How you feeling?
I'm cool, Rashad. How are you?
Another day.
Um, what's going on? So this is just to Hotep because I think this is the second time I've started out listening and hearing the tonality of the point. And I think to me, and this is where I get kind of I don't really understand. It ends up being kind of like when we're talking about one thing, we bring up a completely separate thing as the solution for the first thing, and it's not the solution for the first thing. Police brutality does not get solutioned by less criminality. And I feel like that's I'm not saying that's what you're saying, Hotep. I think this is probably a really good space to maybe listen back because I'm just saying like I really did start out listening before wanting to comment and it sounded like that. It sounded like that was the direction of your point. And your point has validity because I agree with you. There is validity and resolution for our people through talking about how we police our own community. But at the same time, criminality, violence, and things like that is a human innate thing. It's going to happen. It happens in every community. I don't care about those, which is where you and I are always on the same page. I don't really too much care about them people. I care about us. And that's why I think when we have these conversations, it's like two conversations being had, and your solution is solutioning for something we're not talking about. It is a separate issue. And the separate issue is how we are functioning. Yes, we need to figure that out. We need to hold ourselves accountable. We need to make sure that we understand there is criminality at a high, too high of a rate that we're comfortable with, and we need to find a solution for it. But if we're trying to compile that with something like this, I don't understand the reason why we do that. Is to give the well, in these scenarios, these are the things that we're talking about wanting to find police, whether no matter the color, to have them accountable because let's be very clear, we see these things happen. And I know we don't like to compare other races because that's not the purpose of doing it. It don't really help the point sometimes. But in this case, we have seen actual irate people we, wielding weapons not get treated like this on camera from other cultures or other backgrounds. So if there is a conversation, I just think they're two separate ones. And I don't want because I know your point and I know your intentions, Hotep. I don't want you to just get so stuck on your point that you're not recognizing how you're communicating it and how it's translating. It is translating that
All
way.
right, so
And I know what you mean. I just came up here to,
no,
you my bro, so I want to
of
make sure you
course,
understand that's how it's coming
you my
across.
sister, and trust me, I get it. But I will say this: if people are actively listening to what I am saying and then walking away from what I'm saying, is that the point that I'm making is that less crime would then equal less, violent or abusive policing, then you're not actively listening to me, and you're listening to me through an emotional lens of a preconceived notion about what I'm saying because it may sound similar to an argument you heard somebody else say, and because of your emotions are involved, you want to put me in that ideological box. And that would not be an indictment on my speaking skills, but it would be an indictment on one's listening skills, because not one time did I say that. So it's for it to be assumed or inferred that that's what I said would not be an indictment on me. I'm not saying that's against you, Jonay, because I
I
know
know.
when we have these conversations, there are people that feel that way. And again, I'm not that emotionally tied to it, and that's what happens. We have been in the same way watching this media, and that media has been actively affecting and dictating your emotions. So when you give examples of you seeing a white dude attack a police officer with a weapon and still not get killed, and you truly believe that that doesn't happen for black people, but I'm here to tell you that it does every single day. There are black men and women who actively attack police with violence and they do not die. They do not get killed. But because you've only been shown black people getting killed, and you've only been shown white people not getting killed, because on the inverse, I can show you videos of a white man getting filled up with lead after attacking a police officer. It 100% happens. So again, I am not that emotionally offset about these situations because of, I haven't pretty much traumatized myself by watching hours and hours of footage of Philando Castiles and Sandra Bland's and all of these different, body cam videos that y'all have been ingesting or we have been ingesting for the past decade. I am not that. I still keep my eye on the ball, and that's the reason why I bring up the numbers. The numbers say that all the interactions, and even if we account for the ones that we just seen in the jumble where it didn't end in a death, we're talking almost 10 million interactions every year, and not even 1% of those are ending up in violence. Not even 1%. So again, I'm not that emotionally charged in this situation to worry about tonality and all this other stuff. Hear what I am saying. I am meaning what I say, and I'm saying what I mean. At every interval of this conversation, I did not absolve a corrupt cop, an abusive cop, not one time. Even said that I am distrustful of police. Again, though, I am consistent with my morals in saying that I do not harbor, aid, and abet criminals either. And that's where Rashad and some people who may not like my message, that's where we disconnect. Because I look at the nigga that's willing to kill 4 or 5 niggas over some shit he said over the internet, definitely worse, because again, I'm a black American man and I love my community, and there are innocent people dying and being terrorized every day based upon this, versus statistically the police officers in our areas. So again, if I had to choose one or the other, I can cope with an overzealous police officer much easier than I can cope with a gang of young niggas with guns with illegal buttons on it and switches on it, literally shooting up and down my block all day, every day. That's not what the cops are doing. Are they doing corrupt shit? Are they killing people across the country and shit like that? Are they abusing their power across the country? 100%. I'm just saying that when it comes down to the actual terror that's going down in the community, it has nothing to do with, oh, if we get these little niggas off the street, then the police will act better. I'm saying we need to simultaneously handle both groups because they are both a detriment to the community. But again, when it comes down for me talking to these, talking about a 17-year-old with a Glock 29 with a switch on it, who was literally terrorizing his neighborhood, we cringe and we recoil at that because nobody wants to talk bad about that little nigga because maybe he just needed to go to an after-school program and he wouldn't be a murderous thug. But it's like, yo, dog, he's made the decisions to be one, and we need to handle that as it pertains to as it pertains to our current situation right now. We need to be
So
preventative. We need to be proactive, but after the crime has happened, we can't just keep saying, well, oh, crime happens. That's innate in everybody. No, it is not. The mass majority of the people in these ghettos are not committing crime. And we need to stop acting like crime is just so regular and so normal that we need to stomach all of these murders. We do not. We're talking tens of thousands of murders, my nigga.
Right.
That is terrible.
But I want to make sure you don't
Hold on, wait.
misunderstand when I said that. I'm not what I'm highlighting, right? Just so that way that point doesn't get lost. I'm not saying that we normalize or really become desensitized to the things. What I'm saying is what happens in conversations like this. We think and we tend to lean that there is a predisposition of black people to be criminal. I'm saying that everybody has criminal tendencies, meaning your background. That's my point, right? I'm not saying that we should be desensitized to it. I'm just saying in a lot of these conversations, we act like the only types of thugs are niggas. And that's what
No,
I'm
the
saying
only
is not
type
the
of
point.
thugs that I care about is nigga
Hotep.
thugs.
I know, but I'm just making sure it's clear because you're not the only person that has this POV, and that's not the only way that people can internalize what you're saying.
That's cool.
Hotep.
I just know that
Hold
I've
on, wait.
been.
Let
Go
Real
ahead,
go
bro. I'm
real
sorry.
quick.
No, the Hotep. I don't want to cut your wisdom. I just want to make sure I understand. I want to clarify what you're saying just so I can understand it, right? You're saying there's a problem in the black community. You're saying based on statistics, the problem from the murders in our community are more than us, more than them. They are. We're not. So you're saying you're not absolving them. You're not saying they're not a problem. You're just saying a larger problem when it comes to numbers. If it's 4,000 blacks that died in one community, you're saying that most likely it was the niggas from the neighborhood. Maybe 3,000 of them. Maybe the other 1,000 was the police. So the bigger problem you're saying is our own selves. But also we need to police the people from the outside, which is the police and all the other agencies that want to police us. That's what you're saying?
Technically. So let's just deal with the numbers, right? And these are all rough numbers. I don't have them off the top of my head. I know I cited them in another space that we did. And basically, the last time I checked, it was about 13,000 murders or 11,000 murders, right? As far as Black America goes in the year like 2022. That same year, I want to say about 300 police killed a Black person. So again, 11,000 versus 300 people. I'm
I agree with you.
You feel what I'm saying? So
I
again,
agree
I'm
on
not
that point.
sitting here saying that because the number is lower that cops are not at fault for what they did. I'm saying is if I am a community leader, if I'm somebody who was in charge of maintaining safety in my community, I'm 100% going to focus on the homicides. And the reason why I know that is because I talk to community organizers, I talk to community activists, and they want more police, y'all. They want more police on the street. They want more police activity. They're not sitting there calling for less police. But all I be hearing is what people, I think all of us relatively live in the suburbs in safe neighborhoods. And we get to sit in our safe neighborhoods and say that the dangerous neighborhoods need less police. And there's old ladies' houses getting robbed and innocent people getting killed every day. And we are sitting in our ivory towers talking about, oh, now the hood needs less police because it's over policing. And y'all really don't be knowing what y'all talking about for real. Y'all don't.
Nah, I ain't never said there's over
No, I
policing.
think that there is. I say that there is a line, right? Because obviously more crime, you need a bigger influence, right? But what I'm saying is that line, in my opinion, because I don't necessarily talk to other communities, right? But from just the outlook that I see from media news and shit like that, in my opinion, that line is overstepped in Black communities, in Black neighborhoods, more than any other community or race or culture or neighborhood, right? And so that's where the over policing tends to come in. I think it's statistics will show that as well. And so I don't like, how do you toe that line, right? Because like I said, the majority of people in that neighborhood and community aren't criminals. And so making them feel as if they are, because you do get into a situation and where everybody is typecast. Everybody is looked at under a microscope. Everybody's being watched. Everybody's being followed because these two niggas decide to do some fuck shit around here and it ain't been solved
All
yet.
right. So let
And
just
so what
All
does
right,
that look
so
like?
you are a Black cop in a high crime Black area. So it's all everything is Black. We ain't got to worry about nothing. There's no white people involved at all. You are a Black cop in a high crime Black area. You know that this young man got killed, and he was killed in front of at least 30 people, and none of those 30 people come up to you or answer you when you ask them what happened. They don't know what happened at all, right? And then that same block inhabited by the same people that are friends with the suspected murderer. Okay, they're all walking around, they kicking it. Now, these people that are friends, they've never committed a crime. They don't got no guns on them, none of that shit. But because you are harboring a criminal, and because you are clearly showing me through your actions that you are okay with this murder going down, and you don't want to actively participate and help solving it, I don't know if you are a potential criminal. I don't know because you are literally aiding and abetting the crime. So, in the same way that we just said that we don't know any good cops because good cops aid and abet the bad cops, I don't understand if you are a cop and you are in a dangerous situation every day where you can get killed and nobody is going to come and speak up and do the right thing, my nigga. How is that going to affect you mentally? And this is what I be talking about
But
with holding these officers and shit to a higher standard than you would hold your own self if it was up to you to police this community.
But could I also say something the whole time? And this is, I hate to do this, but I feel like it needs to be said with, because you make these points that seem as if what you're saying and the fear and the crime and the violence and the criminality, like, are you not familiar with, and I know you are, and that's why I don't understand.
Yeah,
I,
so just
I
just
no, I
respect it.
don't get it. No. Listen to what I'm saying. I don't understand, as if we don't understand how the mob has ran communities before. Like, we are fully aware that in certain parts of New York, you literally lived and abided by the mob rules, no matter if you were in it or not. So what I'm saying is like criminality is criminality because it's going to happen. It's going to occur. Sometimes the criminality protects the community. Sometimes it rampages. It runs rampant in the communities. Like what I think, and that's kind of why I feel like this is a separate kind of conversation because it's not a plus b equals c conversation to me, and that's why I feel like when we try to make it one, then we do get lost in the banter and the back
What
and forth
in that
of
analogy, what do
Rashad.
you think my equation is?
I don't know what your equation is because you keep saying the same stuff.
I'll let
Like
him
I
know.
don't really know. Like because you're talking about the aiding and abetting of criminalities. You're doing this, and there's the silence,
Mm-hmm.
there's the snitch culture. All those things. But
Uh-huh.
black folk ain't the only people that do that. So
So
and there's other communities that also. And that's why I'm bringing it up because I know it's so, but you're saying it as if it's an absolute with us, and it's not.
no, I'm not.
That's
No, I'm
how
Hold on,
it's
not.
wait, and
being
not even to
No,
that,
perceived.
I'm
and
I'm
not
not.
even
telling
to
And this
that,
you.
is so
right?
funny to me
Now, hold on,
because
wait,
this
wait,
is the
wait, wait,
same
one
shit
second.
that
Not
Rick
even
was
to that,
saying that we
Hotep.
said
No,
about
no, but
Buffalo.
no, it's
It
not.
is.
It's
It is.
okay. Well, Hotep,
It
you have
is.
to
Hold
allow
on,
a little pushback. We don't all have to agree, and you also have to understand that there is a way that you're communicating this that nobody is disagreeing with the numbers, the statistics, and all these
Mm-hmm.
other things. But also understand numbers and statistics do not equate for nuance and subjectivity. Like when we have to
Okay.
understand the things that we need. For example, right? And that's why I'm able to have this conversation with you because I know you understand. Our solution is not more policing without other resource.
Mm-hmm.
You get what I'm saying? So just that alone, I know you don't I know you know. Cause I can speak this with you because you're my bro.
Right.
The sole solution to violence in our community is not more police. Because we know that if we ask for that, what's gonna happen? Militarization. We're not asking for that. We need more police. We need different resources. We have other things when it comes to representation. Like, there's a lot of other things that we know are the solution that I think when we try to break it down to a molecular level, saying we need more police, you and I both know that's not the only answer. And so I think maybe that's what Rashad's point leans to is, well, if we're asking for more police and then we know there's a chance that more police equal more random people in certain places getting run down, stop and frisk, then what are we asking for? And that's why I started by saying, Hotep, you're not wrong. On past occasions, I fuck with what you're saying, period. But it
Mm-hmm.
just seems like there's more of an absolute in what you're saying. And
I
that's
will
why I
say
introduced what I was saying.
I will say that I'm absolutely talking about black people. I
I
will
know
say that.
that.
That's what I'm saying. So, but when it comes down to again what I'm saying, I'm being very consistent in what I am saying. And again, because I am honing in on black people, even black cops in certain points of my conversation here, I think it gets a little bit uncomfortable because then y'all get the internalize y'all, not just you, Johnny, but
No, I'm not
other people
internalizing
are.
at all.
No, well, not you. I'm not gonna say not just you, but not you. These people are internalizing what I'm saying to basically, and this is what I'm talking about with the high emotionality.
Mm-hmm.
We have to approach these conversations with a little bit more stoicism and not getting our feelings so much. I
Right.
am talking about black crime. I'm talking about black criminals. I'm talking about black men and women who terrorize our communities day in and day out in the pursuit of profit or whatever they are doing it for. Those people are a scourge to our communities. There are some people in our community who don't have the proper resources, and then they're taking to criminality to feed themselves or whatever. But there is
Mm-hmm.
also a large sector of criminals in our community who just get off on terrorizing the community.
That is
And I'm
true.
not going to absolve those people because the mob exists or MS-13 exists or the triads or the
Right.
Yakuza. I don't care about none of those groups because those people don't largely terrorize my neighborhood.
Right. So let
You
me
get
ask
what
you
I'm
this.
saying?
Yeah, I do. And that's why I'm not and that's why I was only using it as a light point and not to diminish what you're saying cuz I agree with you. But to me, I'm asking this is maybe the better question. It's more of the chicken or the egg. Do you feel like there's more criminality because there's no police, or do you feel like the police like I'm trying to understand but some
What came
I'm
first,
just
the
saying you have
criminality
a
or the
you have
over
you
policing?
yeah, like that's essentially because you've made a lot of great points and they
Mm-hmm.
seem bulleted. But I know that's just how you talk. I know you research, and this is something you're passionate about, not just with
Mhm.
emotion, but with knowledge.
Yeah, this is not like a
This ain't
pre-recorded, like
exactly. This ain't that. You know what I'm saying? Like and
yeah, I
Hotep,
didn't
and that's
rehearse
why you
this.
and I can have this dialogue. I'm not
Mhm.
emotional about it because, like I said, I respect what you say. We've had these conversations before, and we're normally almost
But you
always
holding
on the
it down
same
for the
side.
emotional people. You may not be emotional, but you all holding it down
Yeah,
for
yeah,
you.
because I
One would
understand.
say,
I
one would feel this
I
way, Hotep.
understand. Yeah, I understand the concept because it's how it's being heard. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Mhm.
and so that would be the question. Maybe in this moment is so rather than just all of the facts with the stoic view, what do you
Mhm.
feel came first? Because
All
I
right.
think
So,
that's what may be getting lost in translation.
honestly,
Hold on, wait.
what came first was the deindustrialization of our communities. That first and foremost, not to be obtuse or nothing like
Hold on,
that.
wait. Hotep, I know you about to give us a lesson, right?
Let's move it around. Let's
I,
move it around. Go ahead, go ahead.
yeah, let Kenyon go. Kenyon go real quick, and then we get right back to it
Unprofessional
because I
ass
do want to hear
eating
what you're about to
lunch
say.
on the clock. Look at this nigga.
Okay,
Hey, man, listen. Yeah, DY is in here. Listen, go ahead, Kenya.
it's making me the topic is making me think of, I can't remember. I agree with everything the president is saying. What he's trying to get at, I agree. But to like Jonay's question about like more policing being the answer, I don't, yes and no, right? But when I say more policing, I'm not talking about like what your brain might go to. There was like this really famous, I mean, like social media famous. This was years ago. I'm gonna maybe like 10 years ago, right? He was very popular. It was this white guy. I don't know what part of America. It was a very poor neighborhood. I don't know if it was Memphis. It was somewhere. It was just very, very poor. But he didn't arrest people or anything. I think like his assignment was like community outreach or something. So he like every day he would go in, he would like play sports with the kids, he would go buy them things, he would take them to the stores, he would go see like the old people. He was really, really cool with like all the old people in the neighborhood that lived alone and stuff, and he would go and sit with them for a couple hours. There was a special needs dude that like really, really he got really close with, and he would always have him next to him, and he would take the guy everywhere, like, and the children, like everybody lit up, when this guy came around. Like he was a positive person in that community, and like everyone loved him. And as far as I know, he was the only one, for that particular like neighborhood. But it like that always stuck with me, and I wish I could remember his name, and I could go find him now and see if he's still doing it. But like the relationship that he had with the children, I think like was really, really, really important. Now, however we got here, I feel like we can pontificate and debate till we're blue in the face about like how we ended up at this point. But in terms of like trying to fix it, one, we know that like the crime is not committed by like everybody, really. In a sense, it's really targeted into like a certain demographic and a certain age group, right? So we're seeing mostly young men doing it, and it's starting in like the teenage years. So in my brain, if the as far as like to what president is saying, which is like there not being a real clear delineation between who's the criminal and who's not, because we seem to coddle and aid and abet them. I think that's just because of the negative relationship with the police that we have. And if they started to do more like community outreach and maybe put more of the money into that, and you target like, the kids specifically, so you start building this, we start trying to build like a better relationship with like authority in the community, it might just like alleviate that problem over time, right? Because it won't be a us versus them. It shouldn't be us versus them. If they're trying to get your property back, or they're trying to solve whatever happened to your granny, or they're trying to, it shouldn't be that, right? They're trying to get the drugs out of the neighborhood, whatever it is. It shouldn't be a negative relationship with them amongst everybody. We should be against the criminality as well alongside them. If that's really what that force is doing in that community. Now there are just bad forces that are very corrupt and stuff. I'm not really talking about that. I don't think that's all of them though. So yeah, yeah, I'll leave it there.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
mean, we got
I
niggas
wanted
like
to
Drake
speak. Hold
saying
on,
you
wait. I
never
wanted to
help the
speak to your
police.
point.
It's
Hold
like,
on, wait. One
nigga,
second, Hotep. Hold on, one second, one second. I wanted to speak to your point and where you were. I don't know if this is like your mindset overall, but what you said as far as people not coming up and speaking, and that leans to them, being hand in hand with the criminals and aiding and abetting. Um, I think that there are nuances to that outside of I just don't want little man going to jail, right? There are people who literally fear for their life, and a lot of these neighborhoods um do have a like you said, if there's a high level or high presence of criminals in these neighborhoods, what is going to be done to make these people feel safe in coming up and speaking, right? Especially if the relationship with the police isn't there in the first place. So now a lot of times I'm putting my life in jeopardy, or my family or my children, or where I live in jeopardy for something that 9 times out of 10 probably didn't have nothing to do with me no way. Right. And so when we start looking at the nuances of these communities, it's more than just, oh, y'all niggas aiding and abetting criminals.
Mhm.
It's like, no, I don't think that's the only reason
Well,
that folks ain't
Rashad,
talking. I'm pretty sure it's
well,
not the
Rashad,
only
can I
reason.
just give an example of something? Being that I live in the DMV, and I think Kenyan is does as well, so she might be able to attest to this a little bit. In this area, especially especially we just know summertime is
Summertime
B&E season,
Southeast. Come
okay?
on,
I'm just
man.
gonna say it right now. Niggas know
Mhm.
they cars is up for grabs in the summer,
Mhm.
right?
Don't have no
Don't
Kia.
have no Kia, don't have an easy to access Honda. The YNs is coming with they ski masks and they getting niggas cars overnight, putting them on bricks, stealing the tires, stealing the whole car, right? That's just the thing, especially if you are in any county that's near DC. That's just keeping it a buck, okay? I'm gonna be honest. However, there is a thing that is starting to happen in either certain communities, like whether it's uh townhome or actual, apartment communities. The local police start to have like those little, meetings. They'll come, they'll meet, they'll let you kind of like talk about your concerns. They come and they're trying to do, and thank you, King, because I know you've experienced it probably. I know I have already. They're trying to help people understand, like, we want y'all to see our faces. We want y'all to know that we know what's going on, and we want you to know who we are, so you can have a place where you can start feeling like you're not just out here on your own. And so I think more of that stuff, which does happen, but and again, I'm in a major city, that type of shit works wonders for our aunties, our grandmas, the women that are single, just trying to go to work and come home and not have to worry about waking up in their car gone or getting held up for your car. Niggas can't even get gas at a certain time, no matter where you are, if you're in proximity to DC. So I'm saying that to say, like, Black people inherently do not dislike the police, meaning like we need it because we be dealing with this shit. But that's why I'm saying there is a way to do it. You get what I'm saying? Like I said, the introduction and being connected to the things that impact the county or the community that you're in. If you see a police presence, care and not just show up when you call them, that's different. That's the
Yeah,
difference.
I agree with that, but I can't help it, Joni. I'm sorry. I couldn't help but notice the way you even described the criminality in the summer. It's like, well, we
What?
all know during the summer it's about to be B&E. Like, it's just
It is.
a foregone conclusion. But I would sound crazy if I said, well, it's summertime. It's gonna be cops out here slamming niggas on their neck. It's like,
No,
again,
you're not crazy.
you know what I'm
And that's what I'm
saying?
saying. Like, and that's why I was telling you, you and I are not at the opposite end of that
Right, of
conversation.
course.
It's
I'm
like
just saying.
like I'm telling you, as someone that's living actively now, you said we all living in the suburbs. Speak for yourself, okay? I live in the city, okay? Let me be very clear. I
Copy.
don't live in the hood, but I
Listen,
definitely live.
I am 10 minutes from my Mondawmin
Listen,
Mall.
Yeah,
Like,
that's what
I
I'm
don't think
saying.
y'all
Like,
God bless
speak for
y'all.
understand.
yourself, Hotep. I'm not sitting in no pearl. What do you call it? Ivory
Ivory
tower. I'm
Ivory
I'm
Tower, yeah.
I'm very much so in proximity to the capital. Not literally,
No,
but my
I
point is.
dig it. I'm just
So
saying,
I'm
like,
just
y'all not
saying,
your
like,
block is not a high crime block,
no,
but
it's
your
not. It's
address,
not. But
that's
it's
what I'm saying.
definitely
I'm in
right.
Towson. It ain't
My
that bad
It
over
ain't
here
address
that
is
either.
bad.
high crime
But
address.
But
You know what I'm
right.
saying?
But the point is that
I'm
You
just a
hell
little
wake
no,
it
nigga,
up.
please. I
Jonay.
don't live in
Wake it
See, here's
DC.
up.
the thing. We
Jonah
don't
off
want to.
U
We can
Street.
get
Hell
around.
We
no.
got her.
Jonay does not strike me as a tough on crime kind of
Nah, nigga.
individual. I am. I'm so sorry. I have been so inconvenienced by
I've been up
crime.
here on
I
an
have
island
been.
on my own, Kenya. I don't
I
know.
man, not you're not allowed to speak. No, you're
I no
not.
Kenya. My problem is I can't be tough
CJ
on
left me.
crime because
CJ
then
had
that
a
will want
whole
me to see all
family of
my
police
family in jail,
officers.
and I don't
Man,
want
I
that all the
remember.
time. I ain't gonna
Oh
hold you.
my God,
CJ
I
had a
remember one
whole family of
time.
police
I ain't
officers and
gonna
left
hold
me
you.
up
You
here
got
to
the you
die
got
on
the
Right.
my
cop
own.
you got the
See, the
cops as
police
your
never around when
family.
you need them.
I got the criminals as my family.
The
Maybe I'm
car
not.
was
Okay.
right there by
Maybe
Howard
I do have a little
University, bro.
sensitivity
They
for it.
broke
Maybe.
into the car. When I tell you everything on laptop, chargers, everything just gone. And I
I bet you
needed
had it
that
right on the seat
laptop.
too.
I needed
You had
that
it
for
right on the seat
school.
where they could
Yeah, I
see
sure
you.
did. But
Come
it's
on.
just like I don't
Yeah.
understand. You know, it's because I used to be. I grew up as a very naive kind of person. I just thought, you know, people was just good to be good. You know, and I used to shame people. I'm like, y'all just want to see the bad in everybody. Whoop de whoop. Man, by the time I was 22, 23,
Lock
that
these
was
niggas
out
the
of me.
fuck up.
That was
Lock them up.
gone. Do you understand? I'm lock these. Oh, lock them up. Do you understand me? No, you can't like Dr. Umar said, bro. No, you gotta start. Man, listen. You gotta start making examples out of people.
That's a walking Vic. Look at this shit.
Nah, I ain't gonna hold you, man.
Ridiculous.
Like it's all fun and games when you out there running with them and shit like that. But when you dead ass like gotta take care of your family and provide for these niggas in an area that's extremely dangerous, my nigga, like you approach this stuff a lot differently. All of that empathy that you may have for this nigga because
And once you start speaking to these people and you
and they
start to
tell you
realize,
to
I'm
your face
sorry,
that they
this
don't want to
whole
hear none of that shit you
resources,
kicking.
they
Yeah.
don't care about none of that. And I'm sorry, the crime do not be for no damn
But I also blame the
resources. The
OGs
crime don't be
in
for
them little
resources.
spaces. Where the OG
Kenya,
Your
niggas at?
mama gets about 600 a month in food stamps. You're not robbing
they're
for no
not poor
food.
at
Do you
all.
understand me? You're not robbing for no food. You're not giving her no money for housing.
At
You're
all.
So Hotep,
robbing
why
for
you ain't
materialistic
mentoring the YNs?
things.
Because you used to be out there. They
I
you what?
do. I
You
do. I got
okay?
a
All
So,
right
so the
then. So
same
you
way
know what
that
they
nah.
do.
I
Hotep on this
could get
Dr.
on
Umar. Some of these
Indeed.
niggas gotta
See,
die.
y'all
And
Man, get
crazy.
find
your
a
goofy
job.
Listen.
ass, boy. Y'all.
Hotep
Yo,
on
See,
this.
my
DZ,
see,
I
and
know you
that's
about to come up
why I
here
wanted
and
to
say
be
some
clear
bullshit.
about Hotep saying I was trying to marry my
Kenya's
point
so
to an old
fucking
point. I'm
green.
not
It's
marrying my
like,
point to the old point of
No,
thinking
it's
that
not about me
these
being green.
YNs is
I grew
Spartans and
up
shit.
Hold on,
very
hold on, hold
she
on.
leaving
I grew
$100
up
bills on
very,
the
I'm gonna be honest, I
dashboard.
grew up
Talking
very
about don't take my
whitewashed in
car.
the beginning. I grew up very whitewashed in the beginning. I was in a
We
Okay,
I
hear
was
it.
in an
no,
all
don't
We
do
Catholic
hear
that.
it.
Don't do
school.
that. Don't do
It was
that.
only a few black kids, but then there was a shift that happened. Okay. So once I
I'm talking about
finished off,
that
I
shit.
finished off high school in public school and my mother married a man. We moved to the house that he had in Baltimore. It was such a culture shock. And it really, like, honestly, like, it broke my heart a little bit because I didn't know such. Baltimore just really did, like, I did not know,
Yeah.
okay, that there was
I used
just
to be in
such
the trenches in
ignorance. That
Baltimore
the levels of
too.
ignorance that you will like run into, it will shock you. It will shock
Yo,
you at
I'm trying to
times.
tell you, like, I'm not saying this shit because, like, I'm telling you shit that I actually lived my entire life. And what I'm trying to tell y'all, yo, talking to these niggas is not as like, oh, OG care about me and all that other shit. It's like it's a totally different thing. These niggas they got clout off of this shit. They have niggas on IG Live who are watching them commit these crimes. Like, there's a whole different reward system going on with the criminals, especially that's like
Right.
the
But
teenage
every
criminals.
criminal got a daddy, don't he?
Jonay, what?
Somewhere, yeah,
Okay.
Like,
somewhere.
what are you
And
talking
that's
Kenya
my
had
about?
a
point.
culture
But what
shock
And
does
in
that's
that?
my
high
No,
point.
no,
school.
but
No,
that,
no,
no, but
that's
that's
Seeing
that
that's
niggas
but
eating
that's why
peanut butter
my larger
sandwiches.
points aren't surface. My larger points are rooted in
Jonay,
something
Jonay,
else.
my father
The
is in West Virginia Penitentiary right now, Hazleton. He's not
exactly.
getting out, bro. He's not getting out.
Exactly.
Nowhere did
And
I
that's a
ever
part of
think
the
I want to
problem.
go sell packs.
No, but that's what
That
I'm
thought
saying,
Yeah,
never
King.
that's
But
not.
occurred to
Kenya,
me.
that's a part of what I'm saying, and that's why I think some of the conversations they're valid, right? But the conversations come off as crotchety, old, whitewashed
So
POV.
what? Stop.
Listen,
Listen, the
it
reason.
do because
No, it
you
does
know
not,
the
Janae.
and
No, it does not
that's why I
because
say it because you
it
know
only
the
comes up.
reasons.
No, Janae,
You
you
be
have to
knowing
stop
the
doing that.
reasons, Hotep.
Stop, Janae, please, because you are my sister and I
They're
love you.
just not
No,
good
you be knowing
reasons.
the
Bro,
I know
reasons.
them, Jonay, but
hold
they're
on. Let's
never good
pause for
enough
a
to
second.
me. They're never good
No,
enough.
stop doing that because when
Mm-mm.
Shorty has said that about you, I was like,
I'm not
I
saying you. I was talking about Kenya. Kenya said she was whitewashed. I wasn't saying you.
check. No, but check this out
She
though.
said that. I would never use that as a thing if someone didn't already say it about themselves. That's why I
No,
was saying.
I dig that part. But what I'm saying is because I understand that that's what, even if you're not standing on that, there are endless amounts of people
Hmm.
who believe that holding black people, holding other black people accountable is some white shit, or you are
That's not the
now
point I'm making.
internalizing white supremacy or whatever the fuck. So when I am talking badly about degenerates who are terrorizing my community because I am treating them as the degenerates that they are, I'm somehow anti-black, which
No,
I
but
think
that's not what I'm
is
saying. And now
ridiculous.
you're projecting
I'm not
something I'm not
saying you,
saying.
just like you are not saying that what I'm
Okay.
saying, but there are people who are going to cling on to what
Right.
you're saying in the name of that
Right.
emotionality. And what
Hmm.
I'm saying is that we have to get away from that, because all of the etiquette, all of the civility, all of
Hmm.
the obedience that we have came from people that look just like us. It came from our grannies, our great grannies, our parents, etc., etc. It wasn't a bunch of white people walking around the hood civilizing us. It was our parents, our people in our
So
community
you're
that said,
highlighting my point.
so what I'm saying
That's
though,
literally what I
you
was saying.
again, but what's happening now, ironically, is that you'll have crackers on the internet tell this little nigga that he's so gully and gangster that he need to keep doing this shit, and he's getting that dopamine rush because of the internet, and all of the
Right.
black people around him are telling him, little nigga, you need to shape up, little nigga, you need to do something with your
Your
life, little
kids
nigga,
can't be
here.
raised by the internet if you don't let them.
So what I'm saying to you is the community is at fault first and foremost. That's, you and I agree.
Yeah,
But again,
that's exactly my
but
point.
again, when it's time to hold the actual perpetrators of the crime accountable, I don't want to hear fatherlessness. I don't want to hear resources. I don't want to hear that, because these niggas are not
Right, but
lacking in
Hotep, but
resources.
Hotep, but Hotep. But this is why I'm saying you're just being too stoic about the point, and you're not even willing to think through the point of what I'm
That's
saying.
what's necessary.
No, it's not, because you're saying you don't want to blame, and I'm talking about, let me be very clear. The niggas out here that are doing stuff are not 18, 19, 20, 20-year-olds. These are 13-year-olds, 14-year-olds,
It's in that range.
15-year-olds is what I'm
It's in
telling
that
you.
range.
So what I'm saying to you is, you're saying on one hand, you're saying blame the community, then you're saying, but these niggas know what they're doing. At 13, that's my
Yes.
point. That is what I'm
Yes.
telling you. No, this is what I'm telling you. It is not just one solution. It is not, they should know better. At
Jonay,
13,
Jonay.
stop it. You know, where is they daddies? Why are they
A
getting
good,
policed? Why have they gotten to this level of depravity where nobody can't tell them nothing at 13? There's a
The
larger
majority of
conversation.
and that goes
violent
back to
crime is
my
That
not.
point
is
about
no, but
aiding
that's the
and
whole thing.
abetting
But
criminality.
it's not
These,
aiding and abetting criminality at 12. Like, there's a larger
I'm talking
No,
about
problem.
because
I'm
what?
talking
Hold
about
up,
the
Joe. Hold up. What
surroundings.
Jonay
Like,
is
you
saying
keep
is
trying
being
to hyper
proactive.
fixate on
But what you're
something.
saying is,
No,
what you're saying, Hotep, is after the fact, once the crime is committed,
Yes.
as far as aiding and abetting
no,
criminality.
that's
And
not what I'm
Jonay is
saying at
talking
all.
about
I'm
being
talking
proactive in the
about
Yes.
when the
community.
That's
little
literally
nigga
what
is,
I'm that's
You can't
literally
aid and
what I'm
abet,
saying.
aid and
no,
abet
I'm telling you what
beforehand,
I am saying.
Hotep.
When the little nigga is in his bedroom doing all of that pseudo criminality shit, and his mom and dad or whoever adult in the crib is letting him do that shit, that's aiding and abetting criminality. When that nigga is flunking out of every class and you don't do anything proactively to get his grades up, you are aiding and abetting criminality. So before he even actually kills somebody, you are aiding and abetting all of the behaviors that would lead him down the path of criminality. That is what I am saying. So before he even becomes a murderer, you are allowing all of the behaviors, thoughts, and everything in between for him to go down that road. And I'm saying that I'm holding the community accountable for that. There is not a single police officer's job to raise your motherfucking son. Not one.
Y'all niggas told me people ain't good at school yesterday.
Literally. And weren't
No,
you
no, 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 no,
also,
no.
Hotep? Like,
Please
because there's the
respond to
thing,
what I
like, we
just
have a
said, and
lot of
don't make up come
examples
from
of
what I
when
said.
kids see that, and that's what I'm saying. Like, that is why when I first came up here, it's two conversations. Like,
I still
what,
haven't
like,
heard the two separate conversations.
because what is being said is two things. You're having one conversation about police, how they react and respond to us in our communities. One conversation. Now you're talking about the nexus of why there is such a high level of criminality amongst youth. Because that's the
No,
core,
I'm
that's the
not.
crux of what we're
You
that's
did that. That's what you just did.
but you
Because you
keep
tried
talking,
to say it's only
because that's
happening
what we're
between.
talking about, Hotep. You keep
No,
talking about
Jonah. You said
criminality, and who do you think is committing it? 50-year-old niggas?
no. But you tried to disqualify 21-year-olds for some reason just
I'm
now. I
not
don't know.
disqualifying.
Yes, you
You're
did.
being
Yes, you did.
nitpicky. No, I'm not. I'm talking.
No, I think hold on,
You're
wait,
You
because
said
with
nitpicking.
most of the
Jonah,
crime is not
I
being
said it
committed
I'm
by
saying
earlier
in the
today.
21
area
year
I
olds.
I'm
think
in. I'm telling you what I've
You did not say
seen.
area you're in. You didn't.
That was the okay because you want to be
You did
nitpicky.
not.
I
You
know.
did
No, but
I
not say
get
either
no.
that.
I didn't like that
I've
point
been here
because
with
either
Hotep
way,
before. I know why
in
Hotep
the
does this. I
DMV,
get it.
it's still it's
It's
not
not a
most of
character
the crime
trait.
is
It's a
not being committed
connotation.
by teenagers. It's being committed by young adult men. Okay, so that is
Yes, they're
18,
not. You
19,
said that
21,
they weren't.
22. So we
no, but
don't need
even
to make the
still, hold on,
crux of them children
even
for this argument.
still, even still
Exactly.
with the conversation that we are having, that Jonah is saying as far as being proactive, and I said it earlier in the conversation, I think the focus needs to be on the kids. Like I said, how gangs target little niggas. I think that these situations and where being proactive should be a major focus with the children. So, like you said, Hotep and the aiding and abetting because they're not good at school. I that blew my mind. But
Oh,
I
you
think
don't
that there
know
is a
how by if you failing out of class, people can pretty much predict by your fifth
I,
grade that you'll
I
be
mean,
a
y'all,
criminal.
like I said, niggas told me kids just ain't good at school yesterday. I,
I don't know
so
what
I
I don't know
like,
what
hey
you're
man,
talking about. I don't know what that is. You're just
I'm
conflating
just
arguments
saying
now.
there are nuances into reasons on why kids aren't doing well
Right.
in
And
In the
school,
that
hold on,
right?
is
hold on,
why
hold
we
on,
And
hold on.
keep
so
coming
Wait, wait, wait.
here.
Maybe y'all
that
Because
didn't hear what I
Hotep
said.
comes with facts and stats when there is nuance to blackness and black experience in our culture.
Excuse you? Nuance
That
what?
is what you're that no, that is what we're talking about. You are trying to clarify with facts and stats. We're talking about nuance in black
But
culture. That's literally what
nuance
we're
to
talking
What?
what?
about.
What are
Nuance
you
to you
talking
not
about right
taking your
now?
ass to school and sitting down? Nuance to you
What?
not going to go rob
Okay,
that
first
no,
off,
rapist?
hold
but
on, hold on. So Kenya,
you don't have
as
to
hold on, no, it's
fail.
okay. Hold on,
No,
Rashad.
we
So
just
Kenya, as a
we
woman
just
that has
gotta
had the
say
Hold on. You
privilege of
no
also
to
having
got
bullshit.
two
got
parents in
make
a
excuses
household,
for
One
criminality.
mic,
right?
one mic.
But this is the
Hold
thing.
on.
As a woman that has had the privilege, as you just said out of your own mouth, of having two parents and or vice versa, and having a certain level of uh s- structure in a home where you go from one house to another house, please understand there are kids out here that don't have a consistent place to rest their heads nor a
Renee, we are
singular bed.
talking about the
No,
Hotep,
adults.
I'm
move
not.
out the way. I'm not
Jonay,
talking
I
to you. I'm
know
talking
that.
about
I'm
what
not
she just
blaming those
said.
Hold on
kids.
one
Jonay, I
second.
know that. I'm not blaming those
All
kids.
right, so that was
I'm talking
that's why I'm
about their
saying
mama and
nuance
they daddy, whatever
because you
age
just said
they
there's
are.
no nuance, and I'm telling you there is when we're talking about the nexus of some of these problems. I'm talking the
Go
nexus of
ahead,
the
Mushy.
problem. I'm not talking
No,
about
but
y'all
here's my
experiences.
okay, but Jonay, no, let me just say this real quick, and then here's my thing, right? The poverty, yes, there are the wire was very it was close. They damn near replicated real life, okay? It wasn't that far off. So there really wasn't too much dramatization going on. That was some real shit that was happening. There was children with no pencils, they don't got running water. All of that stuff is still happening right now in Drew Hill, okay? Right here in Baltimore. The problem that I'm having is that I don't see this direct connection between these issues and morally and culturally how you decide to navigate within them. And I say this to say that my family came from, and I think I don't want to FBA this. I just want to make this point. I'm not making any grander point with the point. I'm just saying this. They were poor in Trinidad. They didn't have much in Trinidad. You still had to iron your clothes on Sunday. You still had to get up in the morning and take your butt to school. You had better make sure that that schoolwork was fucking done. Okay, it's 8 kids in the house. We penny pinching. We rationing. But there will be order. I was taught things have to be done decently and in order. Okay, like you there has to be some type of structure or else what the hell are we doing, even if we poor? Well, we ain't never gonna not be that way if we just any fucking thing goes.
Exactly my
so
point. The
so
structure
even in the poverty, okay, in my Caribbean background, that shit was not
for
happening.
your
So I
background.
don't
For
understand.
your
I don't
background. So if you
understand
don't
how.
understand, then say that's not my experience, but don't say
No,
it's not happening because
I'm
it
Black
is.
American, and my mother did the same thing. So what I'm
Exactly. And
Hold
you're
on,
a
wait.
black
Let Mushy
American.
go
It
real
didn't happen
quick.
to
Okay, thank
you,
you.
but it does
So
not
it's
mean it's
still no excuse.
happening.
Thank you,
I'm saying,
President.
no, no,
So
no,
it is
hold on
no
a
Hold on,
second.
wait.
excuse.
Hold
I
on a
think
second,
that
Kenya.
something
And I want you to
y'all two
understand
ain't getting
something.
it.
I'm telling you as someone that has worked with kids that literally have came to school and did not have no lunch, no breakfast, and used to wait and have to only eat with school. So just because Hotep mama cooked for him and yours did too, don't mean that there's not kids out here that are experiencing this real life. Kids are coming to school with dirty ass clothes and having these experiences, and then they are not of the small minority.
They are.
Please stop it. No,
It's
they're
no, it's
not.
not. Not in
They
these
are.
They're
communities. No, it's
not.
They
not.
are though.
They are not,
Most kids,
Hotep.
yeah,
And
No,
that
I'm
is
not
it's
how
gonna
I
say.
know
I'm
that
not
not.
you
gonna
are.
say
I don't know
that's
why you keep saying
most.
stuff like
That's
this to
not
make a
fair.
larger point. That is not happening.
I promise you, the parents
You
is
don't.
In
So
these
get
what y'all
fucked
how do
up
you
doing.
know
What
communities
y'all
that
this?
y'all
doing is
How
talking
do you
about,
know this?
hold on, wait. In these fucked up communities that y'all talking about, y'all think these kids is going to pristine schools and
no.
shit?
What I'm telling
Like
yo, y'all need to
stop.
stop
We
this.
can't be
Y'all
one or
need
the
to stop
other.
this. First and foremost, the
No,
barrier to entry
it's
to
these
get
weird
to be
high
eligible
horses
for
when this
food
stuff is
stamps in
we've
this
seen
country.
this with kids, man.
Yo,
I've
listen,
seen it with my
we
eyes.
we all did. I lived in it. I just moved
I
out
don't
the
care what
hood.
you lived in. I'm telling what we lived in after we've transcended the circumstance, Hotep. That's what I'm saying. And you're debunking it as if because you didn't see it, it didn't happen.
It's not that I didn't see it. This is how you're trying to frame my argument.
No,
And
I'm
that's
not. You're saying it, you just said that
respectfully,
didn't
Jonah,
happen.
respectfully, Jonah, this is what I'm gonna need you to do because I do have an immense level of respect for you. When you are disagreeing with me, I do not need you to like rhetoricize what I'm saying. Oh, I know how Hotep is. This is what Hotep is doing. I don't do that to you, Jonah. I never will do that to you, Jonah, because I got mad respect for you and your points. Please do not do
Same.
that to me. I never
I
done
won't.
that to you. That's one. Number two, this is not me. Don't compartmentalize my argument just because you disagree with me. Just because I disagree with you, I have not discounted what you are saying.
Mm-hmm.
When you and me agree, we agree.
Right.
But when we disagree, I don't attack you because I disagree with you.
That's
I
fair.
need you to show me that same
I
respect.
got you.
That's one and two. Now, when it comes to the children and what I was talking about, I was putting the onus on the parents aiding and abetting failure and criminality.
Mm-hmm.
If a child comes home and he is failing all of his classes because he can't focus, because he's hungry, or whatever it is on those parents to be on top of that and to make sure that they steer him to the right way. If those parents don't find it important enough for him to focus on his education, they are aiding and abetting his criminality because everybody knows statistically, I know people don't like stats in this conversation, but statistically, if a child is already failing in elementary school, it's almost guaranteed that he is going to lead a life of crime if it doesn't get taken care of, getting taken care of by a certain age. That's stats. That's the reason why the school to prison pipeline is the way it is. Okay, so we cannot defy that because of your anecdotal experiences about a handful of hungry children coming to school. What I'm saying to you is nobody, I'm not gonna say nobody, the large swaths of the people who are inhabiting the hood right now are not starving, Jonay. They are not, because they are getting mass amounts of food stamps. Now, in this climate now, things are changing a little bit. We've seen, I don't know if y'all have seen,
They
but
got 2 more years before them cuts get in effect.
yeah, right. So,
They still getting them.
right. So again, when we're talking about these areas, you are coming to you're interfacing with these situations outside. Excuse me, outside of the. I live next door to these people. Okay, these are
Right,
the
but do
people
you
that live.
see how? But you want this, like you just said, you wanted the respect, and the thing that you just asked for, you then and you
No,
literally
I didn't.
did exactly what you did to me. So you
Tried to
called my
respect
experience
your truthful.
anecdotal. You
Hold on,
also
you
then
said you
said that
weren't
I'm
going to
not
call
living in. I
that
have no
anecdotal.
like you're doing the thing that you just asked me not to do to you. What
No, I
we
didn't.
see people who don't like facts. We don't like. No, we enjoy everything that you bring to the conversation. But this is why I agree with you, and this is a moment as my brother. We are not in a full agreement, but what you're not realizing, you're also marrying your point to Kenya's and marrying your point to something Kenya said, and she is not saying the same thing you are. So
Kenya
if
marrying her
I'm
point to
refuting,
mine. I'm the
I
one who's
get that, but that's
arguing.
what I'm telling you. So some of the things and the retorts you're hearing me say are not towards you. It is towards the points that you two are marrying together. So what I'm saying
Yeah.
is exactly. So that's what I'm saying. It
Yeah,
is
that's
not specific to you, but again, don't diminish my experience as anecdotal when it is not. There's also probably stats and facts that I could find and provide them to you. So again, you have quote unquote lived an experience, and that's not anecdotal, but mine is because you feel like what you are in closer proximity. You don't
No,
know
but
the
but
proximity.
my
fact,
only
a
part. I'm
fact.
not
Hold on,
saying it
wait,
would. I'm not
one
saying
second.
okay.
Let Mushy go because he had his hand up, and then Mick got it. Let him get in because I wanted to hear what Mushy had to say.
All right, hold up. I feel like you kind of split the conversation of the original point we was having about police brutality, and people have came up here and made the points about community that like somebody just came up here and said something about the officer who came into the community and had that relationship. That was the original point. I feel like you kind of flipped it and kind of put some of the blame on black children that go through some of these things in the neighborhood. And like somebody who was it? Grandma put in there, everyone doing crime isn't for the same reason, the same way. Like for me, as an example, like out of all like 10 of my friends that we grew up in the 3 block radius of each other that hung out every day, I was the only fatherless kid. But guess what? I was the only one who had good grades and graduated high school because I had my grandmother gave us somewhere to live. Even my mom was going through her troubles and shit. But guess what? I still end up in the streets because my grandma couldn't take care of all these damn kids that she was had to go through. You know what I'm saying? She still gave me structure and shit. And she told me she knew I don't feel like she was aiding me, but I had a uncle that did 30 years and she knew what I was doing. You know what I'm saying? To get through. And when I graduated, she told me either you're gonna keep doing this or you're gonna get your ass and go to the military. You know what I'm saying? So she knew what I was doing. And it wasn't like she knew I was doing this shit for a purpose. You know what I'm saying? And whatever came with that while I was in there, she said, you gotta handle that shit on your own. You got your own bond. You gotta get your own bond money because you know what come with this shit because you see your uncle doing this shit. You know what I'm saying? Me as being like the third oldest grandkid, like she's seeing this shit. So it's like you just can't say they aiding and abetting this behavior because some kids, like Janae was saying, it's nuances to this shit. It can't be all facts when it come to this shit. It's different situations for everybody that comes through this program of life as being a black person. We all know this shit. Like you said, you don't give a fuck about nobody else what those other thing people go through, but at least recognize what these kids are going through in some of these homes. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm probably like you saying I never failed in school. Like I never had a bad report card because my granddad put that structure in me like to go to school. You know what I'm saying? I used to wake up at 12 o'clock. Guess what? Your ass still going to goddamn school. But I knew I had to take care of damn near myself and get it out the mud. Like that put something in me, you know what I'm saying, the goddamn how this goddamn this you know what I'm saying, that evolution of me to always, being like survival mode. And I'm just getting out of that survival mode.
Mushy,
Even though, go ahead.
let me ask you this, because like 'cause it sounds like you're making.
You sound low, Hotel.
Can y'all hear me now?
I can hear him.
All right,
Yeah.
my fault, because I'm using my computer mic and all of that. When it comes to that, I believe you are making my point. Because if it wasn't for them OGs in your life to set you straight, do you believe that you would have still ended up the same person you are today?
Mushy was a drug dealer.
I was too, Jonay. Hold on.
So that's the point he's making. That's the
No,
point he's trying to make,
no.
Hotep.
Okay,
He had the
so
good grades and still went down the path of criminality.
what I'm saying to him is, okay, is that he still had adults in his life, despite him making the decisions that he made, that told him right from wrong. What y'all are telling me, what I'm telling y'all is there are parents who are allowing the bullshit in the crib. The people in Mushy's life did not allow the bullshit. They spoke out against it. He knew right from
Yeah,
wrong.
but at the same time, they knew what I was doing. Like probably my grandmother was the only one.
Let me
My
ask you
whole
this. Let me
family.
also ask you this, Mushy. If you did
Go
not
ahead.
sell drugs, would you have starved? Be honest.
No, Granny kept it up.
Exactly. Same thing for me. I sold mad drugs, bro. I'm not even gonna act like
Why did y'all do that?
for me, pursue the profit. It was something that was in my face. My niggas was making mad bread. I see this first time I seen 5 figures cash in a duffel bag, and I wanted to get in on that. And my niggas put me on, gave me a starter pack, and I was off to the races. It had nothing to do.
That's
And
why I
brother,
bought them
you
two
are
ounces.
highlighting the nuance I'm talking about. You are the
Not
example of the
Yeah.
nuance I'm talking about.
how.
What
Literally.
is the
How?
nuance?
The
I mean,
nuance,
That
no, hold on. The nuance is that drug dealing equates to hunger, equates to poverty, equates to not having. This nigga sold drugs because he was in a pursuit of money and he still did it. And that's my point, is that
right.
blackness is not a 1-to-1 equals 2.
Why you keep saying blackness?
All right, so hold on,
That's not what
Hotep.
we
All right,
talked
so
about
being
hold on,
originally.
totally.
Hotep.
I don't
Hold on,
Hold on,
that
hold
one
on,
second,
hold on,
one second, one second,
hold
because
bro.
on.
why
So all right,
blackness is not
so
tied
Black
to drug dealing
experience is my, I'm
at
not
hold on.
saying
all.
that. And don't get caught up
It's
on,
not. It's not.
stop with
It's not.
the
It's not. Yeah,
semantics.
please stop it. Please stop. Yeah. So hotel. I wouldn't have starved before I was getting school clothes, having dues, all this shit. They couldn't pay for that shit. You know what I'm saying? And me going through this shit as a kid and missing first days of school and shit like that. Like I
No, so
started this
so
shit with.
listen, making money and selling drugs are two different things because you could have sold t-shirts and candy and shit and CDs. So we're not
That
gonna
shit
do that.
won't.
I had
That
a
no, that wasn't an option for me when
That's
we
not
was.
accessible,
Yeah,
Hotep.
Like that's what I'm saying.
Y'all
that's
ain't
Like
had no
yeah,
you
crickets
just
back
move the
then.
goalposts when it like that. I
yeah.
don't
Nobody
That's
know.
did
not
Like,
that
cause
shit,
then
that.
why
Hotep.
didn't you do that?
Stop.
Yeah,
I
that's not.
did.
Yeah, and
It.
I
Hotep
did it.
before,
And you
like
still
when I
sold
tried.
drugs too.
Hell yeah, I wanted more money.
Exactly. So
I
again,
didn't
your
Exactly,
have
my
to.
nigga.
That was
criminality did
a choice
not
that I
equate to
made.
like it's the nuance of what I'm saying is like everything is not a one to one, and that's how it was coming across initially in your experience and how you were projecting.
Exactly.
You were projecting, even though that's not what you're saying. You said, that's why I said it from the beginning. Your one to one is what it was seeming like is not equating the two because there's nuance of circumstance and experience. You are a man that grew up where you grew up. You had the resources you did, and you still chose criminality for a different pursuit, and the pursuit was not poverty.
And listen to
Right.
this, Hotep.
Hold on, wait.
Like
Okay.
Hotep, you know
That's what
that
I've
my.
been saying.
Hold on, Hotep. You know that my family owned the corner store and shit. You
Yes,
know when
I
I
do.
started.
That's what I was. I
You,
was
all right,
just
so
about to
listen,
bring
hold
that
on,
up.
but
Like, why you ain't take
listen,
your ass to work,
listen.
nigga?
So listen, but listen to this. My uncle used to ride by me a block down, goddamn, on the corner. And he
Hmm.
ain't offered me a job, my nigga, until I got out of goddamn prison. And I was what, 20 some years old. But he knew
Yeah.
since I was 14 years old till then, like that's what one of his friends goddamn called me in the other day and said, like, well, my best friend father grew up with him. And he said, out of all those times you was out here, guess what he did? Rolled past you, ain't coming in, offer you a job, or none of that shit till you got home from prison. You know what I'm saying? So it's still other than shit. Like my
Would
grandma,
you
she couldn't
consider
take.
that? Would you consider
Hold
that
on, wait, wait,
aided
wait.
and abetting?
Let's go to Mick real quick and JV because they had their hands up for a while. Go ahead, Mick, and then JV. What's the word? How you feeling?
Hey, what's up, Rashad? You can hear me?
Yes, sir.
I just wanted to
Shout out to
interject here
overtime.
because I went to school in Baltimore. I went to college out there, Baltimore, Morgan State University to be exact. And I'm also Jamaican. One thing I hate that we do as Afro Caribbeans is project our experience on Black Americans because those are two completely different experiences. So when niggas are saying things to us, even if we cannot relate because there's a different sense of order in the Caribbean because it's more old fashioned, I feel like we gotta respect it because those are two different environments. Secondly, as someone that went to school in Baltimore, it's not as simple as just it's the wire, it's crime. There are very deep reasons and a lot of shit that goes on in that city. Whether it's the politicians taking backdoor deals, uh, whether it's the literacy rate in schools. I don't know if what it is currently, but I remember when I went to school out there, I think niggas was reading at like a fourth grade level. Baltimore also has the highest homeless teenage rate in the city. I remember countless nights riding through the city seeing kids probably no older than 14, 15 sitting outside. Mad kids, not just a little
Three
bit,
in the
a lot
morning.
of fucking kids sitting outside either trying to sell waters or fucking wash niggas' windows. You can't even see. They don't even got clean water in they fucking they little spray cans and shit, squeegee boys or whatever. So like I gotta agree with with Jonay. It's a lot more nuance in this conversation. I feel like niggas is
All
giving
right. So let me ask you this.
police and law and order a lot of bail, and I can't fuck with that, bro. I'm
Well, we
sorry.
not doing that, but I will say this: if we got a young black boy in, I want to say Virginia, his family has a business that's been in his family for generations. He got grandparents that give a fuck about him, probably God fearing, going to church every Sunday. They emphasizing this little nigga to go to school. He has an infrastructure, so to speak, and the biggest indictment that he has against him is that his uncle didn't offer the job to him. I'm saying in all of these, almost a damn near perfect scenario for a black boy growing up in the ghetto. That you got a family business, family that give a fuck about you, all of that other shit, right? And Mushy and me, because my mother God fearing she and all that other shit, me and him still chose to do the crime and shit like that. So I'm not sitting here saying that it's the end all be all, but my mother and people around me did not aid and abet me doing the wrong shit. That's all I am saying. His
And you
granny,
still did it.
what I am saying to you, and all of those consequences though would have been my own, and I would have stood on it. It wouldn't have been, oh, my mom didn't feed me or no shit like that. That y'all saying. That's what I'm
No,
saying.
but what I introduce Hotep and you introduce, so you are highlighting the point. your circumstances,
Yeah.
and you became criminal. The person that's hungry that becomes a criminal. The person who daddy was in jail that becomes a criminal, like King Von. Then you got the person. Those are four different scenarios, same end result. And you want to know what? That's nuance. That is why you cannot say the one to one is more policing or respecting police or doing these because and
Whoa,
just
whoa,
oh
whoa,
or
whoa,
the
whoa.
listen
No,
Hotep, stop
respecting
because now
police is crazy.
you're listening to respond instead of listening to the whole
Well, you
what
made
I'm
some
trying to
statements.
say.
That's all.
You're listening to rebuttal. Just listen to me because I'm not saying you're saying that. I'm speaking generally about the conversation.
I'm following.
To believe that some of these solutions that we've heard so far will be the one to one to resolve or to decrease is why I had the pushback about the nuance in the first place, is what you just highlighted. Mushy had a family with a business that he could have worked and they didn't. And he still did to do drugs. He's clearly on the opposite side because he learned, but he was one of those. You also had an educated woman in the church and you chose to, and you're chosen to do drug dealing. You're on the East Coast, he in the South. You get what I'm saying? You chose it for money, right? You didn't choose it for lack of resource. Then you have JV who just said, "Hey, I come from a place where I see these dudes doing this and they are also homeless and sitting on the street." Three scenarios of the same end result. And what I'm saying is there's three different reasons. So that's why I'm saying some of these have less to do with what all of these people are quote unquote allowing, and some of it has to do with, okay, what could have stopped Hotep from wanting to sell drugs? Could it have been a higher paying resource job in the community that could have gave him access to more money the legal way? We don't know. I'm just saying those are the conversations about
Yeah.
resources and things and
But the
access.
thing
And I'm
is,
just
what I
saying
Hold
that's
on,
said to
hold,
all I'm
that,
saying.
hold on one second.
what
Hotep, we gonna get your response. Let JV go because he had his hand up, and then we're gonna get to Hotep. Go ahead, JV.
Oh, I appreciate it, and I hear this is a passionate conversation. But I just want to throw some numbers at it, right? Uh, I disagree that more community involvement will create solutions necessarily. I mean, on the surface, that makes sense, but our prison population is three quarters for low level drug convictions. The I think it's under 15% that are there for violence. So if you have three quarters, and we know that drug use is equal in every neighborhood, like white neighborhoods, black neighborhoods. We don't have a patent on drug use. If we correct for that three quarters through rehabilitation or education or whatever, right? We used to have a very small population that are in prison for everything else, murder, rape, whatever, whatever. And black people are exonerated at 16%. So mathematically, this is not our issue. Our issue is over policing, misconduct, um, lack of investment through lending, or racism on jobs. They said crime is a direct result of poverty. So I think community investment won't correct for those other things. So I just wanted to disagree.
Yeah, and that was what I was saying to your point,
what?
Hotep. I was saying, but I was saying to your point, and when we have these impoverished neighborhoods, when we have these over police like quote unquote hoods, right? And then we go back to the school situation and where these kids probably not going to the best schools, right? So when you talk about resources as far as you're agreeing with what'd you say criminality? What'd you say aiding and abetting
Aiding and abetting
criminality. Yeah, aiding
criminality.
and abetting criminality. I think all of this shit tie into it. You talk about, well, if the parents don't care, a lot of these kids ain't got no goddamn parents. Right. And so
Oh my
there's a
god.
lot of places that we can look into, especially when we talk about the hood, especially when we talk about poverty, and where this broad stroke of it's the parents' fault, and if they're not doing this, and if the kid's not doing XYZ, then they're aiding and abetting criminality. That is not what goes on in the hood in these neighborhoods. It's a lot of shit that
Yo, you are
happens
not
and where
telling
it's
the
not
truth.
not accounted for with
Yeah,
your
but Rashad,
solution.
I just
you
watched
don't
a
think a
mom
Black
on
Panther
IG
type thing
Live
wouldn't
front
help?
her son's ops, nigga. What are y'all talking
Hold on,
about,
hold on.
son?
What'd you say, real?
I'm saying y'all saying I can't believe y'all really think a Black Panther or community type solutions don't help. Y'all asking for more resources and things. He just said poverty
He
uh
said community investment
leads.
won't work. I was like,
Yeah,
what?
that's crazy because listen, what you're saying is he said poverty leads to criminality, right? Great. This means that we need to invest in our resources, give each other more jobs. Like I said earlier, teach each other trades. If you're taking a young boy off the street and teaching them
With what
electrical systems,
money in these communities? With what
you
money?
they didn't have
Niggas
any
can't
money in the
eat. They
'70s
ain't
when they
got
did
no
the Black
food.
Panthers,
Y'all talking
bro.
about
It's
Yes,
about
they
community.
did.
time,
Yes, they did.
bro. It's about time. They
Niggas
didn't
ain't
have
got
listen. They
food.
had more time. They had a lot of time. They had a
And they
lot of
also
time. They,
have
they didn't
funding
rich
from
back
other
then.
organizations, bro. They did.
But that's what we're saying. What's wrong with us saying that we can put our money together
We
collectively and do that
should.
for each
I
other?
agree with you.
You
Yeah.
don't. But I'm saying, but you don't think that would help though? To say that that
I
wouldn't
think
help is
so.
Yeah,
look
yeah, real.
I didn't
Like,
say it
so
be
I
in these
bet
I
real,
do.
conversations.
Now
real.
I
So
do
right
think it would
now,
I'm not
help,
gonna lie.
Rel.
That
I
got me
so
fired
so
up. You
real.
tripping, dog?
No, Rel. I think
Hey,
Yeah.
can I
real.
I
say
didn't say
something
that.
real quick to that before
But
you
hold
say
on,
that
right quick,
mushy?
Joe.
Okay, so go ahead.
I'm going. Okay, so real. I understand. Like now that I see it, and I've been in it, on both sides of this shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, I completely understand what you're saying. Like, me now getting my number one reason for getting my electrician degree because getting into electricity was to teach other niggas. You know what I'm saying? The goddamn these skills and
Fire.
trades because we don't have that shit. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Solid.
I
Super
talked.
solid.
I talked to my homeboys now about like one of my homeboys got a job, a good ass job, a union job, and his son out here doing the wild shit that what I'm saying we used to do. And I get on him about it. Like, get your son together and goddamn put him in the same position that you in. You got a good ass job. He ain't even fucking grad. This man graduated. I mean, not fucking dropped out at ninth grade. Only went to fucking 2 weeks of high school, my nigga. And his first job he ever got now is a fucking union job. Now that's why I be on him about it. Like, I'm correct. I'm trying to correct this shit now that we didn't seen. Like Hotep said, like, would you would have stopped? No, I wouldn't have stopped because my grandmother stepped up to save her grandkids from starving. Like, we was living in hotels and shit and going back and forth. You know what I'm saying? Like, getting kicked out and shit. And that's one reason because I didn't want to put that shit on my fucking grandmother to do everything. Me and my cousin lived together with my grandmother. His father was locked up, the one that did 30 years, and his mama was on drugs just like mine. And guess what he ended up doing? He got life right now. The one I was talking about that got the RICO charge. So both of us was in my grandma's house growing up as the two oldest grandkids going through this shit. Fatherless, the only fatherless kids in this fucking family, but we going through the shit. So that's why I always say uh two-parent households is a fucking plus when you got it. We was lucky enough to have my grandfather who goddamn went to the Air Force and goddamn and what he retired from the fire department, and all he wanted to do was see us do well. You know what I'm saying? My granddad proud as fucking me right now because he seen where I came from, and the only time he put his hands on me is when I was acting up and just said, "I just want you to fucking do better." You know what I'm saying? Like, so it's always like Joe said, it's nuances to this shit. But now that I see this shit, that's what I want to do. I want to put back goddamn resources in my neighborhood and go back and fuck with this store and goddamn and give it back to the kids. Like one of my homegirls, she mentored at the juvenile facility. When I came home, them kids seen me trying to do the right thing. Go home, I came home, went to school, started doing my business shit and other shit. And these kids that's from the neighborhood that seen me came up, they started look up after me and talking to her about me like, oh yeah, Mushy from HP. They were like, oh yeah, you know what I'm saying? I seen what brought it, and that's how I got on my path of showing these little niggas if I can do it, you can do it too. Like people called me and was like, man, I'm so proud of you for being one of the ones that made it out of this shit. And that's my whole purpose now.
Right, but look, right, you doing that is my exact point. It's a brother. You know how many lives you saved and don't even know it? They're calling you, telling you, thank you for the motivation. And your grandpa helping you, I respect it. I love it. I appreciate it so much. And he did it with love. I'm sure was your grandpa rich? Was he well off? Like, was y'all
No,
living in
but
the big? But so
no,
my
no.
point. But my point is, he did it with love, and that's what I'm saying to you, Rashad. You don't necessarily need per se resources. My grandfather taught me how to work on cars. I never called a mechanic. He wasn't rich. He just was a mechanic himself, and he dedicated his time and love, the same like a coach would do. Well, coach, you get out there. Y'all might not have all the resources, but y'all have each other. Y'all have the time, the love, and the determination to move forward. And
Right.
Mushy, I
But
think that's super dope. What you're doing, bro. Keep on that. That's fire.
and Rel, can I say something to you? I agree with you. But I also think there's just some of this that again, it's we need money. We need resources too. And I'm gonna say this, right? There's a big piece of this that I feel like people don't recognize because it's just beyond their scope, right? I had a friend that was a teacher during the pandemic. When kids is not in the, when kids is doing digital virtual school. How y'all think they doing it? Let's just say, just generally speaking, because clearly, if y'all had children in a pandemic, you made sure your kid probably already had a laptop. They may have already had a
Had a
Mac,
laptop.
an iPad.
Yeah.
Your kids probably already had all that stuff. I'm telling
Mhm.
you, from my friend, we were roommates at the time. She was a teacher. She told me not only was half of the class, her words, not mine. That's why I'm saying, Kotep, I'm being honest with you, this is something I've seen in 2020 plus, like forward. These kids didn't have internet in the house, let alone a tablet. So what she was doing is being an IT and a teacher, because what they did for a lot of the students, my hand's still up, sorry. What they did for a lot of the students that didn't have the resource, because they would have to do the internet testing on the tablet that they gave them, right? They would have to do internet testing, and if they didn't, they would give them a hotspot. They used all the hotspots. These kids did not have these kids are in homes with no internet. These kids are in homes without access to resources and shit. When we're dealing with pandemics, when we are literally leaning on technology, that is the stuff that brought it back to my realization that people are not as well off as we think.
Right.
People
And
people are in homes surviving off 30,000 a year with 3 or 4 kids. And remember, if there's 3 or 4 kids with food stamps, clearly there's no father in the home. So that's why I'm saying that was
Mhm.
kind of where some of my experiences in the larger points were. It hit me at a point where I'm like, oh, let me come back to reality and realize that every kid ain't got no iPad. Because that's the stuff I used to say.
Yeah.
Oh, all
Yeah.
these kids got iPads. All these kids got iPhones. No, they do not.
No, I get that point, and I get that point. But again, so that, and I know y'all not gonna like it, but like when we start talking about, and it counts for everybody when it comes to the average American, even the average poor American, the amount of money that they spend on non-essential items. I know they're gonna kick me in the head because I'm saying this stuff, but there are they have tablets for $50. They like cricket phones. That there are affordable resources in these low income areas, and that's the reason why I understand where you guys are coming from, because there is a level of connectivity and empathy that you have for these people, and I have it as well. I'm not sitting there demonizing poor people just off the virtue of them being poor, but I am going to hold them accountable for the poor decisions that they make. And I told y'all the same solution that when we were talking, because Mushy came up and said that I was conflating, or even Jonay said it. I'm combining two separate conversations into one, which is fine. Y'all can, critique my conversation based upon that. But I will say the reason why I may have merged them is because, one, this nigga Rashad said my name 3 times, and I wanted to just be able to expound on what I was talking about. And then two, I do believe the solutions to this to these issues, whether it be police brutality or the deep dark criminality happening in our community, still has the same solution, which would be more community organization, more community outreach, and more positive things being done to, for, and with the community. It's still going to be community based. So whether that's petitioning the governor, or whether that's creating stop the violence groups and rallies and stuff like that, whether like whatever it is, or again taking these cops names down, writing them down, and reporting them over and over again, like whatever you have to do as a community, that's what I believe the solution is on both issues. You dig what I'm saying? I just think that it becomes more of a crutch and a handicap that you give our fellow Black Americans that I personally don't appreciate. I, Real talk,
Right.
it's the same thing, that it's called the racism or bigotry of low expectations. And what that is, oh, I don't know if y'all know, but back when Hillary and Trump was going for the presidency, there was a campaign that was basically saying that, yo, everybody needs to have an ID to vote. And then you had a bunch of liberals in these cities saying that Black people do not have the wherewithal or the know-how to go get an ID. And that's going to disqualify a bunch of Black people. And now you have an ID, I have an ID. We all have licenses up here, I believe. And I don't know a single person in the hoods that I grew up in that didn't have enough goddamn cognitive ability to go to the DMV to get an ID. And what they do is they keep having these low expectations on you, to where that allows you to feel comfortable in a particular lifestyle or environment that you are in. That your lot in life is only as good as the trenches that you are in. And you shouldn't expect to rise above these things, rise above these behaviors. And this is, again, if you want to say systematically, because those people are not really politicians, those are just pundits. But there are people outside of the community who don't think you are smart enough to get an ID. So I have to be the one, the hotep in the community, to hold my people accountable, because I do hold my people in a high regard, despite your poverty. Despite whatever's going on, I still love you or hold you to a high regard. And it's definitely, you're never going to see Hotep, especially me, holding a white person or white people in a higher regard or a higher standard than my own.
Right, but
That's
please note,
insane.
but
Hold on.
please note, we. I get you, but don't frame it as if the opposing opinion doesn't love our people either. We do. We
No,
we
I wouldn't
do.
say that,
We do.
but I will
I'm just
say that
again, like you're
Rashad,
speaking to the understanding and knowledge of people listening.
for
Please,
sure.
please make sure that anyone
Hey,
walks away from we all
But
do.
Jonay,
this
you
nigga
don't, that
Ronan
don't
in the
apply to you, but
comments
I'll
said
keep it
that these
100. Rashad, my
YNs need a
brother,
little
but
bit more police brutality. That shit had me dead. Come on, Ronan. You gotta
no, but I
stop.
will say, Jonay, Rashad is one of those people. As much as I fuck with Rashad 100% subconsciously or inherent, not gonna say inherently, but subconsciously does hold white people to a higher regard and a higher
Oh,
I
standard.
I
do
don't.
not.
I do not. I
You do,
don't.
brother. You
I
do.
do not.
You do.
Hold on, wait.
Because you
Let's go
think
to
Trap Lord Ross is the bigger problem than the
I
niggas
think he's a
perpetuating the crime.
nasty individual. He's
Wait,
definitely on the
oh,
list.
he meant as a bigger problem to the community.
Hold on, wait. Let's go to Kenya and JV. We're gonna round this one out. Go ahead, Kenya.
Okay, I'm trying to remember my original point. I wanted to say to Jonay's point that I don't want my point misconstrued. It's not about demonizing children or demonizing poverty. Again, like President said, a lot of times we try so hard, but you're gonna have a hard time separating a lot of this from your personal choices. And I know I understand that your choices don't exist in a vacuum, but at the end of the day, these are your personal choices. There is free Wi Fi for impoverished communities in the United States. There is free Wi Fi accessible to these homes through school programs. There's all kinds of extracurricular and reading and educational things that are in these communities, literally funded for the youth. They're not there. When I take my baby to the library for the little baby play and reading time, there's nothing but white families there. Nothing but white families. I live in Baltimore. That is insane. Okay? For there to be nothing but white people in that library. When
Well,
I take
again,
my
that's your
kid to my
experience because there's a
gym,
lot
there's
of black people
nothing
that go
but
to the
whites
library.
and Russians and all other kinds of races that are
Mother
taking their
Russia.
kids to these things, and these resources are available to you. The my gym is only $100.
Yeah, and there's a lot of black people that go to the libraries and other,
Who got
and again, that's just
$100?
your perspective, and I
Oh
get it.
yeah.
But there's a
What
lot of
I'm
black
saying
people
is
that go
that
to the
the
library,
resources are here. I
but
don't I
not
don't want to
always, and not
hear
always,
about
and
the
that's a
lack
part of
of
the problem, and
resources.
that's why you gotta
Jonay,
stop
the
that.
impoverished
You
have
gotta
all of the
stop it. No, they do
resources.
not,
Once
sweetie.
you
They
start
don't.
to work
They
and get
don't.
a
They
job is
don't.
when the resources are
They
not
don't.
there for
They
you.
don't.
Can hold on, wait.
That's when the resources are no
They
longer
don't.
available once you
And
start to
that is
work.
where there's
So
ignorance
the
in your
people in
POV, Kenya.
no, it's not
It
Kenya,
ignorance.
that
is
doesn't
love.
make
Jonay, I
sense.
live
I just
here.
want to keep it a bean.
Jonay,
Every
that's not
impoverished
true.
home cannot go and get the resource. Like, do you think it's unlimited resources
Jonay,
in low
Jonay,
income family homes?
Jonay,
And what are you talking about,
Jonay.
Kenya?
If you
I'm
have
not. I'm
if
asking
you
you.
have
You said
children
they
in your
offer
home,
free
if you have
internet for
children in your
every.
home,
You said these schools offer free internet for every. No, they
yes,
do
they
not.
do.
For
They do. If you
every
well,
home.
if you're, I can't speak for Idaho. I can't speak for Nebraska. I don't know what's happening in the middle of America, but I know that if you're in DC, if you're in Virginia, if you're in Maryland, if you're in New York, yes, you can get free Wi-Fi if you claim that you cannot afford it. That is an absolute fact.
Okay, sweetie.
Never
All
heard
right.
of it in my
Okay.
life. Not gonna lie.
Okay.
Let's go, JV.
I
What's
ain't
the
gonna lie,
word?
that ACP hitting. The free internet ACP is a real thing.
Yeah, yeah.
If you
I
have children, and I'm seeing
Yeah.
a lot of the children's assignments nowadays are on the internet. They had to address the lack of internet if they were even going to do that, and they did.
Yeah, I
It
listen.
is
I live.
offered, but
I
it is
live.
not offered
I
to.
live
And
where
I
I
think
live.
it just
Never
it's
heard
just
of it.
being first off, I have heard of it. But what is being communicated is as if this is a unlimited resource for all. And that's where it gets misconstrued, and it does become victim blaming and low income poverty blaming. Whereas you think because well they've offered it in the places that I've heard, so there's no excuse. That is something that again
Jonay,
we're gonna have to just agree to disagree.
Hold on,
I
wait.
will
Let
yeah, I
say this,
JV
agree
go.
brother.
with
JV had his
yeah.
hand up.
Jonay, do you
I
believe it's
I
up to the
Hold on,
poor
wait. Real
person to
quick,
stop
hotel.
being
Let
poor?
JV go, and then we let you
I
get
couldn't
the
hear you.
last word.
I want to hear you after JV.
Go ahead, JV.
yeah. Yeah, I agree with sister. I think this is more of that low hanging fruit thing, and I think what happens, we're so frustrated. We're looking at antidote. We're looking at the kid who has the ops, or we're looking at the library that you don't see black people. But when you take a step back, look at the metrics. The fathers, black men are the most represented in a home. Our women are one of the most educated. We have many organizations. We got the Innocent Project. Any city you go to, they have something that tackles police brutality. We have churches who were born out of mutual aid. So I just think what's happening is, oh, it's not low expectations, it's unrealistic expectations. We perform in a lot of ways better than other groups. Our engagement is better than a lot of groups, you know, and some of the flaws that we have is not unique to us. Like we use and market drugs the same as other communities. But we're like in my city, we're 90% in jail for drugs. It doesn't make sense. So even if we correct for the despondent in our communities, that's still a low number. It's 40 million of us. It's not a lot of people out there murdering and killing and drilling. That's a false flag. I think we're targeting us, and historically they always do that. It's something we need to do better. Something we need to do better. And this idea that we're going to have group cooperative money, that's not how you scale. You scale through bank lending. Our SBA banks only got 2.5 of the lending over the last 10 years. So I really think that this is more the same. Black people need to pull up their pants. We need to get more engaged. We just need to be Superman out this motherfucker. But it's like, yo,
No,
it's like, dude,
no.
listen, just take a step back.
Nobody needs to
Hold
be
on, hold on,
Superman.
family,
People
hold
have
on.
choices to make.
Real quick, family, real quick. What I'm saying is take a step back and look at what we're doing to perform and why we're not getting those outcomes. And then you look at police departments, they're total corrupted. We get exonerated at 60%. That means 60% of the people there didn't do the crime. You see what I'm saying? So I mean, mathematically, this doesn't make sense to me.
Let me read what
Yo, so real
says and
quick,
then
JB,
Hotep
though,
goes. I just want to read what
and
he
no,
says about the school shit, and then you go Hotep. He says, "Growing up, I never had internet. We got it from our next door neighbor and her boyfriend. Brought a stronger router so we could use it. The public library was always packed with black kids using the computer lab. I hate when y'all say stuff like that. I
Thank
think that
you.
there's a lot of examples like what he's saying that we are disregarding and not recognizing. Go ahead, Hotep.
okay, so this is what happens, and we go down this whole trauma hole and shit like that. Listen, man, the ghetto is the ghetto, son. The hood is the hood. There are gonna be some fucked up things that go on. Nobody up here ever said that most of the people living in the hood are the ones committing the crime. We've all, even the people that I've disagreed with, have all agreed that the vast minority of the hood is the one who is terrorizing the community. And that's the reason why we were talking about more and more community outreach. And even when we start talking about institutional solutions, right? Like black banks or financial institutions being able to invest more into these impoverished neighborhoods. I hope you know that that money will be coming from pooled resources from the people, or at least pooled efforts to be able to get more state or federal funding. You dig what I'm saying? So again, you cannot absolve the people of their role and responsibility in whatever outcomes that they want. And I tell people about this. Rashard know, Jonay know, in particular, when I talk about power and responsibility. So you just said you evoke the power and say, yo, we above the mark in these areas, right? But then when it comes down to the responsibility of the bad behaviors, now all of a sudden, well, everybody else do it. It was okay to single out black people when we're talking about achievements, but then you don't want to single out black people when we start talking about the criminality. That's again one of those things. It's like it's a red herring. You're throwing us off of the conversation. At the end of the day, I am a solution-based person, and the solutions to these issues is always going to be community-based. They're always going to start in the home. And so if we're going to be serious about this, we're going to need concerted efforts starting from the households to want better for themselves and their children. Period, point blank. We have to stop behaving as if the institutions or the government or white people are are responsible for us. Because if white people don't ever come, it's still going to be us. You talked about mutual
Exactly.
aid. You talked about mutual aid. I talk about mutual aid from a historical standpoint because that's what I study. But mutual aid societies were literally the precursors to life insurance companies and banks. You dig what I'm saying? To where if somebody was out of work, you would get a paid stipend every week to supplement your income. If you wanted to embark on business, these mutual aid societies will invest in you so you can get a business, invest in land. So all of those things, none of that shit came from the government. None of it. 0% of that shit came from the government. It was all private money from private citizens pooling their resources. So you can't have it both ways. You can't brag and boast about all of the great things that are coming out of the hood and then don't want to stand on and take responsibility for the death, destruction, and mayhem that are coming out of these same zip codes. We are
I
responsible
don't
for
think
both.
anybody's doing that.
He just did, Jonay.
Who?
He just did.
Who?
JV.
Oh,
Yeah, he just
Nah,
did.
that's not what I was communicating. But I'm gonna let the mic go around. If I'll go back and forth with you, but that
That's
wasn't my
fine. That's
argument.
fine.
Yeah.
Go
I,
ahead, JV.
oh, y'all want me to go now?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So no. So that wasn't a red herring because the center of my argument is that we are performing, and while we're performing, we're also getting shafted by like this weird. We have to just be better in a way that I don't know. It's just weird. Like I mean. Even with like the mutual aid, right? That was more of a social program. With the lending, that don't come from solely private owners. That comes from policies through government. That comes through banks
Do
who
you really want
decide
a
who
government loan
wants.
though?
Huh? What you
Do you
said?
really want a government loan though?
I mean, that's how people scale in this country. People get loans and they get equity, right? That's how it works, right? When you get a
Yeah,
yeah.
no,
business,
loans
yeah,
are
when you
cool.
get
I don't want
when
that
you get
loan
a
to come
business,
from the government.
business is scaled through loans. That's how this works. You know what I
And
mean?
every single
I'm not
movement was not
asking you.
singularly like private aid.
No,
Like,
I'm
stop
not
it,
talking
Hotep.
about loans. I'm talking about loans from the government.
No, you get
You
loans through
think
the
every resource we've gotten during our history has been private aid? Stop.
yeah, we get loans through the bank,
Like,
bro.
that
And the
happens
banks,
often. It's a
yeah, the
lot of
bank.
Maybe
public
I'm not
aid that
hearing the
we've gotten
specific
along the
question I'm
way.
asking you. Do you think that the loans coming from the government are a good idea?
Yes.
Well,
Okay.
we're talking about bank loans, bro. 2008, we had a derivative crisis. That's because they've shafted us. Banks has
Right.
it.
And
Oh,
I
bank,
agree. I
bro,
don't try
bro,
to
bro, bro. Hear me out. Hear me out. Banks have always been doing discriminatory lending practices to us. While they doing that to us, they let other people scale. They able to franchise their businesses, buy assets, home ownership. That's how you get wealth. It's some weird thing that we just need to come together and kumbaya. That just never worked. No group that ever came to the country did it. Nobody. It's all through access to lending. I mean, I'm
Exactly.
yeah, like this is
yeah.
not something we're doing wrong, big time. I don't know what's happening right now.
Y'all are talking about private institutions doing this though.
Those aren't private institutions just doing that, Hotep.
I didn't say that they were just doing it. I'm asking you, do y'all trust loans from the government?
What? Okay. What? Speak to a specific government loan you're talking about. Give me one. Give me an
Anyone.
example. No, give me an example of one.
I don't have one off the top of my head, but I
But
do
one
Okay.
that we
know
should
when
have
it
So
comes
sought.
to the
the only government loan that we are aware of in the more recent years is going to be a PPP.
I
A
got a good
government
one.
loan. So
I got a
what is that you're talking about that isn't through a
all right. So
bank?
when it comes down to
Hold
government
on, wait.
loans,
What
there's
was
going
your
to be
what was your loan,
requirements and
JV?
stipulations that you need to uphold in order for you to keep that money off. It's going to be pulled from you, and it's going to be have a higher negative consequences to it. You know, and I know that I am
Hmm.
more. I'm for limited government. You know that
For
because
sure.
when the government intervenes in Black Americans specifically, our Black American economic quote unquote advancement, it fucks us over 100% of
Right.
the time.
But
There's
I'm
just
just
a
saying
wealth. Everyone
SBA
has
or
these.
government lending, I don't know of an example that we could use where I could say I agree or disagree.
But
I
what I'm
think
saying is,
what JV was talking about, policy that impacts lending through banking, and he's saying we need programs that provide that our government works with the big four where they give us more access to
bailing out banks,
lending.
I thought we all agreed that that was a bad
No, we're not
thing
bet. I didn't say. See, look at you. You're changing. No one's talking about bailing out banks. Why did you just say that? That's not what we're
because
talking about.
because of the intertwining
We're
of the
not
government
talking
and the
about
bank.
bailing out banks, Hotep.
I think JV is talking about the black community and scaling the
Scaling
community
community
as a
yeah, and
whole
using the
and
I
resources.
got a
Y'all,
good example. I got a good example of government lending. In the 50s when he was giving out all of those HOA or whatever they was giving to all
the
those white
GI
people,
Bill?
they nah even before that, like
GI Bill
so
has to do with education.
No, it doesn't.
in college
Yes,
and
the
other
GI
shit.
Bill is.
The GI Bill was money that veterans got coming from back from the war to be able to buy homes and things of that nature.
Nah,
And
there was a program in the fifties where
it's not
where the
the same
government
though.
gave out money to white people solely for home ownership. That's how they're the boomers today. That's why they have so much money. They about to pass that to the grandkids, right? This is how wealth works, and they didn't get it through hard work or picking up their pants or stop doing drugs. They got it because they got assigned money by the government.
Sure, sure. So again, that will still take communities coming together to petition for that. I literally said that. I asked y'all if y'all want government loans. I'm not a government loan type of
We're
guy, but
well.
you know what I'm saying? If that's
I
what y'all
think, but
want,
I think what JV wasn't talking about government loans. He was talking about lending through the banks and having the opportunity for us to take that. I don't even think he was talking about a government loan. You went down the government loan route
he brought up the government and then said loan. So I asked him
because of policy and
specifically,
practices.
but okay, I didn't assume anything, Jonah. I asked him a direct question. I don't know what
Got you, got you. I understand what you're saying.
that's what I'm saying.
I answered it. I said, yeah, I do think
We need
that
loans,
in order,
like
like you
we.
said,
I
to
think
scale,
if
we
we're going to
need,
deal
like
with the
I said
government,
it
I
during the
think we
conversation,
should,
we need
if
some
we are going
motherfucking
to deal with
money.
the government, grants are okay. I'm not fucking with the loans, but at the end of the day, none of that is happening without the community organizing and making a concerted effort to petition for these things. I'm just letting y'all know that. There is nobody that's about to come save niggas at all. Because the politicians that niggas be voting for, especially Black America, who blindly vote Democrat and don't give a fuck long as it's blue. You dig what
Hmm.
I'm saying? So that
And just
again,
so you know, the GI Bill information is in the jumbo hotep.
yeah, for sure. Well aware of it. But what I'm saying is
Okay.
when it comes down to absolving actual on the ground participation from the community, it may not be the worst of us in the communities, fine, but the people who are just about making it or whatever, who live in these communities, that have the time and all that other stuff to go and petition on the behalf of the community to get more outreach, to be able to get more funding and all this other stuff. Again, I'm more of a private person, not really public. But if that's what y'all want to do, that's what you can do that. I'm saying still though, none of this is going to happen without the participation of the people. There is no pie in the sky. There is no savior coming to save Black America. It's going to be Black Americans who do it. So while we can sit here and give every reason as to why niggas is poor, fucked up, hungry, or whatever it is, that does not speak for the whole of us. And that does not absolve Black Americans from solving their problem. What I say all of the time when it comes to Black America is not Black Americans' fault, but it is Black Americans' responsibility. It's not our fault that we were enslaved, went through Black codes, Jim Crow, segregation, all this other fuck shit that we went through. However, every single interval of those times were Black people responsible for getting themselves out of slavery? Yes. Responsible to overcoming the Black codes? Yes. Responsible for making sure they overcome Jim Crow? Yes. They were all responsible. Every last one of them. You and I in the 21st century are not above that just because we have the internet and because we feel like we did so much better than the ancestors, when we know emphatically niggas did not today. They did much more with much less. So when I'm leaning on mutual aids, it's no way that niggas can tell me in 2025 that motherfuckers was able to build hospitals, schools, entire towns, and being able to fund the lives of millions of people, hundreds of thousands of people 100 years ago, and then we have more money than we've ever had to fucking day, and y'all telling me what's not possible. That's not happening over here at Hotep. You're not saying what we can't do to Hotep ever, especially in
But
2025.
brother, but that assumes that we don't already have those infrastructures in place. I'm a teamster myself,
Mm-hmm.
and there's dozens of black organizations that's trying to get these young men on these jobs.
Okay.
My budget in my city is $16 billion. That's contracts, that's infrastructure, that's major projects. Like there's money, and that's coming from government. That is not coming from group collective behavior. I don't know why people think that we don't already have that. Our churches are baby of they were born out of mutual aid. We have that. We have a bunch of people that's boots on the ground. Our women are one of the most educated. What do you think they're doing? You think they're not out there educated? You think most brothers are not engaged in the community? I mean, bro, like people gotta get outside. It's out there, but we've been met with impediments. People are competing with us. There's still institutional racism. They have grandfather clauses. Like I just gotta disagree with you, good brother. I think we already been doing a lot with a little, and we kind of taking our eye off the ball and thinking it's some kind of white man. No, these are systems that are in place, have historically been benign, neglectful towards us. So yeah, I
Well,
think this
again,
is a distraction. Good time.
yo, but the thing is, at the end of the day, there is absolutely zero problems that you're going to be able to bring to me, confront me with, and the solution not be, and my solution will change. You will never be able.
We already doing that, fam. I'm a Teamster. I'm part of
So fam,
I'm part of
you already
Pan
doing it.
African organizations.
So
I'm part
what,
of Black.
bro? You
Listen, what I'm
keep
saying,
making it
like,
seem
we
like I'm
outside, my guy. We outside.
been
Like it's
outside, my nigga.
no, I'm
Son, I
saying,
have
but
been
you
doing
saying
the
we
work.
like we not already doing it, fam.
I
Like what
did
you
not say
saying?
that.
Like
I did not. And this is what y'all do. Y'all get emotional about this shit. Nigga, if you have zero fucking gas in your tank and then you put a quarter tank and you need a full tank of gas, you can tell me, well, I got gas in that motherfucker, but we need a full tank, my nigga. So at the end of the day, you and I are doing the right thing. And this is what I do not like. I hate debating with decent people who are actually doing the work about shit that we agree on. My nigga, you are not going to tell me as a Teamster that you couldn't use more work or more hands or more people that's advocating and doing the same things that you're doing. I need, as a historian, I need 100,000 more niggas like me to start making sure that they understand the ancestors. I'm pretty sure you need at least 1 million more niggas or 100,000 more niggas to do what you are doing, so we can multiply and proliferate the positive shit that we got going on in the fucking community. I'm tired of hearing that, yo, we did it already or we're already doing it. We need more. We need to do more. And I'm not saying that we don't petition the government. I'm just saying that in that petition of the government, first of all, we got to be wary of dealing with the government off the rip and make sure that they're not fucking us in the fine print. But even in that, you're still going to need more people on the ground to make it happen. I'm not disagreeing that you're not doing the work, bro. I'm disagreeing and saying that we done enough. We haven't done nearly enough. That's a fact.
And with that being said, listen, definitely appreciated another good one in the books. Working overtime today. Another episode, Things of That Nature, episode 133. Rest up, Theo. Man, listen, we had a lot of different conversations today, and it will definitely be on Patreon. The Patreon is in the jumbo free tier, $5 tier, whatever tier you decide to subscribe. I definitely would appreciate it. Repost to space, repost to space, repost to space. Follow the host, follow the folks up here saying some good shit to you. You know that nigga Hotep mad because he ain't even stepping on the dope. I appreciate y'all, man. We had we had a good one. We had a good
Oh
one.
shit,
This one
my
for the
fault,
books,
son.
man.
Nah, like I said, it was another episode of Things of That Nature. I gotta
And we out. Listen, I appreciate y'all, man. We out to tomorrow, man. 12 o'clock, Sunday through Friday. We in this motherfucker.